Champions is a title that's already been secured, so next in line, gotta be for Global.
It's your boys, Acorn and Cold! Some of the absolute best to ever do it from the NA region, and now they are looking to get a trophy of their own. You guys feel that? You feel that cold front in the arena suddenly? I mean, come on, man. That's the first 30. If we just started, right? We just said like, hey, launch that battle bus, let's get in the game. I'd be like, yeah, no, this is a Global Championship lobby. There's still 20 duos to discuss. Really quick though, Acorn and Cold, I mean, these guys are just so crazy consistent.
I mean, it hasn't just been a good year for them. It's been a good 2 years for them. They have not placed below 6 over the last 6 majors. In the Global Championships last year, they claimed 7th place.
Yeah, and that was even while splitting a drop spot in the middle of the map there as well. So that just makes things even more impressive. That's actually quite reflective of what their off-spawn situation is today. Landing down there at Brutal Beachhead with Anderlecht and 𝗏𝗖𝗄. It's going to be interesting how the off-spawn battle goes. I feel like Anderlecht and 𝗏𝗏𝗄 might dip out in some of the games. They might try and split the drop. I don't think Acorn and Cold want that. They want to try and claim as much of that loot as possible. Right. And I think because Cold is just so good, even if they don't get that much loot in mid-game, Acorn will just go like, oh, Cold, just go over there, eliminate those guys, get me that loot, and we can act like the off-spawn didn't even happen. So I think that's going to be a key element to their success.
Yeah, there's a reason that people say that Cold is one of the best players in the world, and by winning the Global Championship today, he would solidify that spot, joined by Acorn, who is one of the best IGLs in the world. This duo is here. They want to do better than last year. They don't want that 7th place. They want that trophy.
That's right. Now on the topic of consistency, let's bounce back on over to OCE, Aspect, and Kazi as well. Representation. These guys are looking to kick off the competition with a bang.
2nd, 3rd, and 1st over the last 3 majors, respectively. One of the most consistent duos that we have seen all year. And of course, their drop spot is a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, but what's really impressive about those 3 majors is they landed at a different drop spot in every single one of them. So you mentioned 2nd, 3rd, 1st. They did that from a different drop spot every single time. Now this weekend, they've marked the raft, right? I don't know if they're going to be landing there. So many people have asked questions. Are they really going to be landing there? Nobody really knows where exactly they're going to be landing. It's a bit of an enigma at the moment. We don't know. But I think this is a team that can cope under the pressure of a new drop spot. We've seen it throughout this whole year, and they've been by far the dominant team on OCE. So let's see if they can bring this here.
If you had to pick a spot, where do you think they might go? Are we just saying like if it was Raft's like pretty safe, or you're like you might have somewhere else in mind?
I think, due to some rumors, that they might be landing over in Grim Gate, a very powerful POI that is currently uncontested by Batman Booga and Rapid. But the raft is huge. It has a lot of loot. There is a possibility of splitting it, maybe, maybe not.
I mean, we'll see. I think if I was them, it would be looking at teams that maybe haven't performed that well off spawn this year, trying to land on them, taking advantage of that. One of those teams, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 haven't had the best year off spawn at that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 split area. Currently, they are uncontested as well, so maybe that could be an avenue that they could discuss or explore. So I'm interested to see what happens there. Maybe they could do a whole teeny thing as well and just land all over the map in different games. Who knows?
Oh, guys, got me hyped right now. I'm also hyped, though, to bring in our next 10 duos. Bring him out.
Everybody watch out because it's 𝗲𝗍𝗄 and Thomas HD. Some of the best to ever touch the game, but they lack a trophy in the collection, so now's their chance to change that.
Put your hands together for 𝗬𝗀𝗄 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. They have been one of the most consistent duos coming out of the Asian region this year, and now they're looking to bring that energy to this stage.
Big welcome to Shadow and Virgo, ready to put their abilities to the test this weekend, because these guys are not here to go home empty-handed.
It's 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, everyone. Just making it across the line in Major 3. Now they're here to lock it in and make up for that, because they will be hungry for the victory and the trophy.
Visuals and Braves in the house. Last-minute magic, and that's what I'm talking about. Short time to adjust, but diamonds are made under pressure.
And here's Angers and Rise take them.
Give it up for Janice and Pixie. This is what you get from mixing experience and talent. Coming together for Major 3 paid off big time, and now they're prepared to take it all the way.
Coming in hot is 𝗦𝗦𝗗𝗏𝗏, always on top of the leaderboards in Brazil, and now they even took that championship at Major 2. Can they get another?
Coming out of OCE, it's 𝗍𝗏 and Resigns. Top of OC is 1 feat of strength, but now it's time to take it to the next level. Globals is a different beast.
It's 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, it's Mario, make some noise for Word. Chapter 5 has been theirs with back-to-back championships. Now they're looking to keep that streak continuing. Man, I don't know how much more my heart can take. We've got another 10 duos here, but let's take a moment to talk about these 10 that came out. We wanted to highlight Asia here specifically, Ciao and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. These guys are widely regarded as the best team in Asia, and now everyone else is looking to have to deal with them. How are we doing that?
I mean, we were looking at Aspect and Cassie just a few minutes ago, and literally the same placements over the 3 majors, 2nd in Major 1, 3rd in Major 2, and 1st place champion title in Major 3. And honestly, I am so excited to watch this duo. They have been competing in Fortnite for a very long time, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, since 2019 Winter Royale.
Yeah, these guys have been by far the best Asia team this year. They've been so consistent. I'm interested to see what they're going to do today. They're landing at the north side of the map by that sort of island area. I think what we've seen from some of the Asia scrims as well is what we think is going to happen. They're going to land on that mainland area, try and third party that Rebels Bruce fight, get some early Storm Surge damage, and then play the game out as they like to. And the way that they like to is very low ground heavy, very consistent, not crazy amount of eliminations in mid game, but in end game, that's where they thrive. So I'm expecting lots of consistency from these guys. I'm expecting lots of end games.
Okay. What's this? I got my notes here. It just says 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Thomas HD. They're pretty good. They're pretty all right.
Yeah, a lot of people would say really good. I mean, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 getting 2nd place in the Invitational with Venom way back when. And then, of course, Thomas HD, the best to never win a title, literally missing out on 1st place by 1 point.
I mean, and that was 2 years in a row as well. Major 1 this year, missed out by 1 point. Major 1 last year, another point. So it was so unfortunate for him. This could be a really good opportunity for them. They're finally uncontested. I feel like Thomas is always contested when it comes to lands, and it's really troublesome for him. But I'm interested to see what they can do. They're landing at the south side of the map, the sort of southeast area, that small building just to the east of the map. I'm interested to see what they can do because Thomas HD is just so good with that pistol. I was speaking to him, he was saying, yeah, we're going to be carrying one of those pistols, and I was like, yeah, mate, I hope you're carrying that pistol because that's your job in this duo. But no, I'm really excited because these guys have all that LAN experience already. They have all the experience of playing online as well. I'm expecting big things.
Well, we've only got one thing left to do, and that is introduce the 10 remaining duos to Dickies Arena. Y'all better make some noise!
It's time to get loud because 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 keep that momentum going and add a trophy to the collection.
Let's take a look at Asia's powerhouse, 𝗲𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏. It isn't easy being on top, and consistency will be key for this duo to make their regions proud.
Bryce and Bolts are in the house. These guys are not new to the global stage, but the question now is how far can they make it together?
They are back! 𝗦𝗦𝗗𝗏 and 𝗦𝗧𝗢𝗏 coming back together as a duo this year and taking home an FNCS championship was huge for their region.
All the way from ME, it's Cal and Haman. These guys have been at the top of their region for several seasons, so the confidence is there, but it's showtime now on the global stage.
Let's welcome Paper and Victor V! Winning the region's hearts in Major 3 and making it all the way to the biggest stage of the world is not a simple feat, and now it's showtime.
It's the kings of South America, King and 𝗲𝗍𝗓. They started the year in EU, but Brazil called them home, and now they're here at the Global Championship, ready to pop off.
You know who this is. It's Kanata and Cooper. An absolutely lethal duo. We can't see what the reigning champion can do.
𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏, Cammy and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, your FNCS Invitational champions are in the building. With the second place last year, now it's time for redemption. Second is not an option.
But wait, let's give it up for Kingston. This is what happens when you combine the best of NA and EU. This is a powerhouse team. They have one thing on their mind, and that's success. Dickies Arena, I mean, come on! This is who we'll be seeing compete. These are 50 of the best duos in the world. Are you not entertained? Let's go! My gosh, to hear the crowd just lose it for these last 10 duos. One in particular stood out to me. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, you guys went crazy for them. These guys, I mean, to see them come out and to see them compete on stage, I'm worried, not for them, but for everybody else.
I mean, one of the longest lasting duos. We've seen them compete together since Chapter 2, and then they did break up for Chapter 4, but they knew that they were the duo to be together.
Right.
Bringing it back together in Chapter 5, and then getting that first place in Major 1.
Yeah, it's so good for these guys. They've had a really solid year overall. First, 6th, and 4th. I feel like it's kind of gone under the radar a little bit because they are so good. I'm expecting big things from this duo. I was speaking to 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 as well. Of course, they're landing at that restored reels area. I said, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, are you a little bit concerned about being contested? He said, actually, I feel like we're better off being contested by Alex and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 there at restored reels. I feel like they feel like they can finish the fight quickly. They can get those storm surge tags early, and then when it comes to late game, they've kind of evolved their strategy a lot compared to that Chapter 3 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 that we saw that sort of season, that sort of chapter. They were going for loads of pre-edits. They were going for loads of eliminations in the end game. It seems like they toned that down a little bit. I mean, in fact, they're actually doing half the amount of pre-edits in end game as they were all the way back in Chapter 3. So it seems like they're playing a little bit more calmly, a little bit more carefully, but of course, if they make it off spawn, they need to make the games count.
That is kind of crazy. Something else is crazy. What was it? 𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍. Invitational champions Cammy and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 looking to make a return to this stage. I mean, if we got an invitational little title, we got a global championship title, that'd be kind of insane.
I mean, they're already regarded as the land goats.
Yep.
As you said, winning the Invitational, getting second place at the Global Championships last year. And although they may not have had the best major last major, this season is looking so good for them.
Absolutely.
They love the low mobility meta. They have an incredible drop spot on the middle of the map. Everything is kind of working in their favor, Mini.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice meta for them. It's a really nice situation for them. As I said earlier, as I hinted at, my only slight concern for them is if someone decides to land on them off spawn. They haven't necessarily had the best time off spawn. They had a good Major 3. It was third in that, or Major 2, I should say, third in that major. But in the other majors, they haven't quite had the same success. They've only won 20% of their off spawn fights in those two majors. So intrigued as to what's going to happen there. I don't know if they're going to get contested. We're not too sure yet, but please do not count these guys out, because when it comes to the big stage, when it comes to the bright lights, when it comes to in-person events and low mobility metas, these guys always have some great strats cooking. So no matter what they've done this year, throw that out the window. It's time. Their time is now.
And we've already seen them evolve over this season. We know them to be low ground kings, but over the Cash Cups, they actually won 2 victory royales from the high ground. It just shows how diverse this duo is, how prepared they are, and I'm wondering if they can do it again.
Okay, and we kind of got to look there at 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. You can tell the nerves are starting to set in for some of these players, right? You can always say, like, yeah, I don't have nerves when I go into this, but when you have this crowd roaring, when you're under these circumstances, there's those nerves, they start to creep up. How do you guys feel like these players are doing? Some of them, obviously, they look locked in, they're ready to go. They're enjoying the crowd, but they're thinking, I've got to win.
Tournament jitters are a real thing. You'll see players that are very comfortable in their own home, playing on their own setup, and here they are in a foreign setting around a bunch of people. Nerves can definitely play a part into it, but there is so much opportunity for these duos to learn over day one, and then with that 1.5 for day two, they can really evolve and kind of get more comfortable with the setting that they're in.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see, because I think around a third of our players competing today are actually making their first international LAN appearance. So it's going to be interesting to see how those guys do, how they handle the pressure. I mean, the camera was just on 𝗵𝗫𝗖𝗘𝗦𝗢𝗔𝗟 right there. They seem very chill. 𝗬𝗖𝗘𝗦 I thought was asleep for a second there. Thankfully he isn't. He's awake and ready to go, which is great. But it seems like they're very chill about the situation. They've done it before. They've won it. They had second at the last Global Championships. They've been around the block. They know how to handle the pressure. It's all about how they can transfer that into the game. How can they use that little bit of an advantage that they have over the rest of the lobby that maybe hasn't had the same success, that maybe hasn't had the same experience as these guys, to really elevate their game and set them apart from the rest.
I wanted to circle back. You had kind of talked about the meta a little bit. Now, obviously, being back on a Marvel season, we've seen the meta shift a little bit away from just like massive storm surge towers, DMR shots to kind of get surge. What can viewers at home kind of expect to see with what's in game currently?
Well, with this low mobility meta, we're definitely going to be still seeing some storm surge towers as well, because with low mobility, you can't really rotate too quickly, obviously.
No.
Although there is the flaming hoops, we still have Fizz and everything. There is opportunities for players to rotate. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of players alive towards the Zone 3, and we're probably going to see some major storm surge.
Yeah, I mean, these are always stacked. These in-person events, these LAN events, they are always stacked. So storm surge is going to be so important for these teams. Getting enough damage, making sure that you're keeping on top of it early on, because yeah, there's so much stress and so much nerves that can come from being in this in-person environment. You can't forget the fundamentals. You can't forget to make sure you hit your shots, getting those thermal scopes on those burst assault rifles, making sure you can get there. And then when it comes to mobility, I think it's those underworld dashes. They're going to be crucial this weekend. I think teams that are landing either at a POI that's in that area or even nearby, they might just dip their toes and get those into the end game, because that's literally the only useful mobility in the end game that can set you apart from the rest. So teams around there, I expect to do well in end game.
There's also certain teams that are around those static launch pads, like 𝗬𝗫𝗍𝗘 and Thomas. Although they are all the way over on that southeastern side, they do have that launch pad there that will allow them to rotate, as well as the flaming hoop. So there's certain duos that definitely do have a lot more environmental mobility around them that they can use to their advantage. But obviously, where the zone pulls is going to play a major factor in how these teams rotate.
Okay, and you bring up 𝗬𝗫𝗍𝗘 and Thomas. We kind of touched on them a little bit. I want to circle back. So we bring together two Titans. You know, they've had so much experience separate, and now we bring them together. What does that look like on this global stage, right? Like, are they where they need to be to look and say, look, this is it. This is our year. We're going to walk away global champions?
I think so. Honestly, I think that they've had a lot of practice. 𝗬𝗫𝗍𝗘 has already proven himself on the LAN setting, getting second place, so close to first. And of course, I love that moment. 𝗬𝗍𝗍 dropping on 𝗵𝗫𝗍𝗘. Really, a lot of people still regard that as one of the best FNCS LAN moments to date. And I think that it is possible that we see 𝗬𝗍𝗍 bring out another strat like that. They do not want to get second place again.
Yeah, they really don't. And Thomas is still looking for that FNCS title. And I kind of wanted to pick his brains a little bit. I said to him, does that affect you? Does that sort of linger and be like, oh, you know, I still haven't won FNCS, it's been so long, I've played for this amount of time? And he said, no, I don't really look at the performances, my past history like that. I look at every single FNCS, I take it as it comes and try and do the best that we can, which I really like, and that shows the experience of the players, right? They've been playing for so long, they've even played together all the way back in the days in squads and stuff like that, so they're no strangers to each other in this environment. So this is going to be a very experienced duo to look out for, and a very experienced duo that seem to put themselves in the right position at all times. 𝗬𝗍𝗍's really good at that. He's one of those players that is, of course, going to be taking the more IGL role here, taking the lead in this duo and making sure they're in a good situation. We haven't seen them play height too much, so I mean, you know, a lot of people are saying like, you know, 𝗬𝗍𝗍 is the height king. It's been a little bit 50-50 for these guys. We've seen them trying to go up for it, so you might think of 𝗬𝗍𝗍 and think, yeah, they're going to be going up on height every single game. I don't think we're going to expect to see that, but they have it in their back pocket if they need it.
Sorry, just to bring out even more numbers, not only has Thomas been missed out on first place by just a single point, he's gotten second place 3 times and then third place 4 times.
Wow.
I mean, when you're talking about consistency, there's a reason that Thomas HD is considered one of the best aimers in the game. But he's aiming for that first place now.
Yeah, it's interesting that you kind of like, he thinks about it, right? Because it's easy to look at those numbers and go, well, you've never won. So like, but no, you're so unbelievably consistent that literally season to season, you are adapting and almost punching up, right? You know, look at Peterbot and Pollo, they're just coming out saying, we're just dropping 1,000 points. No big deal in a season, but for someone like Thomas HD with that experience. That's crazy to think about.
I mean, if you want to talk about world records, 𝗲𝗍 and 𝗏𝗏 getting 6 victory royales out of 12 last year. I mean, these guys just pull out these crazy strats, are able to pull out crazy plays, and I want to see it on the big stage this weekend. I know that it's going to be probably a little slow for game one, but we know a lot of these players aren't sharing everything with us because they have some strats in their back pocket.
Yeah, that seems to be the common theme when we're trying to talk to players. Like, oh, so what are you going to be doing and when that team contests you? What are you going to be? Where are you going to be rotating? They're like, you think I'm going to tell you? Like, you really think I'm going to tell you? And I can't get anything out of them. So that's what's so impressive and what's so interesting about these LAN events is everyone's in the same lobby. You know, we get to see how teams, you know, we do our VOD review, we do our preparation. The other teams will do that as well. We get to see them in their own home environment, but we haven't seen this lobby ever. Right, so it's going to be so interesting to see how they mesh together and how some of the fights go down early on and later on.
Yeah, that's a really scary thought, right? Because even think we've had a number of practice games leading into this, right? And some of these duos have said these duos have said even in those situations, it's been like, well, I could play or I could just kind of keep everything in the back pocket. You will get nothing from me.
Yeah, watching these scrims and not having 𝗏𝗏's name in it, it's been a little bit, not concerning necessarily, although I do think practice makes perfect. Getting any kind of practice in before the competition, but it's 𝗏𝗏, it's World Cup 𝗏𝗏. I'm sure whatever he has prepared is better than what I can think of.
I mean, I'll tell you who was looking good though in the practice scrims was Acorn and Cold. I think they had like 16 eliminations in one of the games. They weren't backing down. They wanted to fight every single person, and just even, you know, maybe they're not bringing out the strats that they're going to use. Maybe they're not bringing out those rotations. Just their ability to sort of fight with each other, have that synergy. You could see glimpses of that in the practice games yesterday, so it seems like they're on top form. I'm excited to see what those guys can do as well.
But is that a bit of like painting a target on your back, right? If you're willing to go out that far and just go like, hey, we're willing to take the fight to you, we're kind of willing to show you who we are. Think of someone like 𝗏𝗏, right? Just so confident, just willing to say like, hey, wherever you are, if you want to come contest us, we'll be right here. So feel free to roll on over. That could work against any of these duos.
I mean, it's great that we were just talking about Acorn and Cold and potentially contesting 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 because they did try that in the Grand Gate era and immediately left because 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 absolutely dominated the competition. And I mean, this duo right here, 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏, there is a reason that they have just been so consistent. They have conditioned the lobby, like we said. There was a moment during Major 2 where they were splitting height by zone 10. I don't even understand how that's possible, how you can hold height from 2 different positions, just beaming down the rest of the lobby below. No one was even looking up. I think players, though, are going to be looking up today.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, they've held height for the longest amount of time out of any duo this chapter, so I expect to see those guys up on height. And to your point, Zeke, about how their confidence goes into this, I think they feed off of that so much. I think 𝗏𝗏 has that aura about him where he wants to feel like he is the best player in this lobby. Nobody comes close. And I think the way that he talks about himself, the way he carries himself, I think really aids his gameplay. You can see that when he's walking out. He's just like, yeah, I belong here. I belong on the big stage. We've had second, first this year. This is our time. And I think that just plays into it. Some people will crumble under that pressure, but 𝗏𝗏's got so much experience now at winning. I think he believes in himself, and having that undisputed, undeniable belief in yourself is so vital when you get to this big stage.
Okay. You kind of said something that piqued my interest. We're talking about high ground, right?
Yeah.
Maybe there's people that are tuning in, they're like, okay, you've said high ground. I don't know what that means. High ground, low ground. Maybe break this down a little bit for us, because I don't know, like you guys that follow, you know, there's a lot of high ground teams. And there's only one high ground. So how can we expect that to kind of unfold, especially like if we're all looking at high ground going, okay, are you going up, I'm going up, and then we're all thinking the same thing. We're looking for that perfect time.
Well, obviously, by having the high ground, you just have such better angles, better visuals of the rest of the lobby. And there's a lot of that goes into kind of controlling high ground. Some teams take it a little too early. They use those mats. And then when they see these high ground teams kind of switch to wood builds, well, that's when teams are going to try and chop them out, try and steal high ground from them. So it's almost a little risky to take high ground a little too early because you're going to use those mats. But with it being a low mobility meta, stealing height is going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, it is. And I think that's where those underworld dashes are really going to come into play. 𝗏𝗏, get the underworld dashes, save them to the end game. I think teams that land in that sort of area can definitely take height. And as you mentioned, it's a low, no mobility meta, so a structured height take is more what I expect to see here. When we have mobility in the game, we had various different mobility across the last few seasons and chapters. You can literally just look up, say, I don't think they're too confident up there. Let's just dash our way up and we're on height. So I think now we're going to see teams like 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 that have taken height in the past, previously known as a low ground team, then sort of evolve their play style to take height when they need to. They're very structured at that. They're very very good at it. They know how to get to that front side of zone and then make sure that they can claim height. So it's not necessarily you're going to be a high ground team or a low ground team. For some of these teams, like 𝗵𝗫𝗖𝗘, they have it all.
Yeah, and speaking of teams that like to take height, 𝗧𝗧 and 𝗍𝗏. 𝗧𝗧, when he was playing with 𝗵𝗫𝗀𝗓 and 𝗵𝗫𝗀𝗓, he was taking high ground way too early, around zone 9, and then on constantly getting chopped out. But joined by 𝗍𝗏, who has reined him in just a little bit. They did such a good job during Major 3, controlling high ground, especially in day 1.
Okay, yeah. Let's circle back. 𝗧𝗧 and 𝗍𝗏. Let's take a moment, right? Let's give them a moment to kind of talk about this duo. How are they performing? You've touched on it a little bit. Can you maybe break down just a little more for me? What has 𝗍𝗏 brought to 𝗧𝗧, right? We've seen 𝗧𝗧 kind of pair up with a few different duos, and then obviously we had 𝗬𝗎𝗓 and 𝗍𝗏 for so long.
Yeah.
And then you're suddenly like, okay, wait, 𝗍𝗏, you're leaving EU to go compete on NA. You're already used to competing in EU, and now we're going to change all of that up, and you're going to go play with someone like 𝗧𝗧? Are you crazy?
It's honestly, we've already talked about it, how well paired it is. It's honestly looking almost like a trio competition where you have the IGL, you have the Fragger, and then you have the support player.
Yep.
But you just mesh IGL and Fragger together, and that's 𝗍𝗏, and 𝗧𝗧 plays the perfect support. Watching them play in Major 3 was like watching a dance. Constantly in 𝗍𝗏's shadow, 𝗧𝗧 was ready to prepare for him. And watching some of these plays that they made in the end game, where 𝗧𝗧 would shoot towards a box, the team would get distracted in one direction, and then 𝗍𝗏 would quickly rotate into the back and 1v2 them. It was so exciting to watch them play. They had their strategy down to a pat, but even when a wrench was thrown into that, they were able to evolve, they were able to adjust, and I think even though they might potentially be contested here today, I don't think that's going to throw them off their game too much.
Yeah, well, remember, Major number 3, their debut season, they were looking strong to win the entire Major.
Yeah.
I think it was the last 3 games where things didn't quite go too well for them. I think for 𝗍𝗏, he didn't have a very good start in terms of EU's performance with Tayson. He, of course, played Major 1 and Major 2 with Tayson. You imagine this is like a Titan duo. I mean, you can see on the screen right now, he is ready and raring to go. He's been in this situation before, but as I was saying, he was playing with Tayson, didn't quite work out. He's looking at other options in EU and thought, well, not really any players that sort of suit me here. This is not, I don't want to be going into Major 3 not 100% comfortable. And I think that's why we saw him move over to NA. And as I mentioned earlier, 𝗧𝗧 is just the perfect teammate. At the beginning of their sort of journey together, things were a little bit rough. Maybe it was a little bit exaggerated, but you could tell that things weren't quite on the same page. But now though, when you watch them in endgame, the way they play through these tarps, the way they're hip to hip, as you mentioned, making little strategies, little plays in endgame, it's so good to watch. And they're really exciting team in endgame. When they're playing those mid-ground layers, it's so good.
We also have to give a shout out to their coach. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has just done such a good job making sure that they are ready to go, making sure that they are focused, because they are pretty emotional players. When they start getting hyped, they are on a tear, and then once they start going down, it's a little rough for them, but they have been able to work on that, evolve from that. And personally, I saw a lot of growth from 𝗧𝗧 during Major 3, where 𝗍𝗏 was down, he was feeling out, and 𝗧𝗧 just kept building it up, saying, no, we got this, we're doing great. And 𝗍𝗏 would kind of turn around a little bit and start smiling on stream, and you know 𝗧𝗧 is locked in when he turns off his face cam and comms, and that's what we were seeing in the Cash Cup. You know that when he is starting to take away from his stream, that he is serious.
That's right. I love this breakdown from you guys. As we continue to prepare ourselves to kick off the competition, we actually wanted to check in with Adam and get his thoughts on the competition. Adam, it's crazy. I'm hyped. Are you?
I'm incredibly hyped. I mean, I've watched you guys do the walkouts. I mean, the players seem unbelievably up for this. I mean, the last couple of days, for you guys who don't know this, behind the scenes here, the players who have been in the player lounge this entire time have been obviously scrimming, getting together, competing against each other, and kind of testing the waters of what's going to be this incredible competition with 12 games over 2 days here. Personally, kind of sitting back and actually chatting to the players, it's a rare thing you get to do here at these in-person events. Obviously, you see them online all the time competing, and we kind of see their names on screen. But actually meet them in the flesh and having kind of conversations about like life in general, how things are, how they got to this place, is always really interesting to me, kind of the aspirations of kind of what they hope to achieve here in the next season and the partnerships, and you get a real sense of the energy and the kind of like the relationship that the players have in their duos as well here, which is really exciting. Also really cool, which is happens in the player lounge here, you get to meet a lot of the family around the, kind of players as well here, players from all over the world. You get to see their kind of their friends, they're kind of like their closest, who have come to embrace this amazing experience. Obviously the audience, who I love you guys already, like we've known each other for 5 minutes and you're brilliant. The energy in that room is incredible, but to actually meet the kind of people who in their personal lives as well has been really special, and something really kind of, I always like kind of love learning about backstories and stuff as well here. But actually here in the player lounge, they were here till quite late last night. Everyone was kind of grinding, kind of making the most of their time they actually have here to kind of practice ahead of what's going to be, 12 games, 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow. Don't forget as well, I'm sure that tonight after the first 6 games, there's VOD reviewing, going back, looking and seeing exactly how they can perfect their game going into that second day where things are really going to count, courtesy of the elimination points and of course those standing points as well. For now though, I'm going to hand back to you guys. I'm going to kind of remain kind of cool, fresh and calm back here. It's very quiet right now and there's lots and lots and lots for me to going to do, courtesy of some basketball and some fun stuff behind me.
Did you say basketball? I'll be right there. Actually, I'll be there in a little bit. Guys, as we continue to talk, I wanted to highlight another duo. Just throw out. I'll go ahead and say this is probably my personal favorite duo. It's Paper. It's 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝗏. I mean, come on. We saw these guys compete, and 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝗏, I feel like University's won over everyone, right? To come out, to be paired up with someone like Paper, to just kind of take him under his wing and then say like, okay, 𝗤𝗏𝗏, oh wow, you're just eliminating everything. You're going absolutely crazy. Sounds good.
You know, how I was kind of referencing them in Major 3, I was like, oh, Paper, this long-standing veteran, and 𝗤𝗏𝗏, the new blood. And then I actually look back, and 𝗤𝗏𝗏's been competing for quite a while at such a young age, and to perform at the level that he has is so impressive. And I mentioned one coach, I gotta mention another, 𝗤𝗏𝗏's dad. What an incredible coach. That little video that they released before the Global Championships, I am absolutely in love with this whole team of Paper and 𝗤𝗏𝗏. Yeah,
they're like the brotherly duo, aren't they? Even when they were doing the walkout, sort of hopping over each other.
Great.
That's so cool. I love them. I'm interested to see how they're going to do. Of course, they seem to be uncontested at the moment towards that central area of the map. Interested to see what happens there. And I was speaking to Victor the other day after their media day. I said, oh, how was the media day? Did you enjoy being on camera? He said, yeah, I was kind of a bit nervous. I was like, are you more nervous for that in the game? And he said, yeah, I'm more nervous for the media day questions and stuff than the actual game itself. So he's looking confident, feeling confident as well. And I like the dynamic that they have with each other. That helps so much, especially for someone like Victor, who is young, he's new to this sort of in-person event. It's just going to help settle the nerves so much.
Yeah, there's kind of this dialogue of how a lot of these duos, a lot of these players, when they do break up, they kind of tend to pick someone that's already been established, a veteran. And the question is, why aren't they picking these kind of young bloods? Why aren't they picking these like young WK Kings that can really evolve, especially if you have a very established IGL? And that's exactly what Paper did. He knew, he already read the strategy book, and picking a 𝗤𝗏𝗏 clearly worked out in his favor because here they are on the global stage.
Just wild. I mean, once again, we just want to continue to remind you guys just how much talent is on this stage, how many majors we've gone through, how many duos fought to the very end to try and make it here to compete on this stage. And now they're going to compete in front of all of you for a title to prove that they are the best. And now that we're kind of like mixing regions, it's not even just like, hey, which region is the best? No. It's just who's got the title and who doesn't.
I mean, I think when you talk about regions too, what's so exciting is that when these smaller regions really do pop off, we were already talking about 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and MK Papa, but I want to know who is going to be popping off today. Are we going to have one of these smaller regions really showing up the rest of NA and EU?
Yeah, I mean, for me, that was King and 𝗏𝗏𝗏. I thought these guys were going to be the best of those smaller regions. Of course, so much experience on stage. Of course, they won Major number 3 as well, so they seem to know how to play in their own region as well, as we already know. I think that was kind of a little bit of a question mark now that they might be contested by one of our teams. So they already had a really good drop spot. I'm intrigued as to how that off-spawn battle is going to go, because I don't think it's necessarily going to work in their favor at that particular middle of the map drop spot.
And speaking of other smaller regions as well, we already talked about 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. But FKS and Adapter, that one team to take away that one win from them in Major 2. So another incredible duo here that might be showing up, although they are contested as well.
Yeah, they are. They're sort of like that mini Olympus area, just the north side of that. I'm intrigued about what they're going to do there. Whether one of those teams decides if they do win off spawn, maybe they go towards that north side of that Grand Glacier area. If the fight does take a little bit longer, maybe that could be a good opportunity for them to get some Storm Surge as well. Even those static launch pads that are nearby as well, they can get up on that hill, base up a little bit as well. So they have so many different options at their disposal. And I mean, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and his teammate as well. What a duo to talk about, because I love the way that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 carries himself, right? He's one of those players that's just like, he's so cool. Like, he never shows any nerves, and you can see why. He is so good on Middle East. I believe he's got the highest amount of damage this entire chapter as well. So he is one of those players that can perform on LAN. It's all about what that off-spawn situation is going to do, because we saw it at the last Global Championships, contested in both the upper and the lower bracket, and they didn't make it to the grand final. So I'm hoping now they can hopefully fix a few of those off-spawn mistakes.
Okay, I want to circle back here. 𝗬𝗥𝗢𝗖𝗘𝗦𝗢𝗏. All right, let's talk about this guy for it. No, but yeah, you guys can cheer. It's okay. It's okay.
allowed.
Yeah, 𝗬𝗥𝗢. I mean, dude, you know, when we think about Fortnite, if you're someone who's like never heard of Fortnite at all, but someone says 𝗬𝗥𝗢, you're like, yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I know 𝗬𝗥𝗢 is, right? I want to see this guy win a global championship title. To just have like every single title imaginable, like it just would cement him forever, right? He's already regarded as like this incredible player. And when you have as many like accolades as him, like people would they would trade it all to even have like even half of those accolades.
And just how, you know, just how strictly people look at 𝗬𝗥𝗢, where if he's not getting first, then he's getting last. I don't understand how the community could ever say like, oh, 𝗬𝗥𝗢's washed, oh, he didn't win global championship.
I don't get it.
But then he gets the back-to-back wins between chapters 3 and 4, and then of course going for 3rd place in Major 1 is 7th place in Majors 3, and they did split up in Major 2, but obviously they felt some kind of synergy. They understood that this was the duo to make their ticket into the global championships.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out when they split duos. They, of course, came back together, and that's really, really difficult to do. When you're a team that has had a little bit of success before, split up, come back together, what are the vibes going to be like there, right? It's like, hang on a sec, you just dropped me, and now you're coming back to ask if we can play. So it's nice to see them still performing well. I genuinely think this is a really, really good chance of them getting a top 5, maybe even the win, depending on how the weekend goes, because their situations seem to just work out really nicely for them. I mentioned it earlier, they can go towards that east side, towards that castle. Lots of different teams, even to the north of the castle as well, that are going to be landing there. So interesting to see how they can sort of manage those early storm surge damage. And even if they do get a little bit of their loot stolen from that gas station to the south of their drop, I still don't think they're going to be in trouble. I still think this is a team that can pull it out of the bag. Much like Acorn and Cole, when it comes to the end game, they're still going to be looking stacked because they can find those eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, 𝗬𝗥𝗢, an incredible IGL, and then 𝗍𝗓 grabbing all of those eliminations as well. And the loot, like you were talking about, the loot that they walk out of that POI is absolutely ridiculous. They are stacked by Zone 2, and no one wants to face them. Although, a cute little caveat for the moments that we got to see in the Cash Cups, where he saw 𝗬𝗏𝗏, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗓 were currently in first place after game number 5 from the recent Cash Cups. But 𝗬𝗏𝗏, you know that they want that win, the win before the global championships. And so they literally left the forecast tower, the only time that Clix and Veno got that forecast tower, and wanted to chase 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗓. And 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗓 saw the token, saw that little glowing around them. They knew that that was where the coin was, and ran away. But again, it worked out in their favor because 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗓 came out on top.
Just crazy stuff, man. I am so hyped to start the competition. It is almost that time. Acorn and Cole, though, we have to mention these guys, right? We got a little taste of these duos. And I mean, we can't forget as well, Cold also walked away at EWC with a win, right alongside Ritual. So he's already got this confidence in him. You've got Acorn right there, ready to go. I mean, do we think these guys could go? Like, could they make that top 5? Could they win it all?
So, before Major 1, before they won, we asked the question, you know, as a fun little thing, who do we think is going to win the global championships? And I said Acorn and Cold way back when. I mean, after their run that they had last year, it was absolutely phenomenal. Getting 7th place in the global championships for 2023 just solidified their spot as 2 of the GOATs of Fortnite. And then they do it again, winning Major 1 once again this year. They just the way that they synergize together, the IGLing, the fragging, it is perfection.
Yeah, it is. I think it's all about that off-spawn battle for me down there at Brutal Beachhead. Andalex and 𝗏𝗏, these guys are not a bad team in any regard. I mean, they're here, so that says it all. I mean, Andalex being around the block, being a very, very experienced player over on EU. 𝗏𝗏, more of an upcoming player, and he is really, really good as well. He's one of those players that lots of people have got their eyes on as some up-and-coming talent in the EU scene. And I think this is a team that, yeah, they're probably going to try and play a little bit slower off-spawn. They're not necessarily going to try and finish the fight too quickly. As I mentioned earlier, they might try and dip on out. I'm not too sure how splittable Brutal Beachhead is, so if both teams decide to try and stay, there might be a little bit of an engagement there, but I think both teams would be more than happy to kind of just dip out.
I think you're right. I think 𝗏𝗏's going to grab a few chests and dip.
Okay, all right, I like it. We just got word. We're going to check out the Creator Lounge. We've got a little interview lined up with Blake in Somerset.
Told you guys earlier, the Creator Lounge was all about getting in contact with some of the influencers around Fortnite, and we're joined by the awesome Somerset and the awesome Blake. Thank you guys so much for joining us. First and foremost, how's the event so far?
been amazing. Meeting the fans is a surreal experience. I couldn't expect anything more.
And Blake?
It's been crazy. We walked in, we were literally getting swarmed, taking pictures for like an hour, trying to find this creator lounge. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm excited to see the event.
Blake, I gotta ask you, right? You know, you have a lot of experience playing in competitive. You've played against a lot of the players on that stage. Who are you looking at thinking, this is the best player in the tournament right now, these are the teams to beat?
I mean, obviously we got to look at 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏. You know, they won back-to-back FNCSs. They're coming off into this event looking like the favorites to win. But, you know, there's 4 teams at their POI. Another team I want to look at is 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏. But they're being surprised con by some OCE team. So we got to see how it plays out, but I'm excited.
Somerset, listen, an event of your own coming up, right? Big competition on the horizon. How are you feeling for that?
Stressed, happy, sad, I don't know, everything, mix of emotions, but, you know.
Awesome to get that insight, though, from a competitor's standpoint, because we got all those competitors out on the stage.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at the venue so far, people packing in, do you yourself even, you know, remember back when you used to play a lot and get nervous about, you know, just how many fans are there waiting for you? Like, how does the nerves factor in when you're up there on that stage?
I mean, I feel like most of these pros on this stage are experienced, and I don't think the nerves are really affecting them. And for the new timers, like the one-time land qualifiers, like they're gonna feel it game 1 dropping in. Once they land on that map, they're gonna be good. The nerves are gone, they're locked in, they're ready to win.
And obviously you both are just awesome content creators. Any content going to be coming from you guys from the event? And if so, let everybody know where you guys can, or where they can check them out.
Somerset with an O, no U, but anywhere on any social.
There you go.
Yep. We'll be doing a meet and greet in the main lobby at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. I'll be IRL streaming it at twitch.tv/Blake.
Awesome stuff there, guys. Thank you guys for joining us. And for now, we got more coming your guys' way.
Come on, coming in hot. Yeah, got it on lock. Find the fury. Come on, you gotta find the will to fight. Fight, 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 fight. Come on, you gotta face the darkest side. I'ma find you. I'ma find you. I'ma find you. I'ma find you. This right here a battle cry. Come back stronger every time. Told you I'm the warning sign. I walk through fire to the finish line. They all miss and I'm immortal. Got a hot drop right out the portal. I'ma climb up the fear that I pushed down. Better watch out, cause I'm on the way now. Cause I'm a legend when I'm in a storm. It's redemption I'm fighting for. Got a taste and it hits the core. And now I want more, more, more. Fight for glory, change the story. Better watch out, better start to worry. Fight for glory, change the story. Future's all mine when I find the fury. Fight for glory, change the story. Better watch out, better start to worry. Fight for glory, change the story. Future's all mine when I find the fury. I'm on the way up, this is my moment. Bring in the thunder, you can't control it. I'm burning brighter, my path is golden. Keep building higher, I am the chosen. I am the chosen. I am the chosen. My path is golden, keep building higher. I am the chosen. Cause I'm a legend when I'm in a storm. It's redemption I'm fighting for. Got a taste and it hits the core. And now I want more, more, more. Now I'm on top, got the world at my feet. Put that crown on my head, make you bow and defeat. I'm a champion.
Can't cut back too fast. Oh, oh, just like that. I see a dub in my future stats. Oh, I know a place you can go. The doghouse outside my massive abode. It's lovely, it's cushy, and sometimes it's cold. And watch me get this gold. Oh, I just want it all. I just want it all. Bounce, bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. Said you want it all. Bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. I can have it all if you knock me down. I'll go for the fall. I just got my goal. Bounce back. I just want it all. I just want it all. I'll keep bouncing. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back.
FNCS is the biggest tournament of the season.
100 players, 50 teams of 2, players all around the world. They all travel to one place to play on a stage in front of everyone.
One weekend, one map, last one standing wins the game, 12 games, and they crown the champion. That's how I'd explain it.
No other game's doing it like Fortnite. The esports here is crazy.
So the most consistent duo this year,
I mean, it's obvious.
Best duo in the world right now. I mean, placements speak for themselves.
They got second, major 1, First Major 2, first Major 3.
And they won like a lot of dual cash clips, so.
Well, the first season in general, they were dominating.
Now they're looking really strong.
I don't think anyone put them that crazy.
Like 100% the most dominating team of everyone.
I mean, there's no one else more consistent than us, I would say.
I'm not sure that it will surprise anyone, but I'm pretty sure that Kami and Ciao will do good, as they always do on LANs.
They kind of just have everything scripted. They have the entire game scripted and how they're going to play it.
They're always just one step ahead of everybody.
I'll say 𝗍𝗥𝗢𝗖𝗓𝗖𝗔𝗟 Mars impressed me with their performance. We just stopped playing with them last season to play with Venno, and I was really hoping he quals for Globalist. So them getting, I think, 7th, it was impressive for me.
And then another team which is like also pretty underrated still is Batman Boog and Rapid.
I think they're also kind of underrated.
I just think they match really well together and like they know how to play the meta. They're good like fighters and all that.
Rapid's a super smart guy. They've been doing really well these last 2 seasons, and they've kind of proven to everyone they're like as good as the rest of us.
They're on a come up this year. They're doing good. I think they can sneak in a top 3 here if they play their best.
So one person that I've been watching to like that I would really love to incorporate some of their game into my own is Cedi and Cami as a duo. Actually, every single LAN they come to, they come from more prepared than anyone. They have more strats up their sleeve.
They just create new strategy and new metas on their own. Basically, everyone watches their games to see like what they're doing, and then they can learn from what they do to implement it into their own game.
I say probably Acorn and Cold. I think Acorn, he has a really good understanding of the play style that I try to play as well. I think we both kind of do the same thing.
I want to see how he thinks about some situations.
And then Cold, I mean, he's just a good fighter.
If I want to do good that's not us, probably be 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Cooper. Good friends with them, and I think they have a really big shot.
I think 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏𝗏, because 𝗬𝗏𝗏 can play with his duo. Also last year he couldn't play on LAN. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 because it's my friends. I hope 𝗬𝗏𝗏 does good as well. Like he deserves it.
I think he also deserves to play a good tournament here.
I want Clay to get a top 3 for the first time in his career.
I would want the Middle East teams to do good.
Yeah, for me it's probably Reason with Janus, Pixie, like all the Germans basically.
Honestly, all the OC boys, I hope they do good.
100%, all my friends, you know, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, Paper. I've been helping them out on the side, just trying to see them do good. You know, when I thrive, all my boys to thrive too type thing, so that's just how it be.
Come on, coming in hot. Yeah, got it on lock. Find the fury. Come on, you gotta find the will to fight. Fight, 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 fight. Come on, you gotta face the darkest side. I'ma find you. I'ma find you. I'ma find you. I'ma find you. This right here a battle cry. Come back stronger every time. Told you I'm the warning sign. I walk through fire to the finish line. They all missing, I'm immortal. Got a hot drop right out the portal. I'ma climb up the fear that I pushed down. Better watch out, cause I'm on the way now. Cause I'm a legend when I'm in a storm. It's redemption that I'm fighting for. Got a taste and it hits the core. And now I want more, more, more. Fight for glory, change the story. Better watch out, better start to worry. Fight for glory, change the story. Future's all mine when I find the fury. Fight for glory, change the story. Better watch out, better start to worry. Fight for glory, change the story. Future's all mine when I find the fury. I'm on the way up, this is my moment. Bring in the thunder, you can't control it. I'm burning brighter, my path is golden. Keep building higher, I am the chosen. I am the chosen. I am the chosen. My path is golden, keep building higher. I am the chosen. Cause I'm a legend when I'm in a storm. It's redemption that I'm fighting for. Got a taste and it hits the core. And now I want more, more, more. Now I'm on top, got the world at my feet. Put that crown on my head, make you bow in defeat. I'm a champion, I've arrived, I don't stop running back again. Running back again. Now you feel the force of the beast. From the north to the south to the east to the west. I'm the best, I'm the best. I can feel the fury, put this dog on a leash. Feel the fire on my breath, hear the grind in my teeth. I'm an outlaw, put a target on my back. You can aim for, aim for. You can watch me fly above the rest. Sky high, hear me banging on my chest. I'ma find you. I'ma find you. Fight for glory, change the story. Better watch out, better start to worry. Fight for glory, change the story. Future's all mine when I find the fury. Fight for glory, change the story. Better watch out, better start to worry. Fight for glory, change the story. Future's all mine when I find the fury. back for my city. Not really, just kidding. 90 times they taken from me. This one right here's only for me. My power should rise, you live in an eye. Bet you bet on my odds. If I had to fly, sides dissolve the minute I got on my bed. Don't need 2 cents or your consent to give it 100%. Cause I'm a beast to lower your head. I rise, I ascend. Say you want it all, if you want it all. Make a move, don't stop and wonder. Gotta take it out, cause I want it all. Don't stumble, I'll keep bouncing back. Take a step, cause I've been bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. It's just a mission. I do them in my sleep, no commission. I like a side quest, love opposition. With surgical precision, they make losing their tradition. Yeah, they talk, but what they say to me. I'm chewing it all, spitting my jaw, the way that I hurt you to think. I'm building a wall, 90s tall between you and me. I'm out of space, you're out of peace. It's a different game when I'm out of your league. Say you want it all, if you want it all. Make a move, don't stop and wonder. Gotta take it out, cause I want it all. Don't stumble, I'll keep bouncing back. Take your cap, take your step, take a step, cause I've been back. Oh, just like that. I beat you in, crank up back to back. Oh, just like that. I see a dub in my future stats. Oh, I know a place you can go. The doghouse outside my massive abode. It's lovely, it's cushy, and sometimes it's cold. Now sit and watch me get this gold. Oh, I want it all. I bounce back. I just want it all. I just want it all. I'm gon' bounce. I'm gon' bounce back. Said you want it all. But you want it all. Said you want it all. Bounce back. Said you want it all. But you want it all. I can have it all. If you knock me down, I'll go for the fall. I'll just step back up. I'll bounce back.
If you miss, you gon' regret it. Before you crawl, know I'm running it all. I'm built up like a pharaoh, now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body, need to know you better ask somebody. Already, I consume the patty, it's plenty. I leave a penny for thoughts about how I'm living. Ay, turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. It's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go, harder than adios. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. Me off the top, no way. I came and called my name. I gave my life into my place, earned everything that I claimed. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-3-4, spread ass on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up where you supposed to go. Posted on the low, can't lose it, find the go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. I get it, they love my whole aesthetic. Fake ops don't listen, told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Can't reach me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the goat don't wear a saddle. Cool riders off my body, cut them off, they acting sloppy. Already, I consume the petty. The vision's 2020, believe your eyes are winning. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, forget it, the crown you want is fitted. Take shots, don't miss it. If you miss, you gon' regret it. Before you crawl, know I'm running it all. I'm built up like a pharaoh, now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body, need to know you better ask somebody. Already, I consume the patty, it's plenty. I leave a penny for thoughts about how I'm living. Hey, turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, it's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go harder than adios. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, me off the top, no way. I came and called my name. I gave my life into my place, earned everything that I claimed. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-3-4, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose and find a go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, I get it, they love my whole steady. They got so listen, told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Can't reach me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the goat don't wear a saddle. Go riders off my body, cut them off, they acting sloppy. Already, I consume the petty. The vision's 2020, but Leo, I Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, forget it. The crown you want is fitted. Take shots, don't miss it. If you miss, you gon' regret it. Before you crawl, know I'm running it all. I'm built up like a pharaoh. Now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body. Need to know you better ask somebody. Already, I consume the patty. It's plenty. I leave a penny for thoughts about how I'm living. Ay, turn up the track, going deep. I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, it's a rap. Got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go harder than audio. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, me off the top, no way. I came and called my name. I gave my life into my place, earned everything that I claimed. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-3-4, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose and find the go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, I get it, they love my whole aesthetic. 𝗍𝗏𝗢 don't listen, told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Can't reach me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the goat don't wear a saddle. Go riders off my body, cut them off, they acting sloppy. Already, I consume the petty. The vision's 2020, but Leo, I Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, forget it, the crown you want is fitted. Take shots, don't miss it. If you miss, you gon' regret it. Before you crawl, know I'm running it all. I'm built up like a pharaoh, now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body, need to know you better ask somebody. Already, I consume the petty, it's plenty. I leave a penny for thoughts about how I'm living. Ay, turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, it's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go harder than audio. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, me off the top, no way. I came and called my name. I gave my life into my place, earned everything that I claimed. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-3-4, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up, where you supposed to go. Post it on the low, can't lose and find a go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, I get it, they love my whole aesthetic. 𝗍𝗏𝗖 don't listen, told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Can't reach me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the goat don't wear a saddle. Go riders off my body, cut them off, they acting sloppy. Already, I consume the petty. The vision's 2020, but Leo Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, forget it. The crown you want is fitted. Take shots, don't miss it. If you miss, you gon' regret it. Before you crawl, know I'm running it all. I'm built up like a pharaoh. Now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body. Need to know you better ask somebody. Already, I consume the petty. It's plenty. I leave a penny for thoughts about how I'm living. Ay, turn up the track, going deep. I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, it's a rap. Got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go harder than audio. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, me off the top, no way. I came and called my name. I gave my life into my place, earned everything that I claimed. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-3-4, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose if I'm to go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, I get it, they love my whole steady. 𝗲𝗏𝗢 so listen, told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Can't reach me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the goat don't wear a saddle. Go riders off my body, cut them off, they yak and sloppy. Already, I consume the petty. The vision's 2020, believe your eyes are winning. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, it's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go harder than audio. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No.
What is going on, everybody? Thank you so much for your patience. We really do appreciate it. after some technical difficulties, appeared on stage. We resolved those issues, and now we'll be working to get our players back on stage and get into the action. So we look forward to seeing that with you. At the end of the day, we're here to see some Fortnite, and that's what we're going to see. As we prepare, though, as the players start to come in and whatnot, we're going to take a couple moments just to highlight just a few duos. Wanted to highlight here 𝗲𝗏 and 𝗏𝗘𝗚, a duo that we are very excited to see compete here on stage. There's some 𝗲𝗏 fans out there.
Yeah.
A lot of them. Yeah, that's the joke. There's a lot of me included.
I mean, there's a reason to like 𝗲𝗏, and when you look at the run that they've had this year, getting 7th, 4th, and 5th from Majors 1, 2, and 3 respectively. I mean, it's crazy talking about the consistency that all these duos have brought here today, and to see them being competing together. I am so excited to watch 𝗲𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗘.
Yeah, really interested to see how these guys can do. Of course, they're landing at the Doom's Castle towards the northeast side of the map. They have a couple of teams there as well, so they're not going to be uncontested there. But this is a team throughout the whole year have performed really well. As you mentioned it, Kelly, they had a really nice year with a 7th, 4th, and a 6th. Really, really consistent placements. And they're able just to find really solid games when it matters. They're able to get into that situation of endgame, finding eliminations. It just seems like whenever you look at the leaderboard at the end of a tournament, it's like, oh yeah, 𝗲𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗘, they're in 5th. How did they get there? We haven't really seen too much of them, but they sneak their way up, and I hope they can do that this weekend.
And you talk about them being contested, although the north side of Doom Castle, they're not necessarily contested.
Yep.
They kind of have that north side to themselves. They're going to have that siphon coin to themselves. They do have 2 sets of duos that are contesting to the south and to the north, which honestly sounds like the perfect storm for them to third-party these other duos, especially that duo that's landing north of them, which there isn't much to go for there.
Yeah.
I can imagine 𝗲𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗘 focusing that duo to get some of those Storm Surge tags.
Yeah, and I mentioned it earlier as well, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 coming in from that west side, they could have to deal with that situation as well. I mean, that drop spot is such a big drop spot, so many different little nooks and crannies where you can sort of hide and try and sneak around. I think we expect to see a little bit more of elongated fights happening there from teams that are coming on in, and I love that. I mean, this is the star of the show right here. This 𝗏𝗏𝗏, we've been looking at him. I love it. I love it. He's been doing some emotes randomly. I don't know if he's doing it for anyone or he just naturally does them. He's just pulling out emotes.
He's doing it for everyone.
He's doing it for everyone in the arena
right now. This 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is giving us all the energy we have, and hopefully the energy to the players as well. As you can see, they are starting to come back into the stage, get onto their setups, and as we get ready to get into game number 1.
That's right. We are just so thankful for you guys, the fans. We really do appreciate your patience. We are sorry about that, but we'll be getting back into game very, very shortly. I wanted to also talk about 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. When the players came out and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 came out, the arena went kind of crazy, and it's a little unexpected because I don't want to say like, hey, there's duos here that don't have fans. It's just like sometimes the arena will be like, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 are like, rah! I'm like, yo, you guys are, what's going on? I'm down.
I mean, they've had this interesting dialogue all year long where they're like, oh, who's the underdog? A lot of people ask. And a lot of people say 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, but again, they aren't necessarily underdogs. In Major 2, they got 6th place. In Major 3, they got 8th place. And similar to what we saw from Batman, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and Rapid, they got 8th place by only playing 11 out of 12 games. Who knows where they would have been if they had all 12 games?
I remember last year Globals as well, Bryson Chubbs, they were a team that took us by surprise.
Right.
They did so well. I think they won a couple of games as well on the Grand Finals day. It was one of those where it's like, where did these guys come from? But that's what this global championship stage can do. It can put you on a little pedestal. It can be like, look at me, I am a professional, and I'm a very good professional player at that. And I think that's what I look at when I'm looking at this duo. This is a duo that have that experience of doing well, Bryce in particular. So I'm intrigued as to what they can do, particularly with their drop spot now. They're wanting that forecast tower. We broke it down earlier on. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 are trying to not let them have it, but they're more landing towards the forecast tower. So what we've seen some teams like basing up on that hill, trying to stop 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 trying to come over. I'm intrigued because we haven't seen 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 have too many problems going for that. So I'm intrigued as to what they're going to bring.
Yeah, it's a dumping house and split, and they kind of have this little lake where there's a crash plane. They get tons of metal from it, and then they get to go to that quick rotation over to the forecast tower. Honestly, it's a bit of an underrated split, and I understand why Bryce and Bolts have been there all year long.
That's what we need, right? Is another fight for another forecast tower. The observers are going to just be in just a handful of spots across the map. Is there a forecast tower? Yes. We're going to go hang out there. Another duo here to highlight is Janus. It's 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, another EU duo. And of course, I mean, Janus. I mean, come on. Fans of Fortnite, if you've watched, you've been following, you know this guy's incredible.
I mean, going all the way back to 2020, winning the solo invitational of Janus. And then 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏
Yeah, really, really great. I mean, that was a duo where we were like another one of those teams where these guys just came out of nowhere. It seemed like they'd been performing well going up to that, but now 𝗲𝗂𝗖𝗓 was one of those players that was kind of a hot commodity, if you like, going into this last major of the chapter, because he was performing very, very well. So many different players and so many different players in EU, very veteran players as well. We're looking at 𝗲𝗂𝗖𝗓 and thinking this could be potentially a good duo partner for me, an up-and-coming player, picked up now, of course, by Janus. Uncontested red line rig. Interested to see what they can do. I think this is another team where, yes, it says they're uncontested. If you're one of those teams, 𝗂𝗂𝗓 and Aspect, for example, maybe they might look to land on them. But the experience of Janus and, of course, 𝗲𝗂𝗖𝗓 being such an important player within this duo, they performed very, very well in Major number 3 where they got 8. So I'm interested to see what they can bring here.
You bring up the fact that, like, you know, they kind of look out and go, hey, this is an opportunity. But that was kind of what this year of Fortnite was, right? Yeah. So much of the landscape changed after Global Championships last year, right? It was kind of like, yeah, we're kind of going back to LAN, we're kind of doing things. But once we got there, it was like, okay, this is different, right? Like, now that we're here, next year has to be different. And so many of these duos just looked across the board and were like, maybe I should pick up that duo, I should pick up this duo. Like, it's been a crazy year.
I mean, I always say that there is only one thing you can predict in Fortnite, is that it is unpredictable, regardless of if that's the map changing, the meta changing, duos literally changing between qualifiers and semifinals. We really don't know what's going to happen until the games start.
And what I love about these global events is no matter what happened in all the majors, you know, as you mentioned, different metas, different teammates potentially, it all doesn't really matter, because this is where it all goes down. These next 12 games are going to be absolutely electric, and I can't wait to get into it.
That's right. We've got another duo here to talk about 𝗵𝗡𝗚𝗚 and 𝗦𝗏s. I mean, you kind of highlighted them at the start of the show there, 𝗦𝗏s being one of the first duos to kind of win in multiple regions, and 𝗵𝗡𝗚𝗚, I mean, when we had NA West, when it was NA West and NA East, he just couldn't stop winning. He didn't know how to, like, stop winning.
Yeah, it's funny because I was literally just talking about how duos will split up between qualifiers and semifinals, and I literally was referencing 𝗦𝗏s and 𝗵𝗡𝗚𝗚 right there. They actually had different duos getting into the qualifiers, and then once we hit the semifinals, because both of them did qualify, they were able to switch duos because there was a little caveat in the rules there, and obviously it worked out well in their favor, finally punching their ticket into the Global Championships. And beyond 𝗵𝗡𝗚𝗚 being, you know, the 5X, however many X's he has in his name, regardless of the back-to-back-to-back, regardless of the Gamers 8, looking back all the way to the World Cup where he got 3rd place, he has been doing it for so long. And then, of course, 𝗦𝗏s, the powerhouse from OCE, now representing North America. This is definitely a duo to look out for.
I love watching 𝗦𝗏s play. He's such an impressive player to watch. Some of the things that he can do, the mechanical ability of 𝗦𝗏s is second to none. And I was speaking to him the other day in the hotel. I was saying, you know, are you feeling confident? How's things with 𝗵𝗡𝗚𝗚? He said, yeah, I'm absolutely confident in 𝗵𝗡𝗚𝗚. It's all about me. Can I make sure that I'm going to play my best game? He's a little bit nervous that he might get awareness checked, but he said, if I don't get awareness checked, if I'm playing my game to the level I know I can play it at, I think he's feeling like he's going to be successful, and there's no reason why not.
I love that. Self-reflection, though. A lot of the times, these players will kind of look to outside sources as to what's going wrong. Oh, well, it was this duo that focused us. Oh, it was Greece over here. But players that can look inwardly and understand where they could have gone better, not necessarily what went wrong, but what they could have done differently, that's what makes or breaks these champions.
Yeah, that's a mark of maturity, right? For someone like 𝗦𝗏s, again, like you said, to win multiple times, that's how he got that far, right? To be able to stop and go, okay, now what could have I done better? Because it's very easy to point fingers and go, yeah, well, my duo or this thing or this pod of POY or this thing got removed or whatever. But to stop and go, no, what can I do to really minimize that, like, almost RNG we experience?
Yeah, and there is definitely a level of RNG. Obviously, the most notorious is where is that zone going to pull? And if we have some teams landing on the south and the zone pulls to the north, well, how are we going to be able to handle that? What rotations are we going to be prioritizing? What teams can we potentially face against? Being able to it's what these Fortnite players are able to do with how much goes into it is honestly uncomparable even to some of the other bigger esports out there.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, you mentioned the zones, particularly now in the low to no mobility meta, particularly that sort of 8 zone, those later stage zones, maybe not in endgame, but it's those rotations where you have a maximum pole zone. It's those teams that have the forecast tower. It's those teams that have got their storm surge early. It's those teams that aren't trying to fight on the rotates. They're the teams that are going to try and put themselves in the best position and find the most success, but it's so difficult to do. It's so easy. It's so much easier said than done. Just be like, oh yeah, just go front side, go around teams, don't get shot, don't go into another team, don't box fight. But it's so difficult to do in practice because there's so many different things going on in your head. Oh, we need a bit of damage. Let's hop in there. Maybe that's not the best decision to make. So the low mobility meta really shakes things up. And I'm interested to see how the players can see how they do the affection of that, I should say.
Yeah, I love that balance, right? Kind of striking, okay, we're starting the game, let's say we're uncontested, great. We know we have to hit 555 materials, right? Wood, brick, metal.
Yeah.
We have to go and we have to get our loot. What weapons are we doing? What's our surge strategy? Now it's zone 1. We got to start getting in position. We are low on surge. Surge is on. What tags are we getting? Oh no, someone's boxing on us. It's all just so dynamic moment to moment.
And what's been so exciting with this season is that usually when we see loadouts from major to major, it's the same weapons in everyone's loadout.
Yep.
But this major, between the shotguns that we have, the ARs that we have, the pistols as well.
Yes.
There's a lot of variety, actually.
Yeah, there is lots of different loadouts. He spoke about 𝗂𝗧 earlier on with that Monarch pistol, expecting some big damage coming out of him this weekend. There's just so many different varieties. Even the new shotguns, of course, you mentioned. Lots of different ways that teams can not have necessarily just one best shotgun, not one best assault rifle. Lots of ways to express yourself in the game. Are you more of a close box-to-box player? Do you like to play a little bit further away when you're taking fights? And that's what I'm interested to see a lot of our teams doing. How can they show their identity this weekend, applying themselves in the new strategy and the new season?
Do you guys feel that, like, in that moment to moment, right? So let's say we're going to have this surge strategy. We're going to need this loadout. Does that change moment to moment? Does that change zone to zone?
Yes, 100%. Obviously, you need those long-range tags. You're going to go for the ARs, having to get those storm surge tags, of course. But once you get closer, once you get to the end game, you're going to go fighting box to box. You want to make sure that you have your favorite shotgun. And really, depending on the player, you might see Sovereign, you might see the Gatekeeper, or you might see that hammer pump.
Yeah, or even those dual-wield SMGs. Those things are absolutely crazy. I think a lot of teams, a lot of players will be looking to pick those up towards the later stage of the game. When everyone's a little bit closer, you don't necessarily need that range of the assault rifles, of course. It seems like the burst is the most common one for the players that are trying to get the storm surge tags. It's not quite as good in box, so expect to see a lot of teams trying to switch that up going into the late game.
Is there maybe a weapon or two, or an item, or anything that, you know, if these off-spawn situations don't happen, oh, you know what? Oh, guys, I'm getting word. I'm getting word. It is that time. Once again, from the bottom of our hearts, we are so thankful for your patience. That's right. It's game time. Let's send it up to our casters for game number 1. When you see us, we want to see W's because we're ready. It looks like the game is just about to kick off here. Let's jump into match number 1. All right, Fort Worth, here we have it. We are kicking things off here at the FNCS Global Championships. And of course, we know what is in store for us.
Already getting a close-up pay-per-view of what's taking place here with 𝗬𝗎𝗄 and Thomas. And you have to keep in mind, Duke's Sphinx not too far from this location here at Research Rock. Brawler's Battleground, I think, providing a decent opportunity for a little bit of early clashing, potentially.
We'll talk about those early clashes. We already know what's going to happen here. It's 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 versus the Power Alex, the Power Worthy. First tags are going to go to Carmine Corpse 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, though.
Yeah, that was a big shot implemented there by 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. It's going to provide a lot of pressure as well, just enough for him to be able to group with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. They've already found a Flowberry Fizz. They're getting the shield online. Worthy and Alex know that they've got to be fast on these Avengers chests.
Yeah, and this is not the only contested team, right? There are going to be other fights happening here. Play close attention to what's going to go down, though. Power Alex and Worthy do have a little bit of a disadvantage here, playing the low ground as the standoff starts to develop. Meanwhile, a quad contested drop spot for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, who have control of their side, where Trashy and Threat seem to be in a little bit of a head-to-head.
Well, hold that thought, though, because for a moment it seemed as if we were going to, potentially be dealing with Kazian Aspect here, but I don't see them anywhere in sight, NVF. I think right now, 𝗬𝗎𝗍, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're just trying to do what they can to prevent themselves from being the victims of Trashy and Threats currently, but also keep in mind what 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was saying earlier on. That bot is always going to be ours. Emma Frost's medallion and that mythic striker burst, that's everything that they're after, and he's already collected it.
Wow, so 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 already off to a great start here. Clearly, they have the advantage. Clearly, they even have the respect of the teams landing here not to step center foot into their location.
It's only a matter of time, though. As soon as that 𝗲𝗏𝗡𝗖𝗔 actually procs, there's going to be 15 seconds that 𝗦𝗧𝗢𝗏𝗏𝗡, 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏, Threats, Trashy, they're all going to be marked here at the raft. So escaping might not be the solution. They're going to have to fight their way out of this.
We've seen the interviews. We've seen, Trashy and Threat's perspective on this. They already know that they're going to have a problem with 𝗦𝗧𝗢𝗏𝗡 and 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗡, and that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗡 and 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗡 will just be waiting for their opportunity as the time continues to tick on. You can see they're doing just that, ready to possibly pounce here in the coming moments. But 𝗍𝗏 and 𝗏𝗧𝗏, y'all, are here, and they are indeed contested.
The moment these names lit up on screen, you can just hear the crowd going crazy. I mean, a clear fan favorite for good reason. And I think the most incredible part about it is just listening to 𝗏𝗧𝗏 talk about the fact, hey, we just found out a couple days ago, yeah, we are going to be contested. But for 𝗍𝗏 and Resigns, you have to also factor in, this is familiarity for them. Sandy Steps has been their home as well.
Yeah, and this is a lot of respect coming from both sides. 𝗏𝗧𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏, of course, just feeling out the playing field right now, playing the outskirts, meaning that no team can, rotate from behind them, whereas Resigns and 𝗍𝗏 are content with their side of the map. But Middle Eastern teams are on the set here. 𝗲𝗏 and Cow Gamer now up against the likes of CZB and Nathan, who's underneath them.
And CZB and Nathan, I think, definitely one of those teams that I think a lot of people would view as that potential underdog story. But the interesting aspect is knowing that they are going to be contested here at Grand Glacier. And what we're seeing a lot of right now, MDF, players that are just having these small, mild interruptions to their traditional loot paths, and what kind of dominoes effect that might have after the fact.
And also, just look at how many players are alive. This is about as intense as it can get when there's this much money on the line, when you have this much time, right, to wait, sit, contemplate your strategy. What are you going to do when the call comes? You have to answer it. Chap and Teeny here pushing the pressure, pushing the conversation right now. 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏's not looking good for him. He's going to be the first to fall, and that's one NA team down.
Bit of a tragic start there for Rise and 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏's, but their downfall is Teeny and Chap's uprising. Bound to be super happy with the elimination damage they did just secured there. Surge tags are always going to be so crucial. And in a lobby like this, MDF, we know that we have so many heavy power hitter teams. That's going to be insane to think about. You have to connect on every single shot.
Well, here's someone who's going to do just that. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 doing an excellent job holding his high ground. He's got the angle down on the teams there in the distance. I saw Gone and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 as well, still at Mount Olympus. We know that they have that drop spot, not for free, but again, that southern side is theirs at the moment. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 are going to be happy with these tags, right? This is the bigger picture of hyper-competitive Fortnite. It just doesn't get more difficult than this. Clearly, we have a lot to talk about when it comes down to Cammy and Seti. This is a team that is a favorite and a favorite for a reason, as is 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, some of Europe's strongest coming up, and I dare to say part of the new era.
Sparks already starting to fly, though. 𝗍𝗏𝗏 trying to see if he can get an overhead view onto Virgo and Shadow. A little bit of a wraparound. Virgo now trying to see if he can switch, but Shadow, he's left too exposed. 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they take the opportunity. They try to collapse. A nice connection, but at the same time, Shadow still standing. Virgo knows it's time to bail. And they're going to force themselves into a disengage, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, he's not interested in that. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 wants more.
Oh, yeah, this is a storybook kind of conversation right here. This is something that we expect it to happen. If you're going to go up against the likes of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's and 𝗍𝗏's pathing, you just have to get out of the way or get ran down. And Virgo and Shadow are going to be another NA team to fall here to the hands of a European juggernaut. And, this is, again, I have an inkling just to start for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. and 𝗍𝗏.
Hey, there's a big reason why these guys have Reckless Railways uncontested. You do not want to have to deal with some of those up-close and personal box fights early on, but Paper, Victor, V, they've also found themselves in a little bit of skirmish here. Clone, alongside 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, trying to make sure, but they've got to be careful. Look at the stealth opportunity here. Gone and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, absolute ninjas.
They're getting really close here. A lot of danger lurking nearby, and Brazil, of course, known for what they're capable of when it comes down to jumping in and playing aggressive, and they do just that. But no, the ambush was unsuccessful. Paper, oh, so close, escapes by the skin of his teeth. Talking about Brazilian teams sneaking up. It's Persa and Ed also on the prowl right now.
Everybody just crouch walking up to all of the commotion that this box fight is bringing just outside northwest side of Mount Olympus here. And the most important aspect though, 𝗏𝗏, you gotta respect that 180 turnaround, throws up the middle wall, makes sure to protect himself. But 𝗏𝗏, they've now found an opening, but it's gonna be cut short. 𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏, all these teams starting to congest here, and a surge base on top to boot.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Person Ed are recognizing we have to get in a fight. Like, whether we want to or not, Storm Surge is going to become an issue. And if you're unfamiliar what that means, when there's a certain amount of players alive, the game is going to force you to fight other teams. Damage will start to rain in the visual of lightning bolts and take you out the game if you're not being active.
The real thorn in the side right now, though, for 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 is it's evident that they want to get inside of that bunker. Clone and 𝗏𝗏, though, they are doing everything in their power to prevent anyone else. They might find themselves trapped at the bottom of it for a time being, though, because keep in mind, teams do like to hold whenever they find duos inside of that bunker.
Quante and Gone also setting up, looking back inwards, trying to see what's going to happen here. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 really wearing the results of this drawn-out fight on their loadout right here. You can see ammunition starting to run low, builds even shorter than that. It's only going to be a matter of time before this starts to go super south, so if 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 can't step up and finish this fight soon, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, but at this point, they have to find closure. There's no opportunity to retreat. You are all in at this stage. They've invested too much time, and they know that they need more surge tag damage as well. Clone, 𝗏𝗏, more than content to sit this one out, though, because the weapon bunker is sounding, and they're going to have the advantage once it opens.
Yeah, if they get to jump down there first and, of course, secure the goods, there's going to be a lot of loot that's going to be given out to Clone here shortly, but 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 don't want that to happen. You can see how much more urgency, right, is put behind these shots now as they're trying to push in.
Clone, 𝗏𝗏, the opening has arrived here, but 𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏, they're still, I don't want to call it hesitant, but definitely wary of what awaits them when they try to catch Clone and 𝗏𝗏 exiting that bunker. 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏, though, they've encountered some early difficulties here, it seems like, at Restored Reels. Last we checked in, they were getting a couple of decent tags onto Alex and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, but now, knowing that 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 is in that solo position, it's going to be tough to make his way towards a reboot van with this much traffic around him.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Look at Kanata and Cooper, though, on the move right now, trying to continue to find their way not only to the new zone, but play for this high ground, right? Looking for tags off in the distance, and very different strategy for Kanata and Cooper, where we see a lot of those other duos looking to get box-to-box fight, you know, very close quarter. They're keeping their distance almost exclusively now from other duos and other paths of duos.
But I really love this positional check, though, from Kanata and Cooper, because they've taken over a hill just northwest of Restored Reels, and they know all those duos that are far west on the map, far north, they're going to have to rotate through Cooper and Kanata. Kanata is notorious for setting up surge bases in positions where you have ample opportunity to deal some damage to other teams.
Oh, look at this. This is the clash we all expected. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 versus Oceania's Damo there, who just rotated by. They're going to be the first to get a couple of tags and start to get the lead here. You have to be really careful. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 are going to recognize that if they stay in the storm, what's going to happen, those other teams are going to have strong positions to give them even more of a problem later. But it seems like they want to continue to press the action here.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, though, kind of could get caught in the mix here. Not sure if 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 have spotted him out just yet, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, the moment that he tries to break through, that's when 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 sees small opportunity to try and bounce in here. But again, NVF, this is getting a little bit more drawn out than maybe what 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 were after.
Yeah, because 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 were still here. They thought it was just a solo, but now they walk into almost a spider's web here. 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 do have heals as well, so they can kind of sustain themselves for quite some time, but I'm not sure how much 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has to work with. Meanwhile, the GOATs of the region, the kings of EU, the most consistent duo in the world when it comes to LAN performances in the recent years, are here.
Every view we pan over, it's like sharks in the water currently. The fact that Cammy and Seti have now decided to just stroll on over so casually, but they recognize there's no real openings for us to chase this one just yet. let's prioritize our positioning and set because they can always set up to intervene. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 trying to do what he can to escape, but Veno's gonna shut that one down in no time. His first elimination goes to 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏
and that's going to set themselves off in the right pace here. Still, pay attention on the other side. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Cooper, completely opposite situation now. As we talked about them keeping their distance, Visual and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 are going to step up to the plate. Let's see if they can hit this swing at bat, but nothing just yet.
Something important to consider, though, Visuals and 𝗏𝗏𝗏s, this is our duo that came in at the final hour. Just last night, they discovered that they were going to be participating on the global stage. What's their prep time look like in comparison to everyone else? But more importantly still, 𝗏𝗏𝗏s, he's trying to make sure that he brings the fight to Cooper and 𝗏𝗏𝗏. They're not willing to fold. A couple of armored walls already expended from both sides as well. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's still able to find the shots that matter, though. And him and Cooper doing a decent job at just trying to forcibly create space.
And this is not just any backup duo here. This is a team that is very much tenured and familiar with one another. They, in fact, have duoed with each other throughout the year. So, again, not your regular backup team. This is a very, very scary team to be fighting right now. And a huge opportunity like this is not going to be taken for granted. And you can see the fact that they forced these great players to use their armored walls tells a lot. Let's jump in with 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 here, though, as the Storm Surge is effectively active now. Great place to be rotating through here at the Grim Gate, but I'm not too sure, even after being picked up, if 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is going to have a chance to really get back into the swing of things, as the Rift Island's already gone up, and we already know who's playing for it.
𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 did not even wait a moment's notice. As soon as the Rift Island spawned in, these two were prepped and ready to go. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 already taking advantage, putting some pressure onto teams that are just trying to rotate at the bottom of Rift Island. You know, teams like to try and utilize some of those rifts along the bottom, but again, when you have a team like 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and they're not the only ones lurking either, Trashy and Threats as well, making their presence known. But keep in mind, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, they've got that reveal medallion.
Yeah, they're going to be able to scout them out in just a couple of moments here. So Trashy and Threats will have a big, big problem here. The hold up, King and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 talk about problems, are pushing down into the EU duo. Now, there's something that we know about King, is that he's not someone you want to face in a box fight. What he's managed to do all throughout this week is instill fear into every duo. He has challenged players in the practice rooms back-to-back and has been the most successful.
But the way that you're mentioning that, it's all about the solos, and this is a duos game here, MDF. King trying to see if he can get a little bit of revenge damage onto Reason or 𝗏𝗏𝗏, but currently, Germans, they're the ones holding height, and King, he's going to have to start burning through some of these small shield potions, and the real issue is once those shields crack, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, Reason, more than close enough to hear it, but they also need the damage, so the key is inevitable.
Yeah, both sides are extremely aware that this is a fight for Surge right now, and should King's team get a tag, the Surge is going to flip. They are the team quite literally above them, and it doesn't really get much closer than this, and this is the most opportunistic time for King to take down a duo here. But Reason, there it is. Opportunities start to shift here. Reason and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 now. Pressure starts to loom on them.
Craziest part to think about too is that they've still got to watch their backs, because Rift Island just lurking in the distance, slightly higher elevation than themselves. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, they were definitely trying to see if they could track down anybody for some additional tags, knocks, elims, ideally, but one of these teams has got to get a go on here, MDF. They can't afford to just sit idle. It's either fight or get eliminated.
Here it comes. I'm seeing two shots coming from both sides. Reason goes for it first. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 on the other side doing an excellent job, but a trade comes out. King's weak, and he's going to be the first to fall. Reason and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 come out on top, and even then, it's just enough to stay alive for now.
Crazy, though, when you think about how many teams are getting caught inside of these box fights, inside of the Storm itself. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're just on a recovery tour currently, and it's incredible to think that they're still 156 above that damage threshold, despite that hiccup of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 having to make the reboot van play in the first place. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, though, they seem like they're primed and interested, potentially, but instead it's just going to be heading to the top of Rift Island. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 might get face, though. He wants more damage.
Little does he know, though,
There is Trashy and Threats up here. Team Xset right now still lurking nearby. I'm very curious as to why they haven't gone yet. And we might just find out here soon if they end up opening the box and taking fire. But no, 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 takes flight first. And he's going to get pretty far off. Will it be enough,
no
Taco?
way.
It's not looking like the math is going to math here. As 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 is going to be the first to fall. He tries to get as far as possible. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 will have to land on him and save him now.
The problem, though, is that we're looking at 2 tick zones currently, Monster. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, he can try his best effort, but I fear he might meet a similar fate, because even if he makes it into this next edge of zone, he's still gonna have to deal with all the teams that are already based up, situated, and ready to take advantage of the players that are late straggling in.
Take a look at this refresh from 𝗍𝗏 in clicks now, as they managed to find themselves a little bit of a cachet from some leftover action between Casper and Prism. Prism now not being in this fight. And still, you have OCE's Demo and Resigns almost on this warpath with them, continuing to be that thorn in their side, if you will, for lack of a better phrase. But back on over to the focus here as Clix is looking for action here. Those are his walls. It's Acorn, it's Cold on the other side. A very scary team to go against. In the warm-up games yesterday, in the scrims, right, in our practice lobbies, they pulled off a incredible 16 eliminations just to show the lobby what they're capable of.
The real issue is just knowing that for Clix and Veno, Clix, he just needs some fight feels. And you're not going to get that at this stage unless you're able to take down another team successfully. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, though, have pulled off a miracle at this point. And it does seem, even though they're a little bit worse for wear, they're battered for sure, but they're still kicking, and that's all they need at this stage.
They do have big shields as well to work with. That headshot that he picks up right there is going to make a huge difference there as far as their survivability is concerned. Major eliminations are happening, though, as we're covering the action here. One of those, it's 𝗏𝗏𝗏 staying active here. Down goes Cheats from the high ground there. And they are doing what we expect of them. Very healthy, extremely material capped, and now picking up points. That's a runaway train potentially starting to take form.
Meanwhile, other teams like 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Kovacs just trying to see if they can find an angle. Yuma Rise under a little bit of duress here, but it's back to Clix. Veno trying to see if they can finagle their way out of this awkward position that they found themselves in, boxed up right next to Acorn and Cold. But again, Acorn and Cold, they've got a decent amount of materials to work with. More importantly still, though, I think that they are certainly willing to jump into a fight if it calls for.
Oh yeah, yesterday has absolutely proven that they can take on any team without a problem. Talk about good teams that are still standing right now, teams that we've been kind of following the story. Victor V and Paper. Paper a little worse for wear. Seems like a bad peek's going to go ahead and put him on the backside of this engagement here. And Veno facing the struggles of taking a lot of damage here as well, not being able to recover now as they don't have whites.
Still has a couple of flow berries, but again, will that really be enough? 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Thomas HD now starting to surface as well near their area. Ritual, though, takes some big tags, left that wall open just a moment too long. But Ritual, free, keep in mind, coming out of Doomstad, they got to be dealing with Epic Low and most early on. The fact that this dude already has 3 elims is rather impressive, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 as well, still holding his own. Shari's got a little bit of an angle peak advantage, so 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's going to look to try and see if he can find a more aggressive push from underneath. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, again, just trying to make sure he doesn't take another tick from the storm, but it's too little too late. Just barely makes it in. At least 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 can go for the revive.
You know, all things considering, he'll have more HP when he stands up than he did when he went down, so it's not all too bad here, but it is definitely time lost. The surge is active. They need to find a couple tags. Into the box they go. Back behind him is another duo as well, and if he doesn't hit this shot, he's going to be sent back to the lobby, and he hits the one that matters. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 are clawing their way out of this hole here, and unfortunately, it might not be enough here. It's so close.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is doing everything in his power, but I fear they have finally met their end. Zero business making it that far in the first place, though, but that is the kind of power that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 can bring.
Well, here's a couple things to celebrate. Placement points has
has been reached. We are inside the top 25. Anyone alive now is going to start to be rewarded with more and more points. This is where things start to almost compound for you, so you want to stay up. 𝗍𝗏 is down right now. Clix has a very important decision to make here. Do you save your best mate or let him get sent back to the lobby so you can just focus in now? Seems like he wants to go for the save. Armored Wall is going to be the saving grace here for a moment, though. Instead, 𝗍𝗏 makes the call. Leave me. Continue to play the game here.
Venom knew there was just way too much pressure coming from the other side of that wall. A fully intact duo, and that duo being 𝗍𝗫𝗄𝗖 and 𝗏𝗏HD. There's just no realistic opportunity for Clix to bring that one back. But 𝗍𝗫𝗄𝗖, he's actually looking a little hurt here. He might have been desperate at that point, and Clix finds himself in a similar situation. Only has small shield potions to rely on, 2 below. When it comes to the damage threshold, he's got to make a move, and he's got to do it now. But I don't think anybody's giving him an opening.
Well, he's still inside the top 20 now. The more teams that fall, this would be excellent for Clix here. He just has to hold on a little bit longer, and he is doing just that. A little bit of a zone pull towards his side, more or less. But High Ground has Cammy and Seti looking from up above, and it has never looked better for this duo.
Ciao and Sia having already been eliminated. And again, reconvening with Clix's
oh my god
POV, but Clix is just crazy with the movement. The fact that he managed to escape.
Still alive.
Still
he's clutching. Almost a top 15 now, and he's inside the top 15. Could he make a top 10? It's so close, and down he goes to the hands of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. He takes him down. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is also a solo.
It could have been anybody in this circumstance, but of course it had to be 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. But take a look at the high ground. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. And they're looking for even more still. 5 eliminations already built up here, Monster. And they've got a really strong grasp on this high ground.
What an incredible view for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. This is coming off the mountain here. Seti seems to have lost his teammate now. Has to do this on his own here. But still, anything can happen. But 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 inside the box, inside the lane. He's throwing armored walls down. That's going to buy him a little bit of time. Excellent plays here from Seti. No time to play with this storm, though. He just cannot afford it.
Said he's doing everything he can to try and scale his way up this mountain face, but things are just going to get all the more vicious the higher he climbs. The more pressure he might encounter. 𝗏𝗏s is going to find himself into a sticky situation. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 goes huge there, though, off of Seti.
8 eliminations now for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 here. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 still going. Nearly finding another one there. Just moments away now from a top 5 here. Can he do it as a solo? He's getting spotted out, though. Armor Wall comes down. Another weak player in front of him. Oh, he got tagged. Never coming out. It was so close. But now the focus comes into who will win game 1. We have just 4 teams remaining. Make that 5. Acorn and Cole find another.
Duke simply too sabotaged, losing his duo Sphinx there to 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, but Acorn and Cole, the fact that they are still intact, 5 armored walls as well to work with here for Acorn. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, though, they're trying to see if they can look for an opportunity to collapse. 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 off in the distance as well. The mid-ground starting to really pile up here.
Well, look at this. High ground starting to run out of material. 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, this is the pick for me. The team that I knew. You leave them uncontested. They're just going to put in dangerous work here on the field. And it is starting to shape up. Acorn and Cold and a saving grace on the low ground. On the outskirts, putting pressure onto Japan's best. Rise and 𝗍𝗏, who also has 7 eliminations. 𝗍𝗏 sends up against Acorn, finds a beautiful tag there. Loses his teammate, though, finds another exchange. It's back and forth here. Anything can still happen.
All these teams scurrying in the low ground, though. They're sabotaging each other. Acorn's going to go down. 𝗍𝗏 still standing tall. But now 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, from the high ground, they're just going to collapse. And that is just another elimination to add to the count. 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 versus 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. It's a battle of Europe.
A battle for the ages indeed here. 5 eliminations still for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. and 𝗏𝗏. Things are starting to rack up. 𝗏𝗏, the first to go down. 𝗏𝗏's also weak. They jump in. They close the game. In game number 1, the victory royale will go to 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏.
Could it be more deserved? The way that they held down that high ground, MDF, you could tell that they were aiming exclusively for the victory royale at this stage. But granted, you have to keep in mind, there's somebody on the ground that can help out even more so.
Dallas, would you please give it up for your Game 1 winners?
Ciao, tutti. Do you want to step up for me here, fellas? So everyone can see your glorious faces. Let's kick things off here. What a great start. I mean, you guys, obviously, game one, a lot of pressure, a bit of waiting around the beginning, but in front of these fans. To walk us through the end game, how did things pan out for you guys?
Good. We're the best players, so it's easy.
Best players, easy. I mean, I love the confidence there. For you as well there, I mean, your teammate here, you guys worked to get 𝗍𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 in the last seconds there. You had the high ground. Is that what really counted there?
Of course, we're only playing for height, and that's how you win games. That's it.
Coming into this competition, obviously a lot of expectations, things that might happen. Did things pan out in that first game as you thought they might, or was it very different?
It was different. We took forecast, and then we just played out.
Those forecast towers are playing very pivotal in this as well. How important are those in the rest of this competition with 11 games left to go?
The most important thing, if you get that, you win the game. It's easy.
Would you please give it up one more time for your game one winners? Ciao, everyone! Oh, things have started beautifully here. There is loads more coming your way here, courtesy of the FNCS Global Championships 2024. A short break from us here on the broadcast, but do not go anywhere. Stay exactly where you are. There's loads more coming your way very, very soon.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS game number 1. Chap and TD find themselves the victory royale, and that first game was absolutely crazy to see these guys come out on top and to get that interview, right? Hey, we're the best team. You just get forecast. You get this, you get that. We're the best team. That's it. That's all that matters.
I mean, if you look at Major 2, Major 3, when they both got second place in both majors, yeah, they're kind of one of the best teams right now. Yeah. And showing up today and showing up early as well, eliminating Agers and Rise right off the bat.
Yeah, really, really interesting after this first game, because we were sort of talking about it going into the first game. Where are these guys going to land? What's their strategy going to look like? We didn't quite know, and now we get a little bit of an insight into what that's going to look like. It seems like they're really prioritizing that forecast tower. Another thing that we focused on at the beginning of the show. They want that forecast tower, and that's the reason why they're able to get height right here. You saw Cammy and Seti sort of shaping up to try and take height and holding it in that sort of 8-9 zone, but they didn't get that next zone. So Teeny and Chap took that opportunity really well because they knew where it was going.
Also, to be able to hold height for as long as they did, all the way from zone 9. Once again, the forecast tower allowing them to know where to move that height and use or save up those much needed mats towards the end of the game there. Absolutely phenomenal. What a great way to start the competition.
Just again, cold. They're just ice cold, chilling there. Yeah, we're the best. Not a big deal. Man, that is a statement game out of game number 1. But there was just so many things that transpired in game number 1. Just so many solo performances that all took place. I mean, we saw there for a moment, even Rise and Yuma making a top 3. 8 eliminations? That's terrifying. We can't let that happen.
Yes, we can, and they did. And I want to see it happen again. Rise and Yuma representing Asia right now, showing that, oh yeah, it's NA versus you. You got to watch out for Asia as well.
Yeah, these guys are really looking good right there. 8 eliminations clutching up there in the end in those final few moments. The crowd erupted as soon as they got that final elimination. Wasn't quite enough to get into that first or second, but they've got to be happy with that start, particularly on this stage.
That's right. I want to highlight 𝗬𝗏𝗧, man. I don't know what 𝗬𝗏𝗧 is about, but I do now. In those final moments, you know, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 goes down and you have the solo clutch, and he pulled it off.
And for 𝗬𝗏𝗏 to take down Clix in game number 1, you know that there was definitely some emotions going high right there. But 𝗬𝗏𝗏, if he is down into a solo, I mean, he's honestly a duo as a single player.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of these players have the ability to do this, solo clutches. And in big events like this, 12-game formats, these solo clutches are going to be so vital in getting these guys into a really nice position. I must say, this burst assault rifle x 𝗬𝗏𝗏 is a crazy combo. It shouldn't be allowed because he's so good with that. And then even towards these endgame situations, taking out Seti there at that final few moments just to keep himself going. Of course, too little, too late towards the end, but really, really great start from him.
I mean, their strategy is just so clean from the start. Landing rep, getting the coin, getting the mythic AR, going over to the forecast tower, and then getting the Rift Island as well in that game, allowing them to just have a little bit of height, a little bit more mats, and more importantly, getting that mod weapon bench so that I saw 𝗏𝗏𝗏 kind of modifying his weapons there, getting exactly what they wanted so that they were prepared for the end game.
I love seeing their 3rd place. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 already done too much. You've already let them get too far in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they started it off so strong as well, getting eliminations onto Shadow and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 by Zone 1 there. And then, of course, just dominating the low ground as we know them to do.
Yeah, exactly. Another really solid performance of these guys. We've seen them do it previously. This is exactly what we expected. Low to mid ground, finding those eliminations. And towards the end there, where it was the final 2v2, it was kind of like Major 3, where it was two of the best teams in EU going head-to-head. Of course, two different, very, very different play styles. These guys are not necessarily going to be going for height every single game. But of course, what I noticed there was a little bit of a change in rotation. They went towards the north side of their drop spot. So interesting to see whether that's going to change throughout the day, whether the forecast tower fight's going to affect that. But really nice start from these guys.
That's right, guys. I know you want more action. We can talk more about this, but let's just jump back into it. MDF, the best taco. Back over to you.
Yeah, that was a very intense game, obviously, as we're coming out. You know, I couldn't even believe it. I almost, you know, just threw the whole mic off the headset. I was really into it for a second there.
Yeah, and the craziest part still, of course, we have two EU teams duking it out to close off our first lobby here. And match number 2 is ready to go.
The battle bus has left the station. Match number 2 is here. What do we have in store for us this game? I mean, last one was surely a surprise with the Middle Eastern teams taking a top 10 position. One Asia team up there as well. And of course, those that you expect. The best from NA, some of the greats from EU.
Yeah, and Acorn and Cold, they haven't necessarily had an easy time about it either here at Brutal Beachhead. You know, you get like the soft contest coming out of Alex and Sato, and this could prove to be very difficult, though, for Alex and Sato, because you can tell the commitment is there, but if they want to take this fight to Acorn and Cold, it could be a really difficult one to actually close out in quick fashion.
we have to give all credit to not only Clix and Vino for Clix's performance to stay alive and secure a top 15, but Damo and Resigns, who found even more placement points, ending just closer to that top 10. So a very impressive performance for teams that were contested that game, actually. When you start to do the math on that, that is almost unprecedented.
Well, it was almost like Damo and Resigns were trailing Clix and Veno the entire match, and if they hadn't actually stumbled upon Kishuro as a solo, I almost wonder if things could have maybe gone a little differently there, because that's what really got them tied up into a rough position. But again, hindsight's always 20/20. Currently, we are focused on the now. Chap and Teeny lingering around the Nitrodrome, but Kanata and Cooper close by means that all they can really look for here is just trying to prioritize their mat count.
Yeah, we do know Kanata and Cooper like to rotate closer to Agers and Rise, whom was taken out pretty early last game, so they didn't get to secure that fight, and they found themselves in a completely different battle up against Visual and Braids, and it really didn't go their way. Shortly afterwards, Braids ended up falling to Epic Whale Muzz, so pretty interesting, zone dynamic starting to take shape here, and that's really part of the high level of Fortnite. Game to game, micro-adjusting, right? They all know what went well, what went wrong, and it's about adjusting in the real time. But here's Seiyun, here's Kadu against Casper and Prism. Little standoff here, so it seems like this game, similar to match one, is going to kind of take its time rolling into the eliminations.
Yeah, Janice almost seemingly happy about the fact that these teams kind of caught wind of each other, because that allowed for him to just slip on by, head on out, a red line rig, make sure that he doesn't get caught in the mix. He's clearly just trying to make a play for that reboot man, because I didn't see Pixie anywhere near, so almost makes you wonder at the same time. It's going to be a difficult situation for a lot of these teams.
Here's Cammy and Seti. They have angles, they have a little bit of high ground. Meanwhile, King and Phaser getting active right now just outside the Rebels' roost. What is happening here? They seem to be finding their groove right now. It's Visual and Braids once again who are giving some of these duos a really difficult time, making them all second guess whether or not they should be sticking around and fighting them. So, that's impressive.
Yeah, but this is also a really smart disengage from King and Phaser, recognizing the fact Sky Scroll still nearby as well. Rebels Roost just a little bit too poppin' for their interest at the moment, but even hanging around the underworld could pose some issues because they didn't stick around for the fight. Don't know how much surge damage they've actually been able to accrue at this stage, and once we start to get into that mid-game rotation aspect of the we already saw a handful of teams, even some of the teams that you wouldn't necessarily anticipate to struggle with their surge damage, having issues.
Very interesting. We get to catch up with Batman Booga and Rapid here at the Grim Gate. This has been their drop spot for quite some time, coming out of Major 3, of course, with an excellent performance. If you start looking at the paper trail of Rapid and Batman Booga, everyone's marking them up towards the top 3 as far as the NA teams are concerned. And talking about top 3, it wouldn't be one without Cold and Acorn. They're just putting teams down. This time, they do finish the fight up against Andalex and Sato. They don't let them escape.
But now something that Sato and Andalex are potentially going to have to start considering is if this keeps going in favor of Acorn and Cold, if they continue to take the fight to them, do you switch for day 2? But I think we still got a few more lobbies to work through before that really starts to become the real question mark here. For Stash Malabuka, though, starting off somewhat on the right foot here at Restored Reels. One elimination already. Curious if one of those is onto either Alex or Worthy.
Yeah, something happened there, but Bolt and Bryce are in a fight right now. Little build-off happening here. This is a pretty intensive early game fight for, given the situation, a Zone 1 Sky base going on here. This is going to be a full-on reset if it doesn't end fast. It's up against Biko and Plixiy. Obviously, our second place coming out of game 1. Very much fired up, very much confident.
Bryce and Bolt are not going to fold here, though. The forecast tower, the weapons bunker that spawns nearby 𝗵𝗏𝗄𝗏, where Bolt and Bryce like to land. And this is something that, they were willing to contest Reet and Ritual for when it was Reet and Ritual at Reckless Railway. So now Biko and Plixiy haven't taken over that position. And it's funny because you asked Biko in the player lounge last night, hey, what do you think about the forecast tower? He's like, that's my forecast tower. You ask any of these players who are actually trying to contest, they'll always tell you the same thing. That's my forecast. And yet, Biko, Plixiy, they find themselves stuck because Bryce and Bolt either need to get eliminated or forced out here, whoever controls the NPC is going to win.
It's pretty incredible. You got to talk with 𝗍𝗘𝗢. I got to talk with 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏's brother, and they had nothing but positive things to say and honestly confidence about the fact that this is their forecast tower, and he's here, and he believes that paired up with Bryce, they are a perfect combination. So very interesting to see that both teams very much feel like they're entitled to this drop. 𝗍𝗘𝗢 and 𝗠𝗔𝗏 seem to be the first, of course, boots on the ground here. They're going to secure the card, which means they have everything that they need here to go ahead and be the one to get the first dibs. But 𝗏𝗏𝗏 comes in, takes down 𝗠𝗏𝗏𝗏 from up above. Whose tower is it?
𝗍𝗏𝗏 might have that key card, but how long can he really hold on to it? He's trying to just get out of dodge at this point, creating as much space as possible. But you know 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Bryce, now that they've isolated 𝗍𝗏𝗏 by forcibly eliminating 𝗠𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're going to chase him. They do not want to let him escape with that forecast key card.
And this is not just an elimination. This is not just a player. That is someone who holds the keys to every single storm for the remainder of this game. It is worth so much more than just a set of points. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Bryce have to think long and hard, and they end up easing off for a second, but it's because 𝗏𝗏𝗢𝗖𝗓 is waiting for them, and Bryce is going to be one of the first to fall now as he gets ambushed.
This was almost like an unexpected gift. 𝗏𝗏𝗢𝗓𝗢 were situated exclusively for the bunker, and yet when 𝗍𝗏𝗏 tried to escape because he recognized the fact, hey, I've just got to play for the reboot. I just need to get 𝗠𝗏𝗏𝗏 back into this game. We'll deal with the forecast later. But 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Clown, dude, too slick with it.
That was just dirty right there to get boxed up. But look, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 has the card. So he actually ends up finding 𝗍𝗏𝗏 potentially here, or no?
𝗍𝗏𝗏 dropped it when he was running.
He ends up dropping it just so that he doesn't, bring that heat with him. So very, very interesting turn of events here.
But sure, you might have forecast secured, but at what cost? Because realistically, if I'm 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, I'm not letting you escape. And that's the thing, 𝗍𝗏𝗏 knew that there was no reason for him to continue trying to hold on. He did not have the materials to feasibly escape unless he gave up that key card.
I actually love that we got to see him drop the key card as well, right? Just saying, hey, look, you can have it, man. My hands are in the air. White flag is waved. Go ahead, take it. And he plays for another day. That just really shows you what this tournament means, right? That's not an interaction you'll have in any regular game, right? There's just something so prestigious about the Fortnite Global Championship that even the players give respect to one another like that. It's incredible to watch.
Wow, this is looking like a menacing situation building up currently, though. Clix, Veno, Acorn, Gold, Chap, Teeny, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏.
Oh my gosh.
I don't think we could ask for anything better at this stage, but fact of the matter is, all these teams are just fixated on one thing, and it's likely the weapons bunker.
And you hear it, it's opening up right now, and Clix and Veno the first to fold as they recognize, hey, there are 4 teams here. This is not the greatest idea. They double back to the campfire. They'll get their chance at the bunker, right? They'll be able to pick up some scraps, get their attachments, but first, sit things out, let things settle.
I like that flyby, though, 𝗁𝗔 and 𝗶𝗃𝗁𝗏, so it looks like 𝗁𝗔's rescue mission was a success. He was able to make his way towards a reboot ban, but again, you have to start to wonder what kind of damage was he able to collect prior to losing 𝗶𝗃𝗁𝗏. And now, Reckless Railway is heating up one more time because 𝗍𝗏𝗏 doubled back, brought 𝗶𝗃𝗁𝗏 into it, but now Shadow and Virgo trying to see if they can pose a threat.
Listen, Shadow, someone I've known for a long time. I've followed his career closely. He is a very, very scary player once he starts to get situated. Game 1 jitters are out of the way now. Him and Virgo have been nothing but successful as a duo here. But wait a second, 𝗍𝗏𝗏 and 𝗠𝗏𝗏𝗏, as we know, again, are EU's best right now. Clearly some of the strongest fighters on the region. And then you have OCE's 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, right? Champions of OCE lurking nearby, seeing what's happening here. Trying to put OCE's stamp on it.
But 𝗍𝗏𝗏 and 𝗠𝗏𝗏𝗏, I mean, we're talking about EU Major 3 winners at this stage, right? You've got to imagine the level of confidence. Even when you talk to either of them, they are just reeking of confidence, essentially, and for good measure, because 𝗍𝗏𝗏, 𝗠𝗏𝗏𝗏
they've been successful, despite the fact that 𝗍𝗘𝗧 was incredibly low on material count as well. He's still able to stave off Shadow and Virgo, and that is not an easy feat by any means.
Jumping to the other side here, Dukes and Sphinx trying to figure out what's happening down here south on the zone as things are just starting to develop. Clearly, shots are coming in from teams in the distance. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗧 has that high ground. Chap, though, lurking up, trying to see how he can possibly get involved. Teeny already sitting on the base for a moment there. You couldn't even tell.
I don't even know if it's 𝗬𝗧 that's in danger nearly as much as what it might be Thomas HD when he tries to work his way back towards the surge base he has with 𝗬𝗧. You can hear the Monarch pistol, shots flying out overhead. Thomas making his way back towards him, but he scouted it out, managed to throw up a wall just in the nick of time. 𝗬𝗧 also on high alert now. But Chap, Teeny, they've made enough noise. Other teams in the distance actually trying to take side shots at them.
Gotta respect Thomas HD's ability to not only see them and react faster than they can land a shot on him, but to also get up to high ground.
Nothing too.
Before it was too late. And look, they're gonna just go ahead and get off of there. They're like, wait, that team, they wanna fight? No, we don't need that. They give them the respect. They back off the restored reels. They play for center zone now. And this is a very, very good early rotate to go ahead and find a new position here, find some new real estate, if you will. Meanwhile, at the Grim Gate, we have another rise in Yuma coming out of Asia, representing here last game. Phenomenal performance, ending up towards the top, 8 eliminations as well. This game off to a hot start with 2. Look, we look away, we blink for a second, and the double headshot onto 𝗲𝗄𝗎𝗓.
The lineup is just nasty. You can just tell that Thomas HD and 𝗬𝗧 probably ecstatic about that loot llama they essentially just picked up from the knock.
Yeah, I don't even know if they want to cross over to pick up the loot. At this point, it would end up being all too risky with King nearby, but Chap and Teeny haven't stopped their pursuits onto different duos. I'm feeling like maybe they're not getting enough tags in these fights.
Can also be so disorienting to other teams in the lobby when you're dealing with the likes of Chap and Teeny, because they're just barreling down onto anybody that they encounter. They could care less about the caliber of player that they are dealing with in the process. All they want at the end of the day is the points from the eliminations and to clear out the space to make sure that their rotations maintain their smoothness. But 𝗬𝗏𝗡, layer below, Chap and Teeny are currently boxed up, and they are not the only ones. 𝗏𝗏 clone lurking overhead, 𝗏𝗏 Ed as well. Close enough that they could definitely tango if they wanted to.
Chap and Teeny, 130 below. Just mentioned that they're not finding the tags. It's very clear, regardless of how many teams they've managed to fight, it just hasn't been successful. But this, so far, looking like the best here. Double armor walls come out. That's going to slow down all of their momentum here. And if I'm being honest, I think they have to keep pursuing it, find a new angle, do something else. They can't afford to stop at this point. Teeny's got a new angle here. He's behind 𝗏𝗏𝗏 now. The other duo, basically, that's there is Ed and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who are also very, very weak. It's just not looking good for the Brazilian duos. Not looking too good for EU's Jonas.
But every
behind him, Chap's hurt. Back against the wall, he needs to find the one, and it's so close, but he's gonna be the first to fall.
𝗏𝗏𝗏 kind of reminding Chap, hey, we're familiar with each other for a reason, but Jonas and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, they just had too much of an advantage, knowing that the Storm Surge was trickling in, essentially. It just put too much pressure onto Chap and Teeny. They were just taking recklessly aggressive fights, not methodically calculated ones.
Reminder, Falcons, Teeny, and Chap were your first place team coming into match number 2. They are now down and out, effectively opening up the leaderboards for other teams to start to climb on up now.
Casper and Prism as well. I think that this is a duo that has really caught some pretty big attention, given their recent performances in EU. Casper as well finds FKS in that flashback moment, but Janus, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 especially is in a really rough position, trying to deal with Quanti at the same time as well, but these two know they've just got to disengage. They need an opportunity to get that mech hit off, so 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 will find a moment here, but Quanti still good pose, pretty big threat. all depends on how Janus and 𝗵𝗂𝗖𝗔𝗏 actually choose to leave from this current position.
Take a look at 𝗵𝗂𝗡𝗚𝗖𝗓 on Muzz right now. Also below the Storm Surge here, they just need a little tag. Bring your focus down to that bottom right, that map. We're in zone 5 out of 12, right? So we're getting into the late part of the game. Things are going to get to real small with the circle, and it's only going to become more and more difficult if you're one of those teams that don't have heals.
The problem is when you're also a team like Muzz and 𝗵𝗂𝗡, you had the shield, you had the white heals, but you're losing all of it because you're just underneath that Storm Surge. Finally, they'll manage to catch a break in the form of damage. And they'll look to try and see what they can scavenge here at the top of Rift Island. Surprisingly enough, mostly undisturbed.
Little update there as Adapter and 𝗵𝗂𝗡 fully eliminated, so 10th place is out, 1st place is out. Cammy and Seti not looking too great right here. Below the damage threshold as well. Again, what that means is that lightning bolt is going to start coming down from the sky. They're going to start losing 25 HP over the course of time. Periodically, it'll start to add up. 𝗵𝗂𝗡𝗖𝗓 and 𝗵𝗂, this is why they're fighting all the teams, because they need to. Otherwise, they will be sent back to the lobby for not doing enough damage. Here it is. 𝗵𝗂 gets slammed in on from 2 angles, but Cammy gets crushed by a devastating shot. 𝗵𝗂 hits the one that he needs to. Meanwhile, Rise and 𝗬𝗏 jump into the mix here. This is our team in the lead here. 𝗵𝗂, though, is so good that he is putting up numbers up against every single region right now. It's still defending for his teammate.
He's just trying to make sure that he can throw 𝗵𝗂𝗡𝗖𝗓 into a safe position. Revive is clearly on his mind. Armored walls are going to be sent out. 𝗬𝗏, Rise, they're hoping that they can try to collapse, but I fear the moment has left them. 𝗵𝗂 doing so much when it mattered most to hold his ground. And sure enough, the revive is a success. 𝗵𝗂𝗡𝗖𝗓 has been brought back into this battle. And that's going to cause Rise and 𝗬𝗏 to reconsider whether they actually want to take this engagement.
And that was our current 1st and 2nd place teams basically to be going head-to-head. But let's jump in with Clone and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 right now. Another team very, very desperate here to find a fight. Clix and 𝗵𝗂𝗡𝗏𝗏𝗏 are the team not so desperate, but ready to defend. But no, they lose the walls first. This is not looking good. But they end up finding the shots, and Clix is so fast. He hits one and then the second before they can even notice what happened to them.
Yeah, you know this guy's been taking some tips from 𝗏𝗏𝗏. I mean, he's been forming his own kind of masterclass at this stage.
The edit in, caught by 𝗍𝒎🏂 there. The trap was delayed. So good.
That's exactly the kind of bounce back too that you would hope for, especially when you consider game number 1 probably got a little bit more messy than what they'd initially intended. So moments like that can really captivate a lot of momentum for players on the big stage.
You know, you make a great point. The first game was really difficult for them. They spend a little too much time inside the storm. So look, already micro adjustments starting to come in, but Muzz and 𝗵𝗂𝗡𝗏𝗏 here. Muzz is down. Or sorry, 𝗵𝗂𝗏𝗏𝗏's down. Muzz is by himself. He finds the tags that he needs, doubles back to save his teammate as the Storm Surge was doing damage. And 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Reason are recognizing, wait a second, why did you stop pushing here? Something clearly went wrong. Muzz now has to back off. I don't even think he got to pick up his teammate in time. No, 𝗵𝗂𝗏𝗏𝗏 gets finished there. And the development now for Muzz is that he is left by himself with nothing to really work with. I mean, it's all but over for him at this point if 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Reason want to push.
At the same time, though, Muzz is definitely a bit of a solo mastermind. If anybody could look for a clutch opportunity, the real issue that I'm seeing right now, though, MDF, Baka, Pars, right behind where Muzz is currently fixated. And if he wants to press forward, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Reason on the other end of these walls, it's going to cost Muzz so much if he's able to escape this as far as his builds are concerned. He's already looking low on that material count.
Yeah, you saw him look through the wall. I was like, wait, what's left there? Nothing. And I think that was a mistake because now 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Reason can tell, wait, he's still pretty close and they definitely know he's a weakened solo. But hey, if Muzz can stay alive, he has the zone, he'll be okay for a little bit of time. Placement points are just moments away. Take a look from the other perspective, how the damage ended up racking up there. An excellent tag by Reason, and then the Surge finishes the job there in the end. So very, very close. Had you know, they not have that problem, they definitely were the team ahead. But here's a team that hasn't really found their footing just yet. 𝗤𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 trying to figure it out in match number 2 right now.
Well, you say that, but 𝗤𝗏𝗏 was kind of on a rampage in our first lobby. But this time, obviously, hoping that he can do it alongside his duo, 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. They are met with an armored wall the moment that they try to aggress onto Pars and 𝗏𝗏𝗏. And be forced to drop to the low ground, seeing they could try chop out these floors from underneath, but Pars, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, they recognize there's too much desperation from this duo. We don't need to take any sort of risky peeks. We're just gonna stay them back.
They kind of have to though, but no, 𝗵𝗏𝗏 goes up to the box by himself. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Pars are some of the best to do it though, and they hit their tags. Literally granted a huge opportunity there to get comfortable and situated in this game now. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 on a huge rotate here across the map. Talk about a night and day position to be in. Eland, material, and much more to work with right now. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 though has to buy some time, get a little healthy here. Starting to run out of shields to work with though, but still, they get time to regather themselves, to compose themselves for a moment.
The most important part was looking at both of their material counts. That is a strong build count for them to work with, and they're gonna need every bit of it, because when you look at Titans like 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 up on the high ground already, just trying to take advantageous shots, and any of these teams that are starting to trickle their way in, trying to see if they can suppress as many duos as possible to those mid and low ground layers.
Well, here it is. It seems like they've been able to catch a little bit of extra information there. Now looking for teams nearby. Bryson Bolt's going to be one of the first to go ahead and be in the line of sights here. But the zone hasn't popped just yet. They know it's got to go north. They're working their way through this build here. The cover's been blown, and they back off. Happy with the few tags, but still, they need more eliminations. Surely more placement points if they want to jump up to top 5, as those teams are still in this game. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 still ramping his way across the high ground, right?
And that's for sure. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, Thomas, they're going to try to hold on to hype for as long as possible. Ideally, the entire game, if possible, like what we saw at Chapatini in the last match. But Acorn Cold, very efficient, found a slight dead side rotate despite so much congestion having pooled in the real center of that last zone. But everybody's got to get a move on now. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 just doing what they can to stay ahead of the pack. That reveal medallion as well, going to help them pinpoint some of these solos that might be running through these pre-existing builds.
Yeah, those extra layers right there. But look at this, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 catching up with a tear there. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 find Yuma as well, effectively taking down some of that immediate competition, right? You want to start dropping those players that are up at the top of the standings if you want to jump over them. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be very hard to do, but they are doing just that. Meanwhile, the wider shot tells us the whole story. There's an indestructible bridge separating the high ground layers from the lows.
And 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they didn't manage to find the victory royale the way that they would have hoped in match 1, and now staring down their own demise here. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 gonna get knocked. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 not gonna have an opportunity either to recover this one. Just too much pre-existing pressure. But 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 could go massive here. Acorn's gonna get caught out, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 gets the shutdown.
Oh, but someone comes from behind, and down goes 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Just like that, it's Cold to the rescue basically here, making up for lost time there. And at the end of the day, the real winner here is Cold. He gets more placement points. He gets to heal out now and kind of wait this one out. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is still alive here, working his way through the game. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Thomas make their way up to the Rift Island. They are looking better than ever. There is so much material to farm back up here as well.
It's looking next to impossible for anybody to try and effectively challenge for high MDF, but we see great things happen. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 on the other hand, alongside of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're going to fall back to back. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and chiedo now seeing if they can try and finagle their way into that top leaderboard placements. But Deal's going to be the next one they knock. Reason forced to play this one out as a solo.
Game 2 already looking kind of crazy. Reason takes down 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 there, and he gets to secure the medkit. That's a huge medallion pick up right there. The medallion as well to give him that little bit of extra push here. And look at that. Of all the players that came into the game inside the top 5, chiedo Ciao and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 are one of the only ones standing here now. With 8 eliminations, they have ran their way up the standings and put themselves into this incredible conversation of a team to look out for right now. Rise and Agers, a great performance. Bugha and Rapid show up and get put down, and now it's a top 3, but it's just Pars and 𝗏𝗢𝗖𝗔𝗍 down here. 𝗲𝗏𝗏 and Thomas have all the time in the world.
𝗲𝗏𝗏 and Thomas are sitting like kings right now at height, just watching all this catastrophe unfold underneath. Ciao, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they know they've got to deal with this team on high ground. All you see is the armored walls stacked in the sky. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's gonna opt for the medkit play instead, hope that he can outlast 𝗏𝗏𝗏 in the process. But again, at the end of the day, he's just staring down 𝗲𝗏𝗏 and Thomas on height.
They're starting to look down here. They're starting to put some tags in. They see what's going on. It's just a matter of moments. 8 eliminations for 𝗲𝗏𝗏 and Thomas. They look up. Who's trying to land on us? And of course, it's the one and only coming out the storm, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 there, who just went with a desperate play. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝗏's down low. If he starts to focus in here, he falls so fast. And 𝗏𝗏𝗏 has high ground now. This is a little scary, but the tag is so good for 𝗲𝗏𝗏.
And the incredible part about it still, MDF, 𝗲𝗏𝗏 already had the record for most victory royales in FNCS finals, but he extends that from 25 to now 26 with this last victory royale. Incredible stuff. I want to hear more for what Adam has to say.
That's right, yeah. Would you please give it up for Thomas HD and 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏. Hop up for me, fellas. Everyone wants to see those faces. Let me see those faces. You know, 8 eliminations, a great start to proceedings there. 𝗲𝗏𝗏, I mean, what is it like playing with someone like Thomas? He's got the eye of the tiger. He sees things that no one else sees.
I don't have to worry about Surge. I literally did like 200 damage that game, and we were 600 above or something, so it's pretty easy.
I mean, Thomas, you've been there. You've got almost every single T-shirt, but the FNCS Global Championships, that would be the icing on the cake. Game 2, it's now yours. What have you felt out there so far? What do you feel in the lobby and players around you that are kind of causing you a bit of concern?
I mean, it's like really nice to play on the stage again. Like, we only have like 2 lands a year, so yeah. I'm just happy we won a game, like, and we can prove ourselves finally.
I'm seeing as well, 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏. I mean, there's a lot of fans out here. Hey, you got cheering you guys' names all the time. Let them hear Fort Worth. 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Thomas HD. Let them hear you. Come on. Right. How does it feel to compete as well in front of an audience like this as well? Obviously, there's 10 games left, but are you embracing every second of this alongside your partner?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I got some important people in the audience that told me that I should go height and not die, and that's what I did, and we won the game.
Okay, I'd love to see it. And one more time, would you please, Fort Worth, give it up your Game 2 winners, Thomas and 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏. Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't that feel good here in the Raw? You guys have been amazing. You guys at home as well have been fantastic. A quick break from us again here on the main show, but do not go anywhere. There's loads more coming away. 4 more games today. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS Global Championship. We just wrapped up game number 2. 𝗲𝗂𝗖𝗔𝗍 get themselves the victory royale. And on top of that, 10 eliminations. They are looking for that Global Championship title. We interviewed them. You saw the confidence. They're here to play.
Well, Zeke, you went ahead and said on top of that. What about being on top of the lobby, Levin? I mean, 𝗲𝗂𝗖𝗔, typical. Finding himself up on the higher ground. But the most impressive thing for me that game is, it's been very, very hard throughout the entirety of the year to play these metas from 8th zone, maintain the high ground throughout the entirety of the end game, but they did it.
I mean, look, you say typical, but if you've been watching the EU this year, it's not been typical of 𝗲𝗂𝗖𝗔, right? This year, we've had to suffer and watch 𝗲𝗂𝗖𝗔 do this whole... I'm willing to see him up on height. I think everybody expected to see them sort of be playing on all sorts of layers today, but seeing them up there, right, they looked comfortable. They looked like they're in their element. All throughout this game, 𝗏𝗏𝗖𝗔, another level when it came to shots he was able to hit, and you saw them just wiping out people below in this game. A top game from 𝗲𝗂𝗖𝗔 and Thomas.
Just wild to consider, right? Like, the fact that they took height around like 8th zone and they just held it, and no one thinks about contesting them. They head on over to Rift Island, flying above. They're like, hey, we don't even have to build. And if anything happens, we've got launch pads out if something were to go crazy. Them getting this victory royale is very, very scary, right? Because now they're kind of setting a precedent. You give us high ground, you give us a victory royale.
Starting to see the effect, right, of some of the other teams be impacted earlier on in the game, right? Like, we haven't really seen a 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 alive in either one of these first 2 games yet, right? We know Clix and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 also struggling throughout that early game, not really able to find their footing either, which are typical names that we might see go up there or apply pressure. But right now, I mean, when they find themselves up there, if there's no pressure being applied, it might be a little too easy for them.
I mean, I think the great thing for 𝗲𝗂𝗖𝗔 and Thomas here is that, of course, a lot of people saw that they were going to be landing towards that southeast, and they wondered, landing at that base, are they really going to be able to cook, especially with far zones, right? This zone pulled all the way across the map, and we saw that they were able to play out of that spot with relative ease, causing problems in the mid-game, really nice surge-based positioning as well. They clearly have a game plan locked in here that seems to be working, Zeke.
Absolutely, and we actually have a listen-in from that moment on height. So let's take a look at this.
Spring.
You don't have a dash?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
1 or 2. I can't.
74. Goes far. I'm single layering. We're gonna have to dash and fight though. Top 3. 2 duos. Maybe we fizz and drop down right now. We fizz and drop down right now for sure. I have armored still.
Bring that up.
Yeah.
I'm dropping late, okay?
Yeah.
Down late. I have no ammo. Can we drop the low ground or what?
Yeah, okay. Well, we can...
Fizz.
Okay. Yeah. Fight this guy. Yeah.
Look up,
Kill last one. Yeah. Get high, don't die! Get high, don't die! Come on, man. It's too easy. It's too easy.
You heard it. Get hyped, don't die. That's all their concerns. Just 2 things. We got to do this game. And man, just to see and get to hear those comms is really special, because we kind of get a little sneak peek into how they're choosing to operate. So calm, right? Very little comms. They're not like, hey, we're top 2. Don't freak out. Don't panic. It's just like, hey, here's the information. Top 2. Let's drop. Let's do this.
I mean, it was a great example of just the dynamics of that team, right? 𝗲𝗂𝗖𝗔 with very clear communication, that strong leadership. That's why he's considered one of the best IGLs this game's ever seen. But still having the trust in Thomas. When Thomas made a call and said, I want to do this, let's do this, following that and sticking to that, committing to that, great teamwork.
Resource management, planning out the rest of the game before it even happens. But that little thing that I saw at the end there, you saw Thomas, he was editing out the floor. So that way the tarps above them actually would fall, right? They would break away. So that way 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 had nothing to kind of land on that was actually inside of the zone. Took away every single advantage possible from the competitors.
Those little things, right? Those little nuanced decision makings, so incredible. We saw there in the first place. Trulix and Chicho in first place by a massive margin there. And to think in this, they picked up 8 eliminations, right? So remember, we don't always need the victory royale. That helps, but if we're placing top 3 with 8 elims, y'all better look out.
Listen, me and Levin, we were sitting down in the practice area yesterday. Shout out to 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, was having a little bit of a conversation, and he was like, Trulix and Chicho, they're just so annoying. They just build ramps up, they get all of the storm surge in the world. It's just so random, and to see them make it into the end game is really no surprise when you kind of take that sort of strategy into account.
I think the big surprise here for anyone that's familiar with Trulix and Chicho is they're not the type of team you want to see or expect to see having 9 eliminations, right? These are low elimination players. They play out their mats really well. They play out their med kits like we saw them do there, right? Had the 3 med kits. Once they ran out of the mats in the end game, you play your med kits, clutch up some extra placement points. But if they're going to be able to do that, Zeke, popping off and getting high elimination games, we could see them repeat the success they had last year at the Global Championships.
That is so crazy. And a final thing here to call out, 𝗦𝗘𝗧 once again in a situation he's left as a solo. This game, though, was a little bit different from them. They were kind of in shambles there, which is a little bit uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I think still kind of finding the necessary amount of surge, I think, towards the later part of the game. Right? I know we tuned in with them towards the earlier zones, like 3rd and 4th, and their storm surge seemed very, very fine. But as you can see right there, a little bit of struggles led to some material deficiency right there, and just the fight going for that. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 goes down, and yeah, again, 𝗦𝗘𝗧 kind of left as a solo, but we've kind of seen those performances throughout the year with 𝗦𝗘𝗧, and these are the type of games that 𝗦𝗘𝗧 pulls out the enough points to kind of hang on for the duo.
Exactly.
The worst it gets.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. You love to see it. Guys, we want to talk more, but we're getting right back into the action. There's more Battle Bus action to go. So this is game number 3. Casters, up to you.
Thank you guys so much. And yeah, NVF, we are approaching the halfway point here in day 1. But what's even crazier to consider is still, sure, it's match 3, but tomorrow, 6 more games to work with and a 1.5 times point multiplier.
Yeah, that's right. And that's where teams start to hit the drawing board. I mean, Vino has expressed this before to us in his interviews. Day 2 is always the hardest, especially for players like him that focus so heavily into that day 1 prep. So this foundation that has to get built here and now is extremely important. Let's jump on the Battle Bus one more time.
And just like that, match number 3 is upon us. The Battle Bus is departing one more time here today. And I think also, NVF, one thing we're really going to get a chance to see is how the micro adjustments continue to unfold. Because at this stage, you really want to make sure you're setting yourself up for the best recipe for success heading into day 2. But this halfway mark could really be the telling tale.
Yeah, and we're kind of jumping back to match 1 vibes right here. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Haman versus CZB and Nathan. They won the first fight. Kind of fizzled out the second. This one now is all up to 𝗏 right here. 𝗏 finds the first tag and no duo in sight yet. Kind of runs off to a safe spot. Very smart position to put him in. Meanwhile, Nathan has more time to go ahead and start healing up, but no material. We all know Fortnite's a game of builds and attrition, and if you have the mats, you usually have the fight in the bag. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 comes on top for the Middle East.
That is a big clutch opportunity there for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, because him and Haman definitely need to start rebuilding a little bit more in terms of that leaderboard. But again, they're not the only ones with that vision in mind. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, Malibuca, Restored Reels one more time. Oshi, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and Alex. I love seeing them lurk in the horizon, but the way that they've chosen to split that POI is pretty interesting.
I want to see more 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 perspective in Alex there, but we have to see what's happening here between Oshi and Middle East here. This is a really big fight for FKS and Adapter, whom are winning at the moment. Tinka goes down, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is down as well, and FKS and Adapter collapse from both angles so perfectly. Look at it from Adapter's perspective, just catches him in the nest there, in the danger web, and it is over before they can even put down a build.
Have to love that supportive fire coming in as well. Perfect timing. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and King, though. Slight world of hurt here. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 trying to do what he can, but at the same time, we'll have to just check back in with him, see how he manages as a solo for the time being, because we've got action heating up here at Restored Reels. So many medkits getting tossed out, but Mustache and Malibuca manage to take this one over yet again. 2 eliminations in the bag, plenty of heals to work with as well, so they'll be able to recuperate nicely.
Take a look from Mustache's perspective there. He lands a great tag on the board so fast. Then Malibuca finishes off Alex, who's a little weak there. Almost finishes Malibuca even with the HP disadvantage, proving that he definitely had the better shot, but just gonna come up short there. Meanwhile, Threats and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 have gone up against 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and you can see the results of that. Not very good for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 at the moment, but Man City Threats, if it's one thing that we know, is that he's a veteran of North America. He's going to stick around and try to put down some numbers here.
And a lot of players, definitely big fans of that thermal scope as well, but it's going to take more than 1 or 2 nice shots for Threats to work his way out of this position. Keep in mind, he's still possibly going to get sandwiched here if he's not careful. 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗖𝗜𝗙 still close enough that they could continue to play spoiler there for Threats. The 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 also on the wraparound here. They're going to choose to just try and work their way through Charon's crossing. Not really interested in sticking around.
𝗂𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏, center zone right now, chasing down 𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗏. 𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗏 gets inside the tunnel. We've seen some very fun plays go down here, but this dynamic not too exciting. And I mean, it's just simple math, right? There's only so many places you could be. 𝗂𝗏𝗀𝗏 takes down 𝗏𝗏𝗏. They already took down King, and that's going to be quick wraps for that duo. Meanwhile, on the other side, 𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 right now, very much situated, coming off of the victory royale. No one, just like no one in sight either, right? Very, very comfortable as far as the spacing is concerned right now.
Hey, we already heard what the comm sounded like for 𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and what their intention is as far as the matches here today. Just get height, don't get eliminated. It's as simple as that, or at least it sounds like it on paper, but taking height in the first place is the real challenge.
It's so easy, right? Just do it, basically, is what 𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗏's trying to say here. Keep the mentality locked in, and they do just that. And honestly, I think the more important insight, how much he depends and relies on 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, knowing that, hey, Surge, we got it covered. I have one of the best duelists, right? Like in the game right here, in the world. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, no stranger to hitting those shots when they matter. Meanwhile, 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they have to make up for that shortcoming in game number 2, falling in the mid game.
Yeah, and it's all going to pop off here yet again by the Forecast Tower. One that's situated in between Reckless Railways, Mount Olympus, and realistically, Bryce Bolts, you have to keep in mind, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in their backyard, and that's exactly what they're after. They find Job and Michael trying to just sneak around the low ground, but it's not going to work this time as Bolts and Bryce find their first elimination. That's a nice amount of surge damage as well, so they can afford now to stay engaged in this fight for the Forecast Tower in comparison to maybe 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, depending on what their surge tags might look like.
Yeah, and you know, Job and Michael had that strategy. They were to come in with this surprise contest, and it just seems like things are a little difficult for them. But 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, right, talking about coming over insurmountable difficulties just to make it this far. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 finding his footing here. He's going to take down Ping and Walks. Just one of the two for now, but still, eliminations starting to fall their way. These are critical points now for the tournament standings. On the other side, Clix and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 make it out of the drop. And now they're on their way to the north side of the zone here. Still cold, so dangerous on the outskirts here.
Cold making sure to just use the natural terrain, keep himself as concealed as possible. But again, Clix and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 are more than aware of just how much attention the Forecast Tower is bound to draw towards them and their initial rotates, but it seems as if 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Clix were a little bit more fixated on trying to deal with Shari, 𝗂𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, but now having to look back because of the tags that came into play from Cold and Acorn and Sherry, probably a little bit happy about having some of that pressure alleviated temporarily.
I saw 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 saying, wait, is that a solo rotating back here? So he's a little bit more keen now to rotate towards that duo. Nice find on the cactus here. This map awareness from Clix and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, given that this is their natural terrain, is flexing right now. But Geras and Shari, they let up the pedal a little bit, and all of a sudden now they're perched up above them. 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 here do not want to give this one up here, though. They have chased Michael into the storm, who Michael just wants to save his teammate Job, but no. He's pushed the wrong way. First through Bryce and Bolts, now through 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and just like that, it's over.
One of the beauties of LAN, I wish you guys could have witnessed it. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's mom getting a chance to see him in action, just shouting the moment that they find those eliminations. Love to see that kind of cheer forward. as 𝗏 and Ritual, they're going to depend on each other here, trying to power through the likes of Toyota and 𝗵𝗡𝗖, but Ritual, he's lost his shield entirely, has more than enough to recover though, but what he needs is for 𝗏 to continue to buy him time. So much pressure. Both 𝗵𝗡𝗖 and Toyota choosing to take the same angle, at least for right now, but that could provide the wiggle room opportunity here for 𝗏 and Ritual to get a wraparound effect.
Really get to lock in right now. 𝗏𝗏𝗢 has had quite the appearance so far. As I'm looking at the standings on the side, but things are starting to get updated here. I'm seeing teams fall, players and teams get eliminated as things continue to develop here. And talk about Asian teams in the distance, you have Zagu up close, you have Bobby getting closer and closer. So it's almost like 𝗏 and Ritual are just getting surrounded by this entire region here.
And it's not just Asia either. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 are also kind of moseying their way over towards this action taking place by the weapon bunker, but 𝗏 shredding through 𝗵𝗡𝗖's shield. Not enough to crack him just yet, but still forcing him back. It's clear that 𝗏 and Ritual just want box control, take over the space overlying that bunker so they can make sure that they defend it with their own builds.
Oh, Kyoto and 𝗵𝗡𝗖 trying to situate themselves for the first stab at the bunker. Bobby and Larpex trying to do the same there as they lurk nearby. On the other side, though, high ground here for center zone, looking for any teams off in the distance. Ciao and tutti. The surprise pop-up in that endgame last round really showing up for themselves there. Team Falcon and Valiant.
If he hits
proud of that one.
If he hits someone from right there, man. Ooh. Okay, Ciao, we understand. The Monarch pistol, clearly one of your preferences for a reason, but still, I don't expect Ciao and tutti to leave this position anytime soon. This is their bread and butter. Surge base up, take control of teams that are going to be forcibly rotating from those outskirt positions on their drops, and just funnel, control the way that they're actually moving on the map.
Oh, look at this. Unfortunately, second place Rise in Yuma now down and out. Once again, opening things up for a second there, but so far, that Asian team has put up quite the performance, right? Representing for their region. That's really the best part about this. We play all year to get the best players from every region globally together in one space to compete against each other. What a flagship event here, but on the other side, 𝗵𝗏𝗢𝗖 and 𝗫𝗏𝗁𝗏 continuing the story here. They have the bunker now.
Probably rather content as well, knowing that they can take their time, but there is another team starting to approach their position, but it might just be a duo that's gliding overhead. Doesn't seem like they're gonna bother stopping or recognizing the fact even that there's a duo still lingering inside of this weapons bunker. Chapentini, on the other hand, dealing with the likes of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Pars, outskirts of restored reels, and this could be a rather dangerous position because keep in mind, tutti, they've got a surge base nearby as well. They could look for prime third-party opportunities, get some good tags in here.
Chapentini now on the run here from 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Pars. Smart disengage given that low ground terrain is going to be a lot more difficult to play from. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Pars, honestly not in such a strong position themselves. 28 builds is nothing for a player like 𝗏𝗏𝗏, especially in this type of lobby. He really has to start to piecemeal something together, or their end game is it's going to crumble. It's going to crumble fast.
Part of the problem for 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Pars, though, is that landing by the ship at station, their intent is to try and make a play for one of the forecast towers. We've seen them throughout the majors in the regular seasons, right? And they've tried to consistently make plays for forecast, but they've got to deal with the likes of 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏, who are also making rotates, and it can be difficult for 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Pars as well to just maintain their map position because they have so many teams kind of surrounding them, looking to cut them off at every position.
Although it's only game 3, I do want to hit the VODs and see what's going on with Batman, Booga, and Rapid there, as they haven't quite really popped off up to the expectations. But hold up, Rift Island now officially secured by 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Pars. This is honestly a very, very good pickup here if they, of course, can get the loot, but an elimination would be even better. Teeny gets hurt in the process here. Chap secures the high position here in defense for his teammate. Singles out 𝗏𝗏𝗢𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗢𝗏 down to just wood builds. They need to get some of the outskirts here. And already chapentini secure the center of course, what will be the cache, right? All the loot that's going to go in and spawn out of that.
The capture point could be a really big advantage here for Chapentini as well. 𝗏𝗏𝗢𝗏's recognized more than anything else, they need to try and rebuild their material count. Granted, Rift Island can definitely provide, at the very least, ample amounts of bricks, but that's only if they're not disturbed in the process. And it seemed as if there are a couple more duos trying to make their way toward top of the Rift Island. 𝗏𝗏𝗢𝗏 also still hanging out inside of the storm. Comes as no surprise, though, really, when you consider the fact they like to stick in the storm a little bit longer than some of these other teams. They're usually pretty consistent about getting those surge type damages, but they can also be very dependent on the vending machine to accrue the heals to make sure that they can afford this time inside storm.
Vending machine makes a massive difference. Bunkers make a massive difference as well as far as having the heals to string together a strategy like this. Cammy and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 clearly have a stronghold on their area. They're playing deep into the storm, and this is, again, a team that is no stranger to staying in the storm on these invitationals, on these LAN events, right? Like, we've seen it happen every single time. They almost welcome the storm, right? To stay away from the other opponents there.
Cammy and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, they were probably cheesing the moment that they found out the hover jets wouldn't be an option for players, because everyone knows, historically speaking, they perform incredibly well, if not possibly even best, during these no mobility or low mobility metas. So it comes as no surprise, really. They were able to find their surge damage, a little bit to work with at least, dead-side rotations, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, jam-packed action potentially here at Restored Reels. Finding some decent shots, but more important aspect still is that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 are under some heavy pressure. Those storm surge tags trickling in now might cost them all their splashes.
82 below. Pressure starting to rise here. Giannis gets pushed in, drops down to low ground. Just letting the storm surge kind of do its thing here for now. But 𝗏𝗏𝗏 doesn't stop. He eggs on solo here into the wall of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Giannis. We've seen what happened to duos before. It normally doesn't end well. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 also lurking nearby, hearing what's happening here.
And again, you can technically out-sustain the damage that's dealt, but 25 a tick, not to mention the other teams taking notes, shooting at you as well. Shield cracked has gone out. That might be the go sign here for Giannis and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. They recognize the fact, though, this duo looking a little bit too desperate for him. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 instead going to strike from behind. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, they were so fixated on Giannis and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they had no idea the real threat that awaited directly behind them.
Yeah, now 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 have nothing to worry about. They have so much damage. The refresh is there. They're going to be fully focused in on likely getting to the new line of the storm here shortly. And they saw, like, you know, this team was fighting another team, so clearly they're very much aware. But wait a second, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 knocks on the wrong door. This is a full duo. Little did he know, he was likely thinking this is what was left of the other team that was just there. And Giannis falls for being out of position now. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 really racking up the eliminations this game.
Devious work there by 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, though. The way that they were able to separate Giannis and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in that moment. Keep in mind, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 definitely still trying to do what he can. But yeah, that is just some very tactical play coming out of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Their chemistry definitely aligned. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 still trying to do what he can, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they know it's a solo hidden somewhere amongst the rubble of these pre-existing builds. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 trying to hope that he can maintain a little bit better position, but he's just getting shredded. The builds are not going to withstand all the shots coming in. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 with yet another elimination. 807 damage above as well. They can take their sweet time now on the rotates.
And you see it from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's perspective onto 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Say, huge shot there in the replay. Very well executed. Well, that's going to set themselves up for success. They have nothing to worry about other than get to storm now. For 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, a little bit of a different story here. Still a successful game nonetheless. 2 elims, plenty of material to work with, especially in 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's reservoir here. However, the damage will start to become a problem soon. But talk about problems here. 𝗏𝗏's got a big one. He's got 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 on the other side of the wall. And no teammate, Cooper, who is the returning champion from last year, paired up with 𝗏𝗏 right now, is now found himself watching 𝗏𝗏 having to root from the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, the ship-it station has just been fully skeletonized at this point. All the walls practically torn down. Other player builds replacing them, but 𝗏𝗏's done a decent job, at least at forcing Trashy back. And in fact, Trashy so low, 𝗏𝗏 not going to be able to get the outright elimination just yet, but he's hunting it down. Trashy just hoping that he can buy himself a little bit more time, and 𝗏𝗏's got to be careful, because 𝗲𝗁𝗏 and Thomas, they're also nearby.
We already know 𝗲𝗁𝗏 and Thomas have the confidence coming off that last game. Big rotate coming out on the other side, though. It's 𝗏𝗔𝗟 and 𝗏𝗏 who are on the move right now. 𝗏𝗏's going to be the first to fall in this exchange here to the hands of 𝗏𝗏. It seems 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 to get the elimination credit here. And 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 are holding on just barely. And 𝗏𝗏 willing to stay in the storm. He needs these materials, trying to pick up what he can here to go and get himself a foundation to work with. And this is a congested side of the storm. Look at how many teams, how many players are sitting around this general area.
This is a lot of our northeast-based teams as well. And 𝗏𝗏, at least with that refresh on the material count, he's going to be able to at least dictate which direction he wants to head next. Might be able to protect himself on the disengage as well. 𝗏𝗔𝗟, though, might not find himself in a similar fashion. Still, the armored wall will at least prompt a forcible disengage for the time being. Everyone recognizing the fact they've got to scale over this hillside as they approach the raft.
Well, time to make a decision. 𝗏𝗔𝗟 goes for the fight. And now he's in the storm, but a tag is going to set him off here. The clock is ticking here. Just a couple moments left, and he jumps onto 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, tries to go for the axe through the wall, but instead delivers the loot to the hands of 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, who really needed that, but the storm ends up doing the rest there on this back edge. And it's just one problem after another now since match one for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Muzz here. It's going to be difficult to ask 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to do much more at this point, given the situation.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 just hoping that he can survive, but that dream is shut down instantaneously. Just domed from a distance, and not much left to do except sit and wait for match number 4 to begin. Trulex, on the other hand, though, no Chicho again. Some of our teams that are just trying to lead, unfortunately finding themselves in these compromised positions. If Trulex goes down now, MDF, that's going to be a heavy hit to placement points.
Yeah, definitely will set them back, given that they set themselves up with such a strong position now after that first game. Obviously coming in with a little bit of a lead, but how long can that lead last when you have people like 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 putting sights on you? And looking at that update there, Cold and Acorn are down. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Rise are also down. This match 3, almost a defining moment for some teams here that had a real chance to break away, but as all things balance here, it's almost like we're brought down to reality. So Trulex, really the only player now in the lobby that has a 30-point gap, but for how much longer?
He's just trying to stay as concealed as possible and hopefully connect.
An elimination, really?
Yet again, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 now forced to play this one out as a solo. His box gonna get collapsed upon. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 though loses 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, another one of our teams in the top 5 wiped out.
That is actually going to be very, very important for everyone who's on the bubble now, looking to jump up into that top 5 spot. And even better for the likes of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, who are very much there. Thomas, ☆HD, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, who have been running their way up the standings here. Look at this late rotate, allowing them to have this much visual. Not even needing to build walls on the side is a sign of confidence on its own.
Look at this Thomas now. He was just taking shots at the lobby leader. He's still got his sights set onto Trulex. Might have even identified him as a solo, but they're going to find themselves chopped. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 now trying to make their approach towards 𝗲𝗁𝗏 and Thomas. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're currently sitting inside of top 3, 3rd place to be specific, and they're going to instantaneously take over the hill. Prime position, also catching shots, tags, connecting onto 𝗲𝗁𝗏. But the hill height is the real W here.
Well, I hate to call it early, but it is not looking good for the lobby if you're rooting against 𝗤𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 right now, as they've got themselves the natural elevation, the material count, and the base already set up. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗎𝗄 finds himself in a bad rotate there, taken down. No elims earned this game. No chance that Thomas can survive there if he doesn't fight his way up. He doesn't even have mats here, the shield bubble, the saving grace, but also the flare to the lobby. Hey, I'm over here.
There's only so much that Thomas can do from this current position. And first, he's got to break through 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝗬𝗎𝗄 throws out the shield bubble. It's his last hope at this point, hoping that there isn't a duo underneath him. But unfortunately, he won't even get a chance to reconsider where he wants to go next. 𝗤𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 more than content to take the shutdown.
And they're the team up top, looking down on the rest of the lobby here. Other NA players still here, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Ritual. But you have EU's 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 on the front side with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 there. 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏 looking down, putting tags onto the roofs of these builds. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 have 7 eliminations, but very little material now. It's going to get super scrappy down here. They're in that conversation of top 5 here, though, as they've managed to nearly fight their way into a top position now. But things are slowing down. Everyone really thinking about what the next move's going to be, what's best for their situation here in the tournament. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 look up. They say no, 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 are still there.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're actually going to opt to play from inside Storm. Now they're going to make their move, but they're so late on this rotate. 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 are bound to catch wind of this. Immediately, the shots rain in. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's trying to scurry around, but he won't escape. There's too much pressure. 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 too accurate as well. Another duo life getting flamed here in the mix. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 now caught wind of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Unfortunately, front side of zone is not going to be controlled by 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Ritual much longer. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 here to play.
Yeah, and they did all that for a top 5, right? Look at how slow things have gone here, because everyone wants placement points. But the problem is now you're giving 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 so much more time to decide about how they basically want to win this game here.
Ritual still trying to work his way through. He's crouching, he's breaking the builds, but 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 MDF, I hate to call it early, but they are looking primed to take over here in match 3. Unless 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 have something to say about it. Currently contesting 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗎𝗏. This could be a massive refresh for builds.
𝗬𝗎𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, 8 elims. What a monstrous game for them here. Top 3, breaking his way through the builds here. He still has a lot of gas in the tank here to work with, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 put up such a strong defense there. A great tag onto 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 to go in and set things up, but he steps in now. It's time to throw it all down. It's all or nothing. Right hand peek here for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is going to work well. 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 jump down from the high ground to go and get in the mix. One of those goes to them. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is down. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is down. 2v2. All they got to do now is find the last shot, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, hungrier than ever, is going to get one. They just need the second now.
𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're tracking him down. 𝗬𝗎𝗏 staring just a layer above. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's gonna fall though. This could be massive. 𝗬𝗎𝗏 could actually take it, but 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 trying to shut that tree down. 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, oh my God, is all he needs. 𝗬𝗎𝗏 takes it home.
𝗤𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 get taken down to the hands of 𝗬𝗎𝗏. Phenomenal job there in the end. Just when you thought it was over, just when you thought he didn't have a chance, they clutched it up. They pulled through.
I have to put a little bit more respect onto 𝗬𝗎𝗏's name here. Keep in mind, he's a powerhouse player coming out of EU, but Adam, close on sight.
Thank you so much. Give it up for your Game 3 winners! 𝗬𝗎𝗏, wow. That was that one-on-one. 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 there, right at the very end. You managed to start that out perfectly, but walk us through the final stages, how that all went down.
I don't know, like, it was actually not as hard.
Not as hard, not as hard. 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 have been very strong throughout the competition so far, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, you guys are looking very good too. Walk us through the first 3 games of this competition. How has it felt for you two as a duo? Is everything panning out as you expected?
Yeah, we just adapted very good, I think, and we're just playing our game. I think it's pretty good. I'm pretty confident we can play good.
Obviously, we've got a bit of a halftime break now. What do you guys do behind the scenes? Do you kind of go over tactics, strategy? How do things go now? Or do you just rest and relax for a second?
Yeah, we're just gonna take some break, like relax and think about next 3 games.
And I'm going to ask you as well, watching that at the end there, you watched 𝗬𝗎 in that one-on-one. Are you feeding anything through on the comms then, or are you just keeping quiet and just letting him do his thing?
I mean, I'm just going behind him, you know? I'm just telling him everything. Because I was still alive, so I could see everything on my screen.
Love to see that. One more time, give it up for 𝗬𝗎 and 𝗏𝗏𝗢, everyone! Thank you very much, guys. Now, obviously, you know that I've got a voice of an angel, okay? No one booked me for the halftime show. I can't believe it. I'm devastated. I don't hold grudges, but I actually blame Zeke. I could have done a repertoire of my Fortnite Festival classics, and I couldn't do it. Zeke, I blame you. It's over to you, buddy.
That's okay, Adam. You can blame me. Most people do. My gosh, 𝗬𝗎 here. You could tell in the moment that like 𝗬𝗎's in like almost like a state of shock. Like he was literally shaking. And it's because he 1v2s 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏. How many people in that exact situation, you're literally just like, it's that's it. These are the guys that I don't want to be fighting. This is it, the final moments of the game. And he answers the 1v2.
One of those games that you go ahead and you're like, yeah, this one's over.
We all thought.
𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, yeah, they got it, right? Up on the higher ground, and then it comes down to the 1v2, and it's like, yeah, they got it. And yeah, I don't know, 𝗬𝗎 just hitting incredible shots from the low ground. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 just not having everything reloaded right there at the end. Makes all the difference.
We are in the 𝗬𝗎 era, man. I can't believe it's taken us so long to see this player on the big stage. And if this is what we've been missing out on, oh my goodness, I can't wait to see what we have in store. This guy has been performing at the highest level of Fortnite for about a year now, right? We saw towards the end of last year in Chapter 4 just how impressive he was when he won FNCS with 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏. We wanted to see him at Globals. Unfortunately, we couldn't. Even this year, they qualified. They've been dominating EU. We couldn't see him with 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and we thought, oh my goodness. I mean, cool, we get to see him, but it's not going to be the full power duo we thought we would. But 𝗬𝗎 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 been looking good, man, and 𝗬𝗎 in particular, shining as always.
I just cannot believe that 10 eliminations onto that duo. And again, on the flip side, right, we still have to give props to 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏.
Yeah, right.
They just absolutely dominated that game for so long. And those final few moments, right, when there's 3 duos remaining, you just wait. You're like, okay, when they start to fight at the bottom, we look to strike. Unfortunately, though, 𝗬𝗎 was on the other side.
Yeah, this was actually one of those games that 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 pretty much secured second place, or it, could have been that victory royale way earlier than that. It was actually the 6th to 7th zone pool where everybody was actually northeast of Grimgate. But then the zone pulled southwest. It pulled all over that green river that gave everybody the dashes. But the difference there was that 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, they actually saved those dashes for 9th zone. Once they were able to rotate in the 9th zone, they used those dashes. They got ahead of 𝗬𝗎𝗏 and Thomas. They built up on the hill, and they had higher ground for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and like you said, from there you just expect it to be easy street. And for the most part, it was. Unfortunately, those final moments, we know just how tough they can be. But it's such a great sign for 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. We just talked the game before this about how, look, those games we saw earlier are probably some of the worst games we'll see them have. And yet they were still racking in big points. It only gets better from here.
Yep. We got to take this to a listen from those few moments because that was just a crazy run from 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Let's take a look.
All right. We can get up left and get height. We can get up left and get height. Come. Come. Farming this. 35. They're looking. 30.
Look here.
No
builds.
Yeah. Got it. We're good. 13 alive, by the way. Everyone's stacked.
Yeah,
I think everyone's stacked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just look at the team's frame.
I'm looking. Duo. They drop.
It's this team right here. This 60, no builds.
360 wood. Give me coin.
Yeah.
Give me coin. Right here.
He's reloading. Guys.
Always great to actually listen into the comms. 11. We were actually having a conversation about 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏's comms. You were listening to them over at EWC. Compared to there, what's the comparison?
I mean, at times, right, in some of those games, you maybe was getting a bit quieter. I remember some of his teammates on the team, they were complaining, you got to talk a bit more to us, people. the communication, much more in his element here on this big stage.
Nice.
I love to see there in those final few moments as well. In that situation where they made that beautiful little rotate up the hill, right? At that point, second place, they're gone. And now they're thinking, okay, we have an opportunity here. We can really look to pull away. And again, just kind of telling the lobby, we are on height. You're not going to get to play the game. But when we're ready, we'll go ahead and pick you all off at the bottom.
Absolutely. And I mean, look, they're in first place. No surprises there. I think it's interesting how even with their success, if we're going to be critical here, I think we're seeing the effects of the whole Rawf situation where they're not getting that whole POI to themselves. It feels like in some of the NA FNCSs this year, they would have gotten a POI like that all to themselves and been able to run with it, have cap loot. But the lack of loot, you'd argue, means, again, he doesn't have as much ammo. He can't spray as much towards that back end. When he runs out of shotgun ammo, he can't switch to his AUG, right, and use that. Small, fine margins, but it's, you know, causing a difference here. But if they're going to stay in first place, I mean, he's not going to be too bothered at the end of the day.
I mean, I'm happy you actually brought up the point of the wrap, because that game we actually saw something a little bit different. For first two games, it was very, very passive. No elims were kind of happening over there. But this game, Peterbot actually picked up Trashy very, very early on. So that could be the adaptation that they're kind of looking for to make sure they just get that extra little bit of an edge coming out of the raft.
And Cammy, right? They also find another impact over on Cammy to just disrupt them and their plan. So just crazy. 𝗏𝗡𝗏𝗡 as well, third in that last game. Dude, I don't know. Like, think back to game one. 𝗏𝗡𝗏𝗏 just had this horrible game. They're just shambles the entire time. They're going down in zone. They're picking each other up. And now they come out swinging third place with just an unbelievable performance.
Well, 𝗏𝗡𝗏𝗏, that game number 3 right there, they actually took it to Alex and they elammed them very, very early on. But they didn't leave their POI. They did not leave reels at all, right? It was remained in the zone. And I think they picked up like 3 more eliminations from the POI alone, just picking up stragglers, picking up rotators. So awesome to see that they're very, very familiar around that POI, so much so that they can find elims even later on in the game.
I mean, when you look at Comp Fortnite this year, Vivid, it's been a matter of surge basing here and there.
Yeah.
That is not 𝗏𝗡𝗏𝗏's game, right? They want to go into places where people are going to rotate into them and they want to fight people. And they did that so expertly here. And it felt like a vintage game for them, even towards the end game, right? Just causing havoc on lower layers is what they were always known for doing. And so it's great to see them in their element here on LAN.
I wanted to call out their 6th place Chap and Teeny. We see them just go up a few points there. They managed to fight that Rift Island, fight for that Rift Island and claim it. But we did not see them in that end game, right? Think back, they won game number 1, and then it's kind of, they're not necessarily stalling out, but there's something that is kind of keeping them from hitting these final few end games. What's going on? What do you think?
Well, maybe it's the giant surprise of them not landing where we were kind of expecting them to land. They're actually landing over at the Nitro Dome, right? Which, you know, very, very like them to kind of just randomly land somewhere. And maybe we're kind of seeing the effects of that, right? Maybe now that players around them have kind of adapted to how those rotations are kind of being made by them. They're like, oh, so this team's going to be doing this now. We're obviously not going to allow them to do that or something like that. But I'm sure there's adaptations being made by some of these players.
Absolutely. I wrote down a whole long list of like effects of them switching up their drop and the team's effects. Before we get to that though, right? Them landing on Nitro's Room, some added context. It was the spot they landed at, right? Last season, right? When they were playing. And when you actually look at where they were deciding to land, they never really committed to a spot, right? At one point, they wanted to go reckless and they were going to go towards the underworld. And it's funny, I spoke to Canada and Cooper a couple days ago, and they were like, for sure, those guys are going to go Nitro Drum. They knew, they were like, 100% those guys aren't committing to whatever they're saying they're going to commit to. They're going to land on us. And I guess they were very prepared for it. But even then, man, Chapentini is the kind of thing you expected them to do, right? Have some sort of switch up in game plan.
I love that the casters going into that game called out micro adjustments, right? Game to game, we're just thinking these little nuanced things. How do we get the upper hand on all of these duos? And of course, now being the halfway point, it is more important than ever to do so.
Yeah, and I'm happy that you actually brought up that halfway point, right? And quote unquote adaptations, because now that we are actually in that halfway mark, the players are off the stage. Right. They're actually behind the scenes right now. And right now they have the opportunity to not only talk amongst themselves, right? Kind of get refreshed, kind of reboot back up into the competition, but the opportunity to also talk to their coaches who are hopefully seeing things that they are not.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking to some of the coaches out here, right? We were talking to Sven and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, right? Those guys coach a bunch of the players here, a bunch of the top teams here. And there are some top teams, I think, who have maybe had a quiet first 3 games. So there's going to be plenty to talk about behind the scenes.
That's right. Well, you heard it here. The players are currently on a halfway point break. So what we're going to do is we're going to step away. When we return, though, game number 4 from the FNCS Global Championship.
Well, hello, Fortnite fans. Kelly Link here in the Creator Lounge, where I am just surrounded by so many incredible people, and two of my favorite people are going to be joining me right now. Panda, 𝗤𝗂𝗢𝗄. I feel like we're bringing it back all the way to NA West on the FNCS. It is so good to be talking with you guys. How you doing, Panda?
Hey, listen, it's the Global Championship, so you better believe we're loving it. What's going on, Texas?
It is so exciting, so electric, and I know that so many people here are excited for Game 4, but we do have a little bit of a break, Jacob. But when that break comes back, I'm ready for Game 4. What about you?
Oh, I'm definitely ready for it. Even though there's like a little bit of a slow start and some hiccups, including that last way the game ended, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗖, oh my God, this is a legacy in the making, and there's 9 more games throughout the weekend, and I couldn't be more stoked.
But man, I thought that was going to be 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗖's game. Everything worked out so well from them on high ground, where we've seen them time and time again. But who was waiting for them on the low ground? 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Is that something you could have expected, that 1v1 going out that way?
Honestly, yeah, I can't lie. I predicted that was going to happen. No, I'm just kidding, guys. But no, honestly, really it is the nerves, right? That's the biggest moment that 𝗬𝗏𝗏's had of the day. He came down, he tried to take the fight, and unfortunately it just didn't go his way. But that's how it happens sometimes.
But even without the victory royale, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗖 are currently sitting in first place. And I think that's something a lot of us kind of expected today. Do you think they're going to keep this going?
I 100% think they do. Consistency is key. And in a lot of their big wins throughout the course to get here, it's been their consistency. And 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗖, I think, has been a huge backbone for this roster that doesn't get enough credit. So just a big shout out to 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗖.
Well, speaking of giving credit, 𝗬𝗏𝗏, absolutely incredible. Not even playing with his main duo of 𝗤𝗏𝗄 and still taking the victory royale. What an incredible performance.
Yeah, honestly, listen, you can't count out 𝗬𝗏𝗏. He is a phenomenal player playing with 𝗤𝗏𝗄. Obviously, shout out 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏 for not being here. But honestly, this duo is special. They still have a very, very good shot at taking that top spot. So just because 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗖 are there now does not mean they've secured it. I'm telling you, there is still a lot of games to play.
Guys, I am so grateful for you to chat for me real quick. And before I let you go and go back to the desk, where can people find you? What do you have planned for the rest of the weekend?
Oh, listen, we got a ton of great stuff going on this weekend. Make sure to check out Life with Panda, Life W Panda on all socials. Jacob and I are hosting a post-Global Championship live stream. So make sure you tune in. I can't wait. And of course, the lovely Kelly Link. I'll let you send it off.
Oh my goodness, thank you. But real quick, Jacob, where can people find you? I know as far as watch party goes, you are constantly streaming FNCS watch parties. Where can people find you?
On Twitter and Twitch, you can go to Jacob MVPR because I'm the most valuable Puerto Rican in this place.
Thank you guys so much, and let's head back to the desk.
No, Jacob, what?
Yeah. That's Jacob.
Dude, I love 𝗤𝗂𝗢𝗖𝗏, bro. I'm honestly thankful he's not here because if he was, he'd be so tall. Anyway, thank you so much to Life with Panda, 𝗤𝗂𝗢𝗖𝗏. We love you guys. And I like that Panda kind of called out one thing specifically. There's still like a lot of games left to go. Keep in mind, we still have 3 today, 6 tomorrow, but under that 1.5 times multiplier. We're already seeing games go crazy. Things kind of unfold, maybe not in ways we expected. What have you guys been seeing and that maybe excites you about the last 3 games?
Why don't we go ahead and start with the early game here, Levin, right? There's big questions around, well, pretty much almost every single spot on the map. Yeah. But I think Brutal Beachhead was a big question mark. How was Acorn and Cold and Andalex and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 going to go? And right now, you know, game number 1 is a little bit passive. Games 2 and 3, though, Acorn and Cold have come out with 2 eliminations each one of those games.
Yeah, and that's huge, man. I mean, Acorn and Cold, if they weren't uncontested, would have been a favorite to win, right? So seeing how they did there was going to be crucial.
That's right. I actually just got word. We have an interview lined up. Adam Savage is standing by with our duo in the first place. Adam, what you got for us?
Well, I've currently got with me the leaders of our competition right now. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗖 join me here in the player lounge. Fellas, it has been an unbelievable start of proceedings. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏, 23 eliminations. Looking 23, I think so. Both of you guys so far, yeah. Leading it. He was like, just me? 23, so... but he expects that. He expects 23 straight up off the bat. What's that?
I gotta have 17. My AR aim right now is looking crazy. Like 16 or 17.
Okay. Well, I mean, whatever happens, it's looking strong, and you're very much in the lead here. 𝗏𝗏𝗘𝗦𝗏, walk us through the first kind of like couple of exchanges on the forecast towers first and foremost. You guys got it one time so far. Does that kind of does it concern you at all? Is that a real issue, or are you guys just kind of like heading through whatever happens regardless?
No, I think the first game, like, we were getting held by a team, 𝗏𝗏𝗘𝗦𝗏, they were sitting in like a bush. But after that, like after we were able to get to the forecast, we were fine. No one contested or anything. The next 2 games we weren't able to get it because they didn't spawn.
Well, we saw as well, like the zone shifting left, right, and center. For you guys, how has it felt in those first 3 games, adapting as well? I mean, we saw that you're going to be a lot of players going to challenge you guys. You saw an elimination feed, Clicks in that first game as well. That must have felt real good too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it felt good. It was just like I was like, so he got eliminated, and basically, I just got like 5 eliminations in one zone, and then like the win, like that I expected to win, and yeah, I mean.
Talk me through that exchange as well. There was 𝗬𝗏𝗏 right at the very end of that last game there. Does those kind of moments get under your skin at all? Do you kind of feel those? Or are you just going to move on to the next thing?
No, we got a 12 elimination second, so it really doesn't matter to me. We're in first by 40 points or something.
You're looking good. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, I've got to ask you as well. We heard the crowd as well going wild. Obviously, you guys. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗘𝗏, I think home court advantage to a degree. How does it feel for you as well? We're playing alongside 𝗏𝗏𝗏 when you kind of hear the hype around from the fans here in the stadium and at home too.
I mean, it's amazing. It brings me up as well, like with Peter's fans. I mean, it affects me too.
Yeah. Well, you guys have had an unbelievable year thus far. Will they make it another win under their belts? We're 3 games in, and so far it's looking very, very good for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. For now, it's back to the desk. These guys getting back to their seats. Game 4 is imminent.
I think one of my favorite things about 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, I'm going to say something and let me get the whole thought out, okay? I love that, obviously, they're amazing. They play so well. And I love that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 talks so much because 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is like an amazing player. And he's just like, yeah, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, you just talk for the team. I'm just going to sit way over here, talk for the team. Yeah, things are great, and they're amazing. I'm good. Okay, bye. That's one of my favorite things about them. Is that crazy? Am I crazy?
No, I mean, but I think it really, really works for them, right? And that's what you kind of need when it comes down to duo dynamic, right? Somebody's a little bit more vocal. Maybe that's how it kind of goes in-game as well.
I mean, yeah, I think when you look at the dynamic of that team, anybody that plays with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is going to have to put their ego to the side. I mean, that guy's got enough ego for all 3 of us on the desk here, He could talk for days, that young lad. But I mean, look, he's a top player and he backs up his talk with performances in game. And it was interesting there, how Adam sort of asked him, like, do you sort of let losing that 2v1 affect you? And I think it's good that it doesn't, right? And he talks about how it doesn't matter, we're still at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, I think it's that sort of mentality to just keep going, even when things don't quite go right, is the key to why they're so successful.
Yeah, I mean, saying, I look, 12 elimination, Victor Royale, or second place, it isn't the Victor Royale. Now, if tomorrow, 1.5 times, you definitely want that Victor Royale. Those points are going to matter, but bro, 12 eliminations and a second place, that's still a ton of points. Right. And as he called out, he eliminates the 2nd through 5th teams. At that point, you're like, cool, I'm just creating a gap for me and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏.
Yeah, instantly looking towards the positives of the situations, not necessarily the negatives, which is really, really good. Now, we were kind of talking about something prior to the break, right? We were like, okay, now they have the opportunity to go ahead and converse amongst themselves with coaches, everything like that. What can we kind of expect going into game number 4 to maybe change, if anything at all?
I mean, one thing I think I noticed throughout the first couple games already was there was a bunch of teams actually switching up their spots. I felt like we were seeing a bunch of different people in areas of the map in early game where they just shouldn't have been. Like King and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 were all the way in like the southeast of the map. I think Michael and Job were somewhere there as well. At one point, we're like, I thought you guys were landing all the way on the other side. So clearly, there's been big switch-ups already, and I think we'll probably see a couple more.
Absolutely. You guys have kind of started talking about Acorn and Cold. I kind of wanted to circle back to that conversation. The duo, how are they performing? Are they performing the way, I guess, you kind of, in your mind, envision they would on LAN?
Yeah, no, I think Acorn and Cold definitely are going to find themselves within the top 10. I actually predicted that they were going to be in first place at the end of day number 1. Right now, after 3 games, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's got quite a lead, so I don't know if that's going to happen, but I think they're performing very, very well, handling the all-spawn situation perfectly.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, I think most people who know me know I'm a big Cold fan, and I'm a massive Acorn fan as well, and I really do back these guys to do well in every given situation. I think we know with 1.5x points, we saw them in Major 3 and NA not having the best day 1, but with the 1.5x, the comeback that they had to place as well as they did, they're always going to be in the competition. No matter how far down the leaderboard these guys are, until we get to maybe game 11 tomorrow, right, they're going to be in this competition. And when you have that ability, that's a real big strength.
That's right. We've seen their off-spawn situation. We actually have a listen from this last one, so we'll see how this goes.
They're ahead of us, but
Are they?
I see they're. Go ahead.
Should we swerve? We swerve?
I mean, yeah, but I'm so far.
Swerving.
They're down in this middle here.
Okay. I'm like lurking around, okay? 100.
61 or 60 another.
Just take our time. Take our time. Take a minute. Take a minute.
Yeah.
Right here. 34.
Don't be selfish. You got 3 builds. Here's my mess.
Crack them.
Here's my mess. I'm on it. 81. Come on, let's
You're
go,
him.
baby.
My God, let's go, bro.
That's so much, bro. We're chilling. We're literally vibing.
You are the best, bro. Good work.
We love getting those listens in, right? Really getting to hone in on how are these duos communicating? What are they kind of calling out? And I just love these like little sneaky tactics, right? Really utilizing those third angles to kind of just sit underneath that little stair and go, yeah, I'm lurking, come around the corner. You're like, oh, it's just one person. Just kidding. Acorn's right over here. I just get shotgunned, I'm down, you're on your own.
Yeah, sounds like there was actually an adaptation. I mean, they're right. Should we swerve? And actually, they went ahead and did it. So there was actually a different idea going into that game. But still, even though they had to go ahead and adapt, they still executed on whatever they have planned for when something goes wrong on the drop. And I mean, you saw the situation in terms of Luke. Cold had almost nothing, no shield, and Alex and Ciao were all geared up, ready to go. Still won.
Right, that was one of the things I actually spoke to Sven about, right? Their coach. He talked about the prep they've been putting into off-spawn situations. I think they got a really bad reputation for off-spawns after what we saw in Season 2 of this year, where they got bossed at Grimgate by 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. We'll sweep that under the rag, right? Pretend that never happened. Right. And I think they've come into the Global Championships much more prepared, better ideas, different options, right? And they feel comfortable regardless of which option they have to take.
That's right. Our players are making their way back onto the stage right now. We are preparing to kick off game number 4 of the competition. As we continue to kind of talk about this micro adjustments, Levin, you called out something before we went to break here recently. The fact that Chapentini, they kind of, the single decision they made sent ripples throughout the game. I'm really interested to kind of tap into that and kind of discuss how one decision could kind of change a whole game. Can you talk me through that?
Absolutely. I think you see instantly as we kick off game 1, the effect on one of the teams nearby to the Nitrodrome. Rise and Ages, right? They get taken out, wiped out by Chapentini of Spawn. They're a team where you look at their game plan, things were so set in stone, so clear for them. That would have been a big shock for them. Again, that ruins their momentum in the start of the competition. Yeah. You look at Chapentini, they're a team that wants to have good loot. They're a hungry team. What they're going to do? They're going to play for that bunker towards the windmill south of Nitrodrome. Who else in the lobby likes to play for that bunker? Clix and Venner, right? So they went there in, I think it was game 2, and Chapentini are sitting on it, right? Again, now that affects their game plan. They go into the end game with a bit less loot than they probably would have had Chapentini not switch things up. So all the teams around them that don't even land at Nitrodrome are affected by the fact that Chapentini have chosen to land there.
Yeah, and sometimes those are kind of like the instant effects, right? The loot, the bunker, those type of positions. But these zones so far have actually been pulling up slightly to the north. And whenever that happens, teams like Clix and Venner, they actually spend so much time out in the storm. And that strategy is actually used by a bunch of teams here. But when you add in that extra team, right, as kind of adding like, or acting as like a blockade for some of those rotations, it can really throw all of those team strategies off, because when you are actually sitting in the storm taking all of that damage, sometimes those rotations are actually down to perfection, and those little adjustments like new teams landing in the area can make all the difference.
And I think, too, when we kind of remind ourselves of previous majors, I feel like in those situations, a lot of the duos are kind of like a big ego, right? It's like, I'm losing the situation, I've got to commit, and then we're eliminated, and now we're waiting a game. I think all the way back to even 𝗍𝗏𝗢𝗖𝗓, right? The fact that his duo goes down, he's got card in hand, and his options are, I go for forecast, I just run away with the card, or I drop it. And that's not even something I would have even thought of, but he does it. And so those little decisions, once again, really rippling through the game, so interesting to me.
Yeah, that's one of those fights that keeps happening consistently, right? 𝗍𝗏𝗢𝗏𝗏 versus Bryce and Bolts, so much so that now it's a consistent thing that's happening. Other teams are like, whoa, this is happening over here. Let's get involved.
I mean, the big difference there, right, you know, for 𝗍𝗏𝗢𝗏𝗏𝗏 here versus 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they would have just rolled the teams who were landing, right? That's what happened when point where at, you know, Major 3, teams weren't even landing on the forecast. They were just getting it for free. Here, Bryson Bolts aren't going to be pushed over. They've dealt with Reet and Ritual. They've dealt with top teams there before. They are going to fight and they will be successful at times. So how do 𝗍𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗖𝗓 adjust to that in their game plan?
Is it just like such an easy decision, right? Like, because you're saying on EU, we look at 𝗍𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗖𝗓, we go, just that's fine. Forecast is yours, but everyone here on this land, they're just like, nah, we're gonna let you have it.
It's just a combination of two regions, right? Like you mentioned, I really like that point actually, as both of these teams have experience fighting teams over at the Forecast Tower, right? And typically, if you're on your own region, you're just kind of fighting one team, you're winning. But now it's two players or two teams that are kind of used to winning, used to fighting, meeting on the international stage.
Ooh, the breakdown, crazy, but it is that time. Once again, we are ready for more action. Game number 4 is upon us. Casters, take it away.
We're a quarter of the way into this 2-day competition. Let's not forget, this is just the start now.
Yeah, and I mean, with the way that things have been going, it is just absurd to think, MDF, that 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏 is still holding strong, at least for the time being, because 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 have technically put NA on top.
And they're doing it. They're putting up the performance. It's a pretty EU-heavy top 10. We always expect that, though, right? More teams, more chances. But let's see it for match number 4. Game number 4, the pivotal moment, the critical moment in your tournament day for the first day of the FNCS Globals. And you might be asking, why is that? That's because after the last 3 games, after you get this halfway break, you get to reevaluate your situation, possibly talk with your coach, possibly look at something in the background, right? Try to figure out, what have I been doing wrong? How can I adjust?
Possibly reconsidering whether or not you want to go for the 50-50 contest. And as far as 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is concerned, he's already out of the conversation. Skye and Scroll, though, a little bit beat up, but they might be able to still close this one out. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, though, understanding the dire situation, the consequences if he's not able to pull through. He's trying to do what he can to scramble, make sure that he keeps his duo with a realistic opportunity for the revive. And he's done just enough to push back Skye and Scroll, even for a moment.
Now 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 are in 4th place, but it's not looking good as they get taken out. The first team to fall now to Scroll in Skye. And it has to be a crushing loss there as 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Scroll went head-to-head, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 just didn't have a weapon.
Just didn't find enough damage when he needed it most, but again, that's part of the nature of those direct 50-50 splits. You can test at Rebels Ruse inside that building. You know where the 4 spawns are going to be at, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to pick up something worth going for in the first place. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, on the other hand, restored reels. Saw that little flash by 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 of the drop map. Love the printout, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, he's got his eyes set onto Alex's head right now, and that's going to be his first elimination here. Oceania, things are looking a little bit grim there at Restored Reels.
Up against EU, not so much up against NA, as honestly, Resigns and 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 have managed to really hold their own up against Clix and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, but you know, Clix and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 have played very passively, if you will. I think they are recognizing this opportunity before them, and they don't want to just throw it all to the wind because they're being contested. They're willing to play a little bit smarter, and we actually love that because we've seen very different engagements go down when a team's contested. Sometimes they want to headbang right into one another and see what happens. So the results of this drop spot have actually worked out relatively favorable, even for 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Resigns there.
Yeah, but at the same time, how much better still would it be if Clix and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 had it all to themselves by Sandy Steps? Cold, Acorn, on the other hand, we saw the differences during the halftime preview of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's success in comparison to Acorn and Cold's. And Cold, alongside Acorn, they are looking to keep the streak going strong here at Brutal Beachhead. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and Ciao, they need to come up massive if they don't want to end off with a huge point differential for day 2. Even with that 1.5 times point multiplier, it's still a big ways to climb.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the stats. It's a pretty significant gap between Andalex's capabilities and Ciao's versus what Acorn and Cold have managed to do in this game. And this is why you're seeing them push up with such confidence. However, we do know these are all players that are very much qualified to be here, quite literally and figuratively. So you cannot let your guard down One mistake and it'll be the end of your game, that's for sure. Even now, Cold and Acorn say, hey, you know what? You have the high ground. You defended well. We're going to back off.
Ciao and 𝗦𝗫𝗄𝗧 are definitely hoping that they'll be able to turn things around here in match 4, but at the very least, they do know that they'll still have that opportunity for VOD review, maybe reconsider exactly what their plan of attack might be, but 𝗤𝗔𝗓 and 𝗣𝗏𝗀 already making sure to tear apart everything that resides at the bottom. They know that they're going to have to deal with some other teams soon, but they like their position of control right now.
Got to get that medal one way or another. For 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, they do the same, scrapping every opportunity up here. And, you know, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, we kind of talk about their drop spot being so desolate, right? There's no teams nearby. It really is such a significant difference, I would say, between, you know, how their tournament is going down here versus the likes of really any other team. Another team that had a similar position was Bugha and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, but we haven't even been able to see what they can do. Because if we were to look north, they have a similar situation, really no one nearby, but what is it that's missing there, right?
Yeah, they kind of have to forge their own path, create their own engagements, essentially, and hope that teams are willing to even bother with fighting back, because so many different circumstances now. We've seen teams just immediately go on the retreat, go on the defensive, not necessarily looking to be as aggressive, and that has definitely resulted in some teams struggling with their surge, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 reveal medallion as well. Plenty of ammunition as well inside of that striker burst assault rifle, so 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 hoping to secure this forecast tower for themselves.
See what happened there, though? They stepped to that forecast tower. Vino and Clix is like, oh, time to go. So we saw in the interview, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was willing to call out Clix and Vino and say, I dare you to come meet me, but we all know it's probably not a good idea. Rise and 𝗔𝗓𝗏, however, from second place, they fall down 5 placements after last game because of an early game fight. This time, after weighing even what happened there, they feel like it was worth it. And they're coming back into another pretty battle here.
But for 𝗔𝗓𝗏 and Rise, already running relatively thin as far as their material count is concerned. And it seems like 𝗔𝗓𝗏 would at least prefer to disengage for the time being, but a shot from overhead, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 in the distance, but I think 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's still behind. 𝗔𝗓𝗏 and Rise might find themselves unintentionally pincered here. Slurptrek gonna buy them a little bit more time though. They'll at least be able to box up, hope for some safety net to come into play, but at least with the shield refresh, now they're hoping to maybe take that fight, because at the very least, they need the Siphon materials.
Yeah, they'll need to get the damage. They'll need to get active here. Muzz and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 on the move right now. What we've noticed about this team is those mid games, really tough positions to be in, as they found themselves in just a jam. It really feels like from time to time, but if they can just overcome that, see what they did right in game 1 and mirror that performance, we'll see them jumping right back up into the conversation in no time.
And something else that's important to know, you have to keep in mind, Muzz and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're kind of landing at that same drop as 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 over by Doomstot, except 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they are fully in control of the Mysterio, and they like to collect that mythic Sovereign shotgun. That's the most important aspect for those two by Doomstot. So for Muzz and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, I think at times they may have considered, do we want to challenge for that Mysterio bot and take over the goods that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 have essentially been hoarding all to themselves, but at the same time, that's not going to be an easy accomplishment. It seems as though 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 got the advantage there.
It's not looking good right now. Teeny is here, Chop is here, and they take down 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, but not before Chop gets finished there. And it seems like there was another team. Is that Rise and 𝗔𝗓𝗏 that just stepped up out of nowhere? No, it's TT Rise and Cooper, and A players. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Rise obviously playing with one another. Cooper and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're in the distance, side by side.
It's gonna be a big moment though for Rise and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. They've been trying to claw their way up the leaderboard essentially, and the same could be said for Cooper and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. And Restored Real is bound to draw a little bit more attention. Look at Teeny just trying to squeeze his way out of there, fully understanding
He gets out.
it is not worth sticking around at this point. Too much attention having been drawn.
Take a look at this. The open edit 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗏 falls. So Teeny still earns a little something here. It's not for nothing, but losing his teammate in the process. We're not even sure if he gets the reboot card. So we'll see how that develops in the coming moments. But first, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 will have a big task in front of him, and that's currently escaping the grips of 𝗍𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 and 𝗵𝗫𝗫𝗫, who's hunting them down right now, all in efforts to fight for the bunker. These bunker fights have been not going in the favor of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. I think they're realizing, like, this is a little bit more difficult to do on the global stage than it is on just the NA region. Come qualifications and armored walls to secure the win here, forcing them into a bad camera angle. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has to think twice about doing that again.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 just trying to make sure that he can actually escape, recognizing the fact Juice not worth the squeeze at this moment. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, though, seemingly in control of the weapons bunker for the time being. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 already at the bottom of it. He's going to make his way over to that weapons mod bench as well. Make sure to prioritize exactly all the little goodies he would prefer, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they've had an opportunity to recuperate, feeling healthier. They're ready to re-engage with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, but they have to be careful. 𝗏𝗏 fully understanding he can't just recklessly spin current corners.
Ritual looking for an angle here. Armor wall is going to put a full-on stop to that and force to the outskirts here. Another wall comes down. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 are really tempting them now, baiting them into these terrible peaks, and they're winning every single trade here. The one downside, though, is that they're running halfway now on armored walls as they've used half of the reservoir, but they own the bunker. Who cares at this point, right? This is a full-on refresh opportunity now.
Slightly better situation, at least, for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏 and Ritual. They've spotted out our material count. It's entirely too low. We weren't able to capitalize on finding an elimination or two, so now they have to fixate on just rebuilding their material count in the first place, and that as well is bound to cause a little bit of trickle effect damage towards 𝗏 and Ritual's game plan long term, because they're missing out on surge tag damage time.
Speaking about 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they've taken now Reason, now looking to see if they can claim 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 here, just outside the Doom's courtyard. It's a big rotate in, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 left by himself. Everyone decides to back off. Very interesting that two duos shown up, and the two duos are like, wait, there's someone else here. So very unaware of what's happening at the moment. For that reason, they give their respect. And I'm sure 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's trying to wrap his head around, where did everyone go?
That's a different level of paranoia altogether. I mean, no one, at least inside of those boxes, and yet 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 still crouching around, still trying to stay as tucked away as possible. Can't really fault him, though, when you factor in the caliber of player that all of these teams are essentially stacked up against. Yeah, there's good reason to be concerned about which wall you face next, but 𝗍𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 back into the thick of it. Seems like they've got a slight overhead advantage. Right side peak, though, not going to be there just yet for 𝗍𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 instead. Different approach altogether. He's on the same level as Ed and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, just putting immediate pressure onto the walls in front.
Any team that can pop off today and finish inside the top 10 will have a real fighter's chance to run away with things tomorrow. Tomorrow's a 1.5x day, so setting up your foundation is so critical to your success. 𝗍𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 gets just punished by 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 shot there. Little reset now as Ed tries to get the heals here. They're fully back up into the swing of things.
Definitely a bit of a sucker punch as well for 𝗍𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 when you really think about it, because the way that he was charging in there, it seemed like he had zero concern that anybody was going to be able to piece him up in that moment. Nearly meant his own downfall for it, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, Ed,
oh my God,
they're actually finding the smallest angle, tearing up the toes there from 𝗍𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫.
Very important tags. That's going to set them up with a very solid damage lead now. Off they go. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 looks like he's continuing to get active, but look, 4th place is out, 5th place is out. The standings now starting to gap away. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 HD and company, Trulix and company are the closest to, but our first place lead, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 here, set up for the Rift Island. They continue to fight for it. It's like you see it spawn and you know, all right, who's gonna be there? It's this team right here.
Nah, for me, it's the fact that 𝗬𝗏𝗏 just lit King up, trying to rip by the side of Rift Island there. And 𝗬𝗏𝗏, we heard it direct when he was doing that interview with Adam Savage. My aim is on another level right now, and that might be the most perfect example imaginable. He's definitely looking like a bit of a menace there now, with the height leverage as well from the top of Rift Island. Other teams have really got to be wary of exactly how they're choosing to rotate, and I think that this is a prime opportunity as well for 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to essentially control the flow of the lobby.
Yeah, and it's good that he gets to show it off as well, but talk about controlling the flow of lobby. 𝗏 is keying right now, on the move, on the hunt here. 𝗏 and Ritual continue to find teams to fight. This time, even with a health at disadvantage, they have the height advantage.
Yeah, but he could get full HP whenever he wanted to. He's gonna go ahead and split a 𝗏𝗏𝗏 off with Ritual as well, and they'll take this moment to pause the action, make sure that they are as healthy as possible. We even get an opportunity to hear direct how that elimination went down just now for 𝗏.
Got it. 140, 140.
Nice. I'm getting in.
I'm jumping in. I'm in.
Full box.
On me.
100 dead.
Nice, bro. Chill now. Chill now.
At the body.
The tone set up though. He's like, all right, chill now. Like, let's relax.
It's like it's too crazy.
Yeah, we got it. Really showing us the emotion that happens when a team clashes. Things really peak up.
It's crazy. There's still that was a left side peek through the window edit, and 𝗏, the fact that he's able to come out on top for that one.
I think that's a problem he's got. We've seen him actually get
he loves that.
Punished for that. Jumping to a 𝗏𝗏𝗏 though. South side here, zone's pulling far north. They notice that they have to move sooner rather than later. This is where strategy really comes into play here.
See that drop in the damage threshold though? 515 above, immediately chopped to 189. It's evident that everyone's kind of picking up the pace here. Janus, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, fully aware of the fact that they've now got a duo right next to them. It's gonna be Analex and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 even, and Analex, he knows he's got so much ground, so much time he needs to make up for, but Analex immediately 180'd upon 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, gonna be there for the supportive cover. Now it's all up to 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to keep his duo's hopes alive, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 calls through.
Good tag there, and honestly, it was a combination of the damage Analex put down. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 coming in to finish the fight, but someone else has arrived. It's another solo. Just looking, it's the reigning and returning champion Cooper, who's here to fight. He's got a huge disadvantage on the HP, but he is still looking to tag, but no. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 finding his stride in the late half of the tournament after being, again, contested fully up against Acorn and Cold. Come out of that, overcome that drop spot, and now find themselves 3 eliminations in super quick succession.
But even though it's a brief moment of relief here for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, the fact that he managed to survive this whole exchange, unfortunately still, it's all an uphill battle. Sure, you've got 3 eliminations, but you are a solo now, trying to make your way out of the storm. Not sure how that's gonna pan out for him, but this is massive right now. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, sure, they might have a little bit of a gap between themselves and everybody else on the leaderboard. 56 points to be exact, but at the same time, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, he's already a solo in the 6th zone.
𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 may have his community on his back, but the rest of this lobby, the rest of the world is hoping he does not perform well. Acorn is gonna be the resulting team of the reason 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is down and out. And this is good for everyone else. Obviously not so good for 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, right? He's got such a strong lead, he could break away with it and nearly solidify a first place to close the day. However, this gives everyone else a realistic chance now that they can take down basically the kings of NA.
And that looked more so like Acorn and Cole delivering a much needed heat check to 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, kind of just reminding them You might be first right now, but if you're not careful, we'll still look to take over. Granted, Acorn Cold currently sitting outside of the top 5 even. They know that they also need some very valuable eliminations and placement points. They want to make up the difference at this stage, but Rise still operating as a solo, doing what he can, but there is just so much that stands between him and his next movement.
Yeah, it's not looking too good right now, and all things considering, with 100 damage below, he's got to do something big here. Now, teams are going to start moving, so maybe it's not wise of him to move first just yet, but got to hit these tags when the opportunities open up here. First one's a miss. No second reveals itself, so now he has to push his way in. He sees Crisp here. Crisp comes in. This is one of his chances, and he finds the tag there. Meanwhile, what's happening on the other side? Clicks also similar pressures, but they find the Asian chance of 𝗿𝗏𝗏 on the backside of the zone there, and 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏, and take them down.
And that was a nice moment as well for Clix and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, because as you can see, they are just barely managing to stay above water at this point. 27 above on the damage threshold, be exact. And 𝗏𝗏𝗏 already taking note some teams that might be elevated a little bit higher than their current position, but 𝗬𝗏 has absolutely no idea where these shots are pulling in from. It looks like he's getting lit up from 2 different directions, and Batman Booga actually going to be the one credited for that takedown, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏, Clix just chopping directly through the center. They've done a decent job as well of making sure to go unnoticed.
Clix out of ammunition for his rifle. This is the worst we have seen this duo, and arguably the most important game right now. So all they have is each other at this point, and this is why they continue to remain below the surge, is because they don't really have the rifle ammo to find the tags. These shotgun pelts, I mean, they're not much. They're not going to do much. You have to take one of these wall-to-wall exchanges here. 𝗿𝗏𝗏𝗏 comes out. Great catch here. It's Rapid who falls. And I think, again, they lose the elimination credit. However, the damage, though, is theirs.
And the body loot as well.
Very
𝗏𝗏𝗏
nice.
just practically refreshed the max mats. But most importantly of all, MDF, they've got the relief that they needed as far as that surge damage is concerned. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 clicks in a box up momentarily, but 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 from above. The Monarch pistol just continuing to pose such a massive problem for everybody else looking to rotate inwards.
The power of knowing where the zones are going, it almost feels like they just have it all locked in. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 here continue to do these wonderful rotates, the first to take a stab at some of this positioning, and it's starting to show off.
They've got half of their game plan already formulated in live action. They took height for the time being. Now they just need to not get eliminated. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 as well, fighting his way through this lobby, refusing to budge. You would think that he's still a fully intact duo with the way that he plays. So much swagger inside of his own gameplay. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 also barely managing to cling on to life, but 5 eliminations as well for Clix and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 at this stage.
I was gonna say barely holding on, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was there still. Just 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, the refreshes now. Things are starting to come together. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's got his eyes on the prize here, though. This is the villain arc for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 right now, unfolding before our eyes here. As he continues to swing his way through this crevice here, but no! Doesn't take the first shot as a warning, and that's a huge mistake now. The first mistake we have actually seen from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 right there. He should have known better.
Clix, on the other hand, he's gonna get credit for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. CM might still be kicking somewhere, but at least for right now, Clix, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're managing to find the refreshes when they need them most. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, though, they've taken note of the team across the way from their current position. They're looking to try and get the chop from secondary height. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, in fact, even hoping that he continues to pull out. He's trying to cut off 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and he finds him falling straight to the ground.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 jumps up and just gets melted there. That's the problem with the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Unfortunately, now 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 have a real opportunity here to take high ground, secure it, solidify their spot straight to the end game. Meanwhile, noticeable names live. Booga, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, Quanti and Cone still standing. Ed is in this lobby. Acorn and Cold are still alive.
Wow.
And the save from 𝗏𝗏HD onto 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗎, though, was definitely not something I saw coming.
Acorn and Cold now, they're gonna opt to layer swap through the low ground, making their way, crossing over. All this natural terrain provided by Castle Doom, but again, the high ground, it belongs to 𝗍𝗏𝗀 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. They are seeking out full control of this fourth lobby here, and everyone is folding underneath them. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 down to his final 2 HP. Will he have a moment? Finally gets an opportunity to pop a small shield potion, but again, just scrambling, doing everything in his power to survive. He's got players funneling in ult from every direction, and it's not going to be enough. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has been taken out.
He did find 𝗍𝗏𝗏 there, though. A big elimination for him. Look at this. Trulex and Chicho once again in the end game. Just going for the heal off, looking for a top 10 solidified spot. But it's not going to be easy. This Castle Doom is very hard to navigate across. Remember, these walls are extremely high HP, but look who's back in action. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏HD is almost figuratively and literally putting 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 on his back this game right now, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 gave him the credit last round, and rightfully so. We're seeing him really work for it. Acorn falls now. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 still alive here. We couldn't have found a better time to talk about them, because they've managed to rat their way through the castle here, and now finding Max to stay alive and get back. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 jumping their way back up into this top 5.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏𝗏 from the rooftops now by Castle Doom. 𝗍𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏𝗏 functioning out of the attics exclusively, but Thomas has lost 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 yet again, only this time no opportunity for the revive. In fact, he's down and out for the count as well. Skrull doing everything he can to just try and make it back into zone, but it's all up to 𝗍𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 to hold their ground. They're gonna cut Skrull off in the process. 𝗍𝗏𝗏 nearly gets credit for the knock, but instead we'll have to watch that one slip away.
𝗍𝗏𝗏 finds that extra elimination, though. They are slowly cutting down the poles here, getting closer and closer to the roots. Give a look at it. 7 elims for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏𝗏. 𝗍𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏 not looking to jump up into the flames that are 𝗍𝗏𝗏 in 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Give it a second, though. No match. They have to continue to farm here. And like we talked about, this building, very, very interesting to try to navigate through. Armored wall comes in. At the very least, 𝗍𝗏𝗏's trying to, make this a war of attrition, and they find an elimination. Another big one here. More points here. 𝗍𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 are coming down. They had enough of the weight. They find 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 on the backside there. 𝗍𝗏𝗏 losing a lot of HP to the storm, though.
𝗍𝗏𝗏 nearly getting trapped in the process there, but unfortunately for 𝗍𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏𝗏, they're going to get caught inside the structures. They're trying to work their way through. 𝗍𝗏𝗏 nearly has it, but 𝗍𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, just a little bit more HP to work with. They bring this one home.
And it's almost like they just keep doing it now. 𝗍𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, a very, very clearly strong duo here, showing up in spades, putting up the performance, and you can see the look on their faces is expression of pure excitement. They're ready to.
Alrighty, would you please put your hands together for your game 4 winners? It's 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Come on up here, boys. Come on, enjoy the moment. Unbelievable there. You guys are always so smiling, so happy, and you must be very happy with the victory royale. Talk me through the moment there. We saw that taking the high ground, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 goes down, courtesy of beaming out the sky, your partner in crime here. That was the GOAT right there. That was a big moment, right? Capturing that high ground really made that game yours.
Yeah, exactly. We just decided to key forecast this game, because we said if we get forecast, we just guarantee win, because we needed a win to get comeback. So we just decided to play hide on that, and then they just counter sprayed, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 just said the spray, and
it was pretty special.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. I mean, talk us. You came very close. I think it was game 2. You guys came second place as well. You had a really really tight go of things there. But eliminations are working well. Standings too. You guys are really flying up the leaderboard again now. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, what's it been like first 4 games into global championships for you?
It's feeling really good, and
How have you been navigating these last zones as well for you guys? How are you kind of working together to make sure that you always get into that end game?
Well, we always look at the zone each other, and then we just like talk about it, how we're gonna rotate, if we're gonna early or late rotate. Like we just look at the zone, and then from the zone on, we just decide what we're gonna do, and we talk about each other. You know, we're not doing single decisions.
Obviously, this being day 1 of 2 as well. 2 games left today. What is the aim, the end goal for today? What would you be happy with finishing up? Is it absolutely top of the leaderboard, or there or thereabouts kind of in the? What do you guys want to do in these next 2 games?
I think if you're top 5 after the first day, you can easily win because it's 1.5 points. But I want to be first after first day.
Okay, and I've got to ask you, 𝗍𝗀𝗀, I know you like being out in front of a crowd here, you and 𝗬𝗀𝗀𝗖𝗓𝒏. How does it feel to be out here in Fort Worth enjoying? In fact, make some noise for 𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗖𝗓𝒏𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗧, everyone, please. How does that feel when you got the crowd behind you as well?
It feels great. I couldn't like be more happy about it. It's just like I feel the need to perform better, you know.
You just got a victory royale.
Exactly, but
this guy.
Better. I can always do better, you know.
This is it. They can always do better. They're striving for the very top. One more time, please give it up for 𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗖𝗓𝒐. Game 4 winners there. We're going to take a very short break. 2 games left today on this day 1 of FNCS Global Championships. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in just a second's time.
Welcome back to the FNCS live from Dickies Arena. Every time we get that countdown, everyone in here starts to count down, and that's how we know. It's like, oh, time to focus back up. We are back in it. Now, after game number 4, 𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗖𝗓𝒏𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗖𝗓𝒏 pick up a victory royale. Guys, that was just a crazy game that for like a moment I really believed was 𝗤𝗏𝗖𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 HD and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏
Exactly that, right? Me and Levin were like, oh yeah, this 8th zone position from 𝗲𝗍𝗓 and Thomas, they had the entirety of that hill/mountain kind of covered. It was like, wow, they have so much terrain covered, and that's going to grant you free high ground for the rest of the game. 𝗲𝗏𝗖𝗓, though, gets ahead of the moving zone. 𝗲𝗍𝗓 jumps just a little too high with that 𝗲𝗏𝗴𝗏𝗏 activated, stuck in no man's land all the way up there in the sky, and what a great bit of shots from 𝗲𝗏𝗖𝗓 to kind of secure the high ground for them.
Yeah, unfortunately, probably not the best there from 𝗲𝗍𝗓, right? Obviously, they start getting sprayed, so you know there's a team applying pressure on you. You fizz just in case you get chopped, but then you ain't got to jump, man. You jump and they instantly beam you, punished right there.
Is it one of those things where that last game where they had the high ground, right? They didn't really get pressed for it. This game, they are getting pressed for it, right? Did they kind of like forget that can kind of happen?
I'm not sure if they forget. I think it was one of those ones where you maybe just slip up in the moment, right? It's a very minor mistake. Unfortunate to get caught out by it. But from there, right, when 𝗍𝗏𝗖𝗓 went on to take the game, the crowd in here, they were rooting for one team and one team only to win that one, right? Everybody wanted 𝗍𝗏𝗓 to win. You could feel everybody was getting ramped up every time 𝗍𝗏𝗓 was on the screen. But 𝗍𝗏𝗓𝗖𝗓 ruined that party, and you know, they've been ruining a lot of parties for people this year. These guys have been setting the lobbies on fire that they've been in, and it's good to see them get a win here.
Crazy as well, they call out that forecast, right? Just allowing them to kind of have knowledge of where we're going next. That's just one less thing we have to think about. Now all we have to do, ruin your game plan, 𝗍𝗏𝗓. Nice try, man. I know where you're going. I'm going to make sure you get boxed out. And then, of course, on the other side, right, you're looking at 𝗍𝗏𝗓, and it's like, I have to navigate this building. I'm running on fumes, and these guys are just sitting up there waiting for me to come around this corner.
Yeah, the castle was playing a big part of that. But yeah, me and Levin were like, wait, they're at a forecast tower, and it's not the one over by the railway.
Right,
so some adaptations, right? Maybe that's what we kind of can see from that halftime coach cooking something up.
I mean, yeah, that was a big shock to me. We've all been discussing where they're going to fight Bryson Bolts for the forecast near Reckless Railways. They said, forget that forecast. We're going to head over to, you know, Reels and fight over at the Reels. I mean, they took down, I think, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in that game, right, which is a team that's been fighting for that a lot as well. They really made waves in that game, and if they're going to keep on just going for whichever bunker they see fit, I mean, those teams are going to have to really struggle to get a grip on the game.
And we see, because of that game, now 1 point behind 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, right? And just think, on the flip side, for a moment at the beginning of the game, we tuned into 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏, and you called out something, so like, wow, 600 above Surge.
Yeah.
This is kind of crazy. But then it all falls apart for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, right? And then 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏's put in that situation. He has to solo clutch. And he does put on points, and he's kind of keeping them just at bay. But now these guys are neck and neck.
I mean, what a crazy thing, right? That game was going so well. They were just max. The Storm Surge is going well. I myself have no idea where Acorn and Cold came from. The decision to just land on a duo right there is an incredible one by Acorn and Cold. Worked out for them. They picked up 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 right there, and 5th place for that duo, actually.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I mean, I'm looking at those two teams at the top, and the parallels, my mind instantly goes to the sort of narrative people were building earlier this year. 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 dominated. You know, everybody was looking at, is this the new formula to have two amazing fraggers with each other? When 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 joined forces, everyone said, are they trying to replicate that dynamic? Are they the EU, you know, 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏? Even, you know, 𝗍𝗏's acknowledged those comparisons himself. He said, hey, look, we still got a bit more to do to get to that level. But right now at the Global Championships here, 1 point between them, they're clearly at that level, it seems.
Just a crazy situation to look at. And of course, I wanted to highlight 𝗍𝗏𝗏 taking it there to placement, right? They only did manage to pick up the 2 eliminations, but they take it to that 2nd place. That's a bunch of placement points.
Something about 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏, right? And this usually happens on a seasonal basis where it's like the start of a new season is usually kind of slow for him when it comes down to tournaments and everything like that. But then whenever it comes down to the actual FNCS, which of course happens towards the end of the season, he always picks it up, I swear. And I would love to kind of see that trend over the course of these 12 games. Have that happen at the Global Championships. A slow start so far. Let's pick it up.
I mean, again, really unlucky at the end there, right? With the way the zones pulled through Castle Doom.
Yeah.
I think my biggest critique of 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 over the last sort of year or so has been, he's really great at just being able to get his team into the top 10 consistently, right? But when it comes to win condition, putting his team in a position to actually win the games, sometimes it's felt a bit lackluster. In that game, though, it was excellent, right? The way they came low. And again, if it wasn't for a bit of unlucky zone pulling, they might have a chance to actually really win that game from 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. So really impressive from 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏.
Absolutely. Guys, I want to talk so much more, but we got to get back into the action. Game number 5 is upon us. So, Monster 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, the best taco. Take it away.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think that went totally different than what I expected. Obviously, given that 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 fell early, now we have 4 teams in the race that are really close.
What really got me though, Monster, was hearing the way that the Dickies Arena just erupted the moment that 𝗬𝗏𝗏 actually went down and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 were full-on eliminated. It's crazy to think that they're actually trying to battle against all the odds here.
Yeah, like I said before, it's everyone against everyone here. Match 5 is great. Match number 5 is kicking off here and now, and the standings couldn't be more closer. A couple of teams, though, are starting to find their strides, right? The top 10 ever evolving. A lot of those notables jumping up a significant amount now, really solidifying themselves in somewhat of a healthy position. Even if all things end now, the amount of points that teams like Acorn and Colt and above have earned is looking pretty good.
A little bit more respect here coming out of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Kovacs, though. Sky Scroll, they're actually going to take over the 2nd floor here at the mansion at Rebel's Roost. And the biggest advantage right now for Sky is the fact that he's managed to find Sovereign Shotgun, but at the same time, there's a hammer pump here for Kovacs. And both of these duos, I think, acknowledging the fact that if they take a little bit more time to loot, it could go slightly better. But this could be disastrous. Murstache, Malibuka, they already started to get a little bit more caught up than they would have liked. They dropped 3 placements after the results of that last lobby and find themselves currently situated in 8th. And 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're trying to make them sure that they're the first team to fall even.
Yeah, Alex has a lot of HP here, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏's a little worse for wears. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 falls, and we've already seen 1v2 today. Let's not make it another. Power Alex is already pushing the agenda here. Well played for Australia's Alex and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 from Team Power, putting up the numbers. And you know, if things continue to go that way, they'll see themselves in a good standing. But you can see it's not easy by any means to get the first drop in the first weapon. And talk about tough fights that could have went any way. Acorn and Cold seem to have had things slightly favor them this time around.
Yeah, but at the same time, Cold losing Acorn and Alex and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 may have done just enough damage. Fortunately for Cold, he is looking relatively undisturbed here at Brutal Beachhead, but any of those other teams lingering around that southern zone in the desert area happen to catch wind of the fact that Cold is a solo, and the reboot ban might be the biggest heads-up opportunity there. Could be disastrous, but Alex, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, the Power Fellows, they don't even get to rejoice in their celebration of coming out on top because Agers and Rise have arrived to the party.
So have Batman, Booga, and Rapid coming from the high ground there, finding tags onto Rise, almost saving the day at this point for Team Power. Agers, DT, Rise now have to back off, unaware of what all happened here. Meanwhile, Alex saves his trusty teammate here.
He's got the Stairway to Heaven up there, though, man. That's kind of insane. Restored Reels certainly getting relatively active, but Alex 𝗏𝗏𝗏 probably just happy about the fact that they're going to have an opportunity to keep this one going. Stronger in numbers for sure. 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, though, they seem like they've really been heating up. Shadow hoping that he can cool them off, but 𝗵𝗏 at the same time, he knows so much damage has been done, but he's going to find himself on the receiving end this go-round. It's all down to 𝗶𝗏𝗏𝗏 to clutch up.
𝗶𝗏𝗏 is very good, but going against Shadow here, I do think Shadow is an extremely strong box fighter. The edits come in, though. Look at how fast 𝗶𝗏𝗏𝗏 manages to respond, but still Shadow with the better shots overall. And now a time to heal here. 𝗶𝗏𝗏𝗏 has to respect this duo now, and I think he knows that. Tries to go up to find and secure his elimination. Can he track it back here is the question. Seems like he knows where it is, more or less.
At the very least, I think 𝗶𝗏𝗏𝗏 wants to ensure that whether or not he wins his exchange between himself and Shadow. In fact, Virgo had all the goodies that 𝗶𝗏𝗏𝗏 could have possibly wanted. It was a medkit that came out of the body loot. So pressure is on now for Shadow. Very high likelihood that Virgo was able to communicate. He got my medkit. And so that means that Shadow has got to act fast if he wants to prevent 𝗬𝗏𝗖𝗔𝗍 from reaching 200 HP again.
He also gets the material, right, which Shadow only has 2 mats of now. So what was once a very promising situation for Shadow is not looking like that anymore. 2EM Shadow gets the first tag put on him. It's not looking good anymore. The jump shot is no good, and 𝗬𝗏𝗖𝗔𝗍 clutches up. And there's not a duo in sight at the moment, so he should be able to save 𝗍𝗏𝗀. And I know we put the focus on 𝗍𝗏𝗀 and his potential, but now you can see he is equally met with a very strong partner.
But you know that every single one of these players has got their eyes set on that elimination feed as well. So for Peterbot and 𝗿𝗏𝗀, they might have at least some slight indication that there's been trouble, at least in match number 5 here for 𝗍𝗏𝗀 and 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. They could look to try and circumvent this route that 𝗍𝗏𝗀 and 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 traditionally like to go after and potentially cut them off. Maybe even look to ensure that they can maintain that first place position if you take out second.
This update right now that we're getting onto Clix and Vino, who's on the move here, just north of the Sandy Steps, but they're seeming to double back. Something wasn't right up there. They're backing on off now. A lot of material to make up for here, so bit of a scrappy start. No eliminations tell us that the Australian team of Damo and Resigns escaped the drop. Meanwhile, 𝗍𝗏𝗏 and Paper possibly in a fight against 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 here shortly.
Wow, talk about medkit nation though for 𝗍𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 are gonna have their work cut out for them if they wanna take up an exchange here between Paper and 𝗍𝗏𝗏. But most importantly still, Paper and 𝗍𝗏𝗏, they have amassed so many boxes surrounding this forecast tower. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 were looking to try and take down for the forecast keycard first, but immediately Paper, 𝗍𝗏𝗏, look at a collapse. 𝗏 fully cracked. 𝗍𝗏𝗏, Paper, no. They've got the advantage. Teeny actually gonna get pincered instantaneously, and now 𝗏 trying to see if he can save his own life.
Almost put through a full edit course right there. 𝗍𝗏𝗏 at 3 eliminations right now. Flexing how good of a player he really is. Don't let his face fool you. He has experience under his belt. 𝗏 clearly better on the standings at the moment, but not by much. It's a point separating them now, as these 3 eliminations have really jumped them up. And look, it's all for everything, right? They have the card that they need for the rest of the Storms here. 𝗏 has to just back off at this point, otherwise he'll start to lose his tournament opportunity here. Game 5 being very late into the day. These are the last chances to set yourselves up with points here, so you got to put your ego aside.
Well, you say 𝗏 might need to back up, but with the way that Rise and Agers are closing in, Paper, sure, he's going to confirm that forecast for himself and 𝗍𝗏𝗏, but at the same time, if they're not careful on the disembark from the forecast tower, Flaming Boost Tube could pose some issues. It seems like Rise and Agers were setting up in a position to try and protect it, try and maybe get a knock-on elimination for any teams looking to take it.
Now, all things considering, the point gap between 6 to top 20 is very, very close. Things start to jump up towards the top 5, so even a team like Paper and 𝗍𝗏𝗏 have a lot of opportunity here to really ramp up. Meanwhile, Thomas HD just giving us a show, showing us what he can do with that Monarch pistol. He does it without the scope this time around, so all the more impressive.
That makes me sick to my stomach watching Thomas HD use any sort of sniper-esque weapon, you know? Even though it's the Monarch pistol at the same time. He's just so pinpoint accurate. It's ridiculous, but Batman Booga, Rapid, they're trying to get a little bit of an uprisal here. And Rapid, he's got visuals in his sights. Beautiful right side peek. Perfect moment to open up. But visuals immediately looking to retreat. And he's going to go side by side, hip to hip one more time with his duo.
Great tag there for Rapid to set them up. A big 108, but Visuals climbs his way back into a fighting stance here. Clearly, they're not content for fighting for this position here of the bunker. They back off. Booga and 𝗍𝗏𝗏, we get the early update with them for the first time to really see what is unfolding for 𝗏𝗏𝗘𝗦𝗏. No shotgun. Oh, wait, yeah, he does. Got a little loadout going on here. 𝗍𝗓𝗏 as well on the move right now.
It's a nice rotation so far off the launch pad from the peak of that mountain, but the main difference that I've noticed in 𝗏𝗏𝗘𝗏 and 𝗍𝗓𝗏's game in comparison to what we saw, for example, coming from NA Major 3, typically they like to be aggressive towards the team that is landing on Piney Lane, but that has not been an option for them this game because 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're just not willing to take that exchange. They're bailing, they're getting their loot and immediately looking to rotate out, so it's not really leaving 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗓𝗏 anyone left nearby. They're having to forcibly create these storm surge situations, and it's not easy to acquire those tags by any means. You miss one shot, that could be the difference between above or below that damage threshold.
That is true, and speaking about big differences, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 just got their hands in on that bunker. Let's not forget the bunker will give you access to that modification bench to change your weapons, right? To get yourself nice and comfortable. And now that they have that, they'll likely be looking for the Rift Island to go ahead and take a fight. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 back in the game, as healthy as ever when things were almost fading away for a moment there here in game number 5. But they're in first place, they're in the lead, and they're looking pretty situated now.
And they're going straight back to home base. Little do they know, though, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 could be a very problematic circumstance, depending on the approach there for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, but still inside, deep the storm. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Decent amount of material count, though, but it looks like 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is going to have to lose at least one of these medkits along the way, fully intending to just locate what he can inside of the bunker, maybe even make use of that weapon mods bench.
Back on over to the other draw spot, though, with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 here. Still landing home. Let's see it, though. King and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 playing the low ground right now instead of opting for a little bit of a stronger position. So I'm almost calling bait here, but given his stance, all of a sudden, yeah, things switch around really quickly here. King looking for an opportunity, but no. Drop, trying to run here. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 must have called back off, and it's not working well. Not right now for them. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 still on the pulse here. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 barely gets up to that next layer.
Every shot that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 lands, it's almost like he's directly telling whoever he's up against, scram. But at the same time, where can King and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 actually run to? They are trapped. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 see no reckless railways like the back of their hands. And sure, I'm aware that King and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're bound to have good knowledge as well of the POI, but to the same extent as 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, one of the main takeaways that I got from last night listening to 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in the player room was him saying, nobody plays reckless railways right. We are the only ones that understand this POI, and when somebody is that confident in their knowledge, that's a serious threat.
Yeah, you can saw he had every angle. He knew where to cut them off, basically within the building, the structure, and they knew better than to push into the railway itself, given all the cover that's there. So happy with the damage. Meanwhile, Clix and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, though, on the move here. Again, no strangers to the storm here. We saw them double back after going north to try to find some tags. Now they're looping their way, again, south and then into the new zone. Everything's starting to piece together. Meanwhile, the standings, one of our top 10 teams are down. Just for that update there, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is that team. Look at this, though. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Jackto from a dub into a fight here, landing on visuals and braids now. Looking for the big shot. Didn't quite get the maximum damage, but still gets the finish off visuals there. And all that material, they are right back into it.
The most important part as well for 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is that time to elimination was so fast. It's not going to give a real opportunity for, say, somebody like 𝗏𝗏 in the distance to actually have a chance to play catch-up, look to third-party opportunity, because it appears as though 𝗏𝗏 might even be in that solo situation, and when that's the case, you're always hoping that you can kind of just stumble upon an engagement already taking place, maybe get some shots in that might allow you an opportunity to go for a little bit of siphon materials, a knock, an elimination, points, placements. is really what everybody is after right now.
𝗲𝗏𝗖𝗘𝗧𝗏 and 𝗲𝗂𝒐 damage numbers looking phenomenal right now. I don't think there's anyone beating them in the game here at this given moment. Moving around though. This is the Mount Olympus, right? Home of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Should very likely be up top somewhere. Look at this. You got Janice here. You have 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. A lot of the Brazilian teams there. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏.
Little bit of a giggle because if the one surge base wasn't enough, Truelix and Chicho have evolved yet again into maintaining two separate surge bases even. Meanwhile, 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 tangled up a little bit here right now with 𝗬𝗏𝗏, but we've seen 𝗬𝗏𝗏 perform already once today, MDF. In a 1 versus 2, and this time he's still got his duo with them, but most importantly still, 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're trying to do what they can to break through some of these builds, but they're just gonna find themselves cut off. They're not able to actually cross the gap just yet because 𝗍𝗏𝗏 also needed ample opportunity to make sure that he could regenerate his shields off of what heals they have left, but that's gonna be more than enough room for Yapko and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 to just full on disengage.
𝗍𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏 don't chase either. They just let them go. So it's telling. It shows us that they want another one of those end games. They need another one of those end games, and they can't toss it away. It's a chance for them to go ahead and do just that. But they do need more damage. But talk about that. It seems like 𝗬𝗏𝗏 rotates right into Bryce and Bolt. So not too much longer do they fall. But 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, the Rift Island, we already know. They hit the mod bench, they're set up, and then straight to the Rift Island every single time here. And now Shari is so low. Storm Surge going to be giving them a big problem here in the coming moments.
The worst part is knowing that it's Peterbot and 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Every time that reveal medallion goes off, it's every 50 seconds, by the way. And again, teams are marked, players are marked for 15 seconds after the fact. That is so much information, and in the hands of somebody like Peterbot and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, it can be devastating for the rest of the lobby, but Cherry, he's managed to find an isolation moment. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 trying to do what he can, but the Storm might take him out as is. Instead, Cherry diverts his attention to another 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 player, and he is going to find Damo in the mix. Couple of knocks, couple of eliminations. Couldn't have come at a more perfect time.
Look at this, though, the setup from 𝗍𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏𝗏 after rotating. They find 𝗬𝗏𝗏 again, so 𝗬𝗏𝗏 was knocked, picked up, and then ultimately falls back to the hands of 𝗍𝗏 here. You can see, yes, 2 eliminations, so starting to really heat up now. 𝗍𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏 come the late half of the tournament. Wait a second, though. Storm Surge is active now. Damage is starting to add up here. Even with that elimination there, they will need a single tag. These are the chances, and when you miss them, it does end up catching up to you. Down goes 𝗍𝗏𝗏 to the Surge. The next tag will take down 𝗍𝗏, and they know it's over.
It's a tough break. Devastating one potentially, but at the same time, the mental bounce back, the mental fortitude that players like 𝗍𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏𝗏 are sure to compose themselves with. See how they bounce back in the final match of day 1 here today. But more importantly still, all these other duos, all these other players that still remain, Monster, Skrull, Sky, trying to scale their way down, but crossing bodies of water, knowing that there's teams already set up on elevation, shots just pouring in from multiple directions, and you're still trying to maintain focus for an open opportunity. Skrull can't even take any sort of chance to heal. He knows that if he pauses 1 moment too long, that's where he'll be taken down. The build count just not where it needs to be. Handful of armored walls remain now for Sky. He's still trying to see if he can get 1 more shot in. Any sort of a break at this point, but essentially MDF, it looks like they're about to fall just outside the placement point zone.
Yeah, he's got Batman 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏 coming right at him as well. Doesn't quite find a chance to find the tag there. Someone else snipes the elimination there too, and all focus starts to aim towards him, but 46 above here, doesn't hold on long, and he just gets melted right out of the game. Meanwhile, Ri and Ritual are down. Rapid and Batman 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏 don't survive the rotate, as you saw there, and so much of the immediate competition, our bubble teams are falling.
That's going to make for a very interesting last game of day number 1, given how close it's going to be point-wise. So we're going to see a lot of changes come that last round, but 𝗦𝗦𝗗𝗘 holding on by a sliver here.
This is too close for comfort, though. 𝗏𝗧 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 have practically no space to work with. They've got 2 separate teams underneath them. Their only saving grace being the fact that 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗘𝗏 nearby, getting those mark indications from that reveal medallion. That's going to be enough for them to emphasize focus onto Reason's box. But again, Acorn, Cold, directly underneath where 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 are currently at, and they are looking to be in a much more situated position here. This is tough stuff.
But look who's got high ground again. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏𝗏 take the chance here while everyone's playing passively boxed up. They snipe up a strong spot, and they already have the marker set up for another high ground spot. And you can tell they're playing for wins here. This is all win condition setups. Meanwhile, 𝗦𝗦𝗗𝗏𝗏 struggling here below the surge, need damage, they need health. And it's a very healthy 𝗍𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 above them, so not an easy duo by any means, but they don't have that information.
𝗏𝗏𝗏 knows that they don't really have much of a choice at this point. They've got to jump into just about anyone's box if they want to keep this Game 5 run going strong, because a refresh is a necessity at this point. The material count entirely too low. They need heals as well, and they're not going to find it unless they eliminate somebody else. But overhead, 𝗍𝗏𝗏 catches a glimpse of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, takes out a huge chunk of his HP, but at the same time, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 actually does wind up falling, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 meets a similar fate. Just no escape from the top end of the leaderboard.
And they just play so smart. 𝗍𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 use those armored walls perfectly to bait them around, and then right when you think they're not interested in fighting, they get at the top on the 𝗦𝗦𝗗𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 there, and you know, it's just excellent defense, and clearly they're playing so well. It's hard to compete against that. And talking about that, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 continue to find eliminations. Take a look at the replay here. While all of that was unfolding, they find threats with the finish there. Now that's 3 elims, another end game, inching its way towards them now, as we're almost to zone number 9. Big moves here for 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. They're going to give up the high ground a little bit here to play the low front side. Very interesting strategy, given that they have mats to work with. But too many teams are alive for their liking, it seems.
Also, the natural elevation possibly working against their favor for the time being. They don't want to get caught off guard, much of a similar fashion the way that they've been catching other teams off notice. But 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they can see all these teams sliding down the mountain face. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Clone doing what they can to survive. Similar circumstance there for Cooper, as 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 continue to pressure against his walls. But just behind, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, saw 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Paper as well. Could be some big fights taking place soon on the low ground.
Let's not forget Kovacs and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 were taken out in the drop last game. They were in 4th coming into that round before slipping down the standings now, showing us just how consistent they really are, coming right back into things. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 pushing their way through. Down goes Cooper, looking for the finish. He'll get it. Kanata forced to run up to another layer here. And they might not be in a spot to win the game just yet, but they are racking up a lot of points now once again, coming into the final rounds here for day number 1. Ciao and tutti, another end game for them as well. Teams just showing their stride. It's very clear who's had good performances here today. Acorn and Cole get chopped out by 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. They are just the talk of the town right now.
𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they just seemingly operate at a different level altogether currently, and everybody else just trying to play catch-up. Ciao, tutti, they caught wind of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 doing what he can. It's an even exchange, down to just tutti versus Muzz. But the question is, will he even manage to find that? Instead, Kovacs gonna opt to play the medkit. It's all down to just placement opportunity at this point.
And then you have 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 still alive right now, still kicking here. This is the only competition besides Acorn and Cold who can obviously rack up enough points to give everyone a run for their money. Bryce and Bolts are setting up for the high ground win while 𝗏𝗏𝗘𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, are fighting for eliminations closer to the low ground now. And they might just clash here in the moments to come as they're standing on opposite ends of the low ground position here. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 pressuring everyone nearby. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 down, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 down as well. To the hands of the teams on the other side as well. And look at this, the low ground spot for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 just so content, but now they're looking for high ground.
But the real winners of that exchange, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, Thomas, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they all eliminated each other, so now it's just up to 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 to see what they can do. Bolt and Bryce, though, firm grasp of the high ground, doing what they can to just try and shred through the players underneath. Dukes scrambling, barely managing to throw up some wood above his head, keep him safe for the time being. But at the same time, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they are titans on this low ground currently.
So 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has to get an elimination here and then go for high ground if he wants to do something, but these teams are not making it easy. Meanwhile, Wox and Pings are getting active for the low ground, though the shots are coming in. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 find the first few, and there's still points to be earned here, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 wants them all. It's gonna make a huge, huge difference here. Secures the material count as well. That's gonna set 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 up for just enough. Bolts and Bryce have been here before. Bryce specifically has won games in person on land. I called it before, this is the team that you have to look out for. They are so talented. However, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 just, I mean, they've been ahead of the pack so far.
But 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, they got the most recent refreshes. Granted, everyone's building, everyone's burning through it, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 strikes first. Bryce is gonna fall. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 understanding it's all down to Bolts to try and clutch this one up, but it's 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 after all.
Bolts has been here, though. He knows what to do. Don't give him a chance to heal. You have to fight back. Armored walls come out. They have a little bit more math, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has too much to work with. Another armored wall. Bolts has an angle. Can he get it? No! 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 won't drop it twice.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 strike yet again on the day. Match number 5, and the victory royale belongs to them. First place continuing to extend itself, and that is the real difference maker here today, MDF. We can see our big winners on the screen right now, and Adam's there.
Would you please, Fort Worth, make some noise again for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏! Oh, do you know what? I love those moments, because this crowd wanted that to happen. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, the Flowberry push there. You guys were low ground, you pushed on through. Talk us through the moment there, and when you make that call and how that happens between you guys.
Yeah, I think it was the zone pulled back, so we had like all builds to use to go up, and I was able to get like a good angle to kill one.
Elimination-wise as well, you guys are consistent there. Standings as well. Peter, how would exactly? I'm sure there's so many aspiring Fortnite players here as well. It's just constant for you guys. Major wins. What is the magic, the secret sauce that is really making you guys, ensuring you get to these top spots right now?
I'm not gonna lie, we have the Mythic every season, you know what I'm saying? And me with the Mythic, I'm just unstoppable, you know what I'm saying? I get so many eliminations and stuff, so yeah.
Dangerous out there. As well, I'm going to talk about there being this experience right now, because you guys have been consistent. We're going to see, I'm sure, a lot more over the course of this weekend. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, what's it been like for you as well? You feel the crowd out there. One more time, Fort Worth, let them hear you guys. It's for you, buddy. They're amazing, by the way. And I mean, this must be a lot of wind in your sails as well. How does it feel to be performing in front of this crowd here at Global Championships?
It feels amazing, especially getting a win. It's like hype, and then like on the walkout, everyone is cheering for us. Yeah, it feels great.
Okay, and I want you one more time. Anything you want to say to people, to the crowd right now, to get them even more hype than they are already?
Yeah, I appreciate you guys, and yeah, we're winning this right now.
There you go. Give it up for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏! GG's, fellas. Again, lots more to get excited about here. These guys crushed it. I'm sure they'll continue to do so. Lots more games to go, though. One more left today. After the break, it's coming your way. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS, and a big welcome back to Kelly Link and Mini Miner. Game number 5 goes to 𝗵𝗏𝗧 and 𝗵𝗏𝗧. My goodness, just so much went right for the duo in this last game, from the Rift Islands to the bunkers to just being stacked in 8th zone. And now, somehow, we've given them a victory royale. Who let that happen?
I mean, we kind of saw it happening a little bit in Game 3. We all thought that that game was going to go their way.
Yep.
But getting second place with double-digit eliminations was only the start for this duo. 𝗵𝗏𝗧 and 𝗵𝗏𝗧 showcasing once again why they are the demons of North America, chopping out Acorn and Cold right there, being able to chop out Height and then not even claim it as their own. I thought that was going to be the follow-up, but instead staying on the low ground and then finding so much loot there, giving them the advantage in the final moments.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. This is actually their 10th victory royale this entire chapter. The only duo to get double-digit victory royales this entire chapter. The way they went about it was really, really impressive. All of those refreshes, as you talked about, Kelly, was so, so vital. Using those armored walls to protect themselves, and even just keeping themselves using that 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗏𝗡, ensuring that they keep that mobility, and that was crucial to this moment right here for 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏. Popping that 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗏𝗏 to give him that little bit of extra mobility and jump high just allows them to close out the fight really well. I mean, they were on low ground. I thought, Bryson Bolt surely should close this one out here, but 𝗵𝗏𝗧 and 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 in particular there, what a clutch.
I mean, typically when we see these low ground teams, they try and stay there as long as possible, and it's usually the high ground teams that have to drop down low to face them if they don't have the heal off potential. But not when it's 𝗵𝗏𝗧 and 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏. No, they're going to go up and they're going to fight and they're going to win.
That's right, and we can see those highlights presented by NASCAR. My gosh, I love, too, the fact that when Adam goes in for the interview, he's like, hey, 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏, talk to me about what you thought. The fact that 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏 had just these disgusting angles on these duos, and a lot of those circumstances, you're not thinking there's like a duo like in this weird angle. 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏's just like, hello, here's my shotgun. I want a victory royale, please. My gosh, just so well done. And the fact that they also had the heals. If something crazy goes on, they're like, we got a couple med kits if we have to push it to that point. We also have a listen in from that last game. Take a listen.
Look in front. You see that solo? We're just going left of him, left of him, left of him.
Yeah,
come.
yeah, yeah.
Come, come, come. Come up, come up, come up. Come on,
Watch
low
your
ground,
back,
low ground, low
watch your
ground, low
back,
ground, low ground, low ground. Come, 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 come.
I'm with you.
We're just a duo. Alright, let me go back to our tarp then. Go back to our tarp.
Yeah. Nice.
Just hang on each other.
I can go up.
Throw all the way up, throw all the way up.
They don't know.
Get on me, chill. Chill.
Look up.
100?
He's dropping.
We're good. Chill. Stop. Yo, take my kit.
He's dropping.
Come on. Bro, we're the best, bro. Oh, God. Let's go.
10. It's fine.
Good job, bro. We're crazy, bro.
Yeah, I mean, they're super funny. I love too in that moment. He's like, dude, 15, like, to him in that moment. He's just eliminating everyone, right? Like, it's all happening so fast. Just so well, expertly played from the duo. And again, to see them playing from low ground just so well, like, if you said, yeah, they're a low ground team, I'd be like, yeah, but that's kind of not what they're about.
The thing is, they're an everything team, regardless of the situation, regardless of that they have the mats for high ground, or if they're going to stick to the low ground, they are going to come out on top. And look at that distance. We saw after game number 4 that it was 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in first place by just a few points. Now the lead stretching to 50 points for 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏.
Yeah, 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 were looking really good there as well going into that game. That end game was really solid for them. And just up until they went down there at that point, and of course, that just gave 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 the green light to make sure they could make the most of that game. Even in that listening right there, they were saying, how many eliminations? Oh, 10? Yeah, it's okay. Most teams were like, we just got a 10 elimination victory. Oh, let's go crazy. But these guys, that's just another day at the office for them. Something else I'm noticing about this as well. Look at that, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Bryce moving up 19 places up there into 8th place. Huge performance from these guys. The way they held height was really good as well, using these armored walls to ensure that people couldn't chop them down as easily. And it's just this constant pressure. Look at 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's inventory. He's used pretty much everything. Only one big pot left to make sure they hold on to that height and maintain it. Really well played from these guys.
And we also saw them on Rift Island as well with 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, but choosing not to engage in that. Instead, just using it as a little bit of an advantage, seeing where the rest of the lobby is landing, making sure that they're able to be put into an advantageous position, and that is what allowed them to grab this high ground. 8 eliminations before Bryce went down. Bolts, though, doing his best to try and fight him out, but when it's 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 that you have to 1v2 against, there's not much you can do.
And it's nice to see them making these end games as well at the the beginning of the show, we were talking about this sort of contestation with 𝗍𝗏𝗢𝗖𝗓 on that side. How's things going to go there? What's going to happen? Are they going to be, is it going to be one of those teams making it to endgame and the other one maybe not? It seems like they both sort of found a way to play their own game. And of course, 𝗍𝗏𝗢𝗖𝗓 making that more north rotation, finding some other forecast towers if they need them. And then Bryson Bolts were able to make these end games consistently as well. So it seems to be kind of working out for both duos right now. And if Bryson Bolts can continue to do that, I expect him to finish in the top 10 towards the end.
Fantastic stuff. And I love, too, kind of what you called out, the fact that we're Rift Island, they kind of go up to fight 𝗍𝗏𝗢𝗖𝗓, and then they go, whoa, 𝗍𝗏𝗢𝗖𝗓, my bad. 𝗍𝗏𝗢𝗖𝗓 then just like, they just blaze a trail, and they're like, hey, well, they've already done all the work. Cool, let's just follow them, right? And then they end in second place.
I mean, even if you aren't able to claim Rift Island just by getting the material, there is also that weapon mod bench that's in there. And also you get the great rotations from the static launch pads there, or the rifts from around you. Also, a lot of other teams are going to be using the rifts. So if you do need a few tags, well, guess what? A lot of players are going to be rifting around you and you're going to be able to get those tags. Speaking of a great performance, Acorn and Cold just going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, this is really, really nice to see from these guys. A little bit of a better performance than we have seen in some of the games, but it's one of those where they tried to take that high ground, got chopped out. We saw Acorn going down right there, but it's all about Cold. I think Cold can clutch up in those situations. Didn't quite make it happen right there, but this is a team that won't let that affect them. It seems like Offspawn right now is being so much more of a breeze than we anticipated going into the show, so they're able to make these end games consistently. They're going into it with decent loot as well. Even playing for height there, didn't quite work out in the end, but this is a duo that I expect to see in more of these end games, even in day number 2.
Absolutely. I'm getting word. The last game of the day. I don't want it to be over, but we are prepared. It is time. After this game, we go into tomorrow's 6 and a 1.5 times multiplier. These duos need to do everything they can to solidify today. One last ride. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke, and that's right. They have to secure the lead now and or jump up, right, and have a chance for tomorrow.
Yeah, you always want to make sure that you finish strong on day 1, heading into that 1.5 times multiplier for day 2, MDF. But at the same time, you still know that you have 6 more games to work with, so it's not the end of the world by any means, just in case day 1 was a little bit more of a bust.
That's right, and there are teams now getting close to those back-to-backs on land. Talk about 𝗍𝗏𝗢𝗖𝗓. Let's see it for the last game.
Just like that, we are back in it. Game number 6, day number 1. And Monster, we have seen some pretty crazy 50-50 off the drop. But again, taking a step back now, looking at a team like Pixie and Giannis landing at Redline Rig, and currently just fixated exclusively on trying to maintain the most optimal loot path possible.
You know, what I'm really excited about, or what I'm happy about watching play out today, is that all the rumors were true. Everyone who said, I'm landing on this team, I'm taking that fight, they meant it. And they're showing up just like Power Alex and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 here, who takes down 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 for his second game now, back-to-back. And 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 left in the courtyard here to run for himself. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 doesn't want to peek as he's got low HP, but so does 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Alex says, screw it, I'm going for it. Finds one tag, can he get the second? Of course, he can, and he secures the dub there. Back-to-back now on the drop.
Better late than never, after all. And as far as the Power Boys are concerned, Alex and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 have finally woken up when they needed to most, MDF, because first few matches of the day, certainly not going their way, but to close out here, winning it out over the likes of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 of all teams, that's a huge confidence swing.
Very, very well played there, but hold up. I'm holding my breath for a second as 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 have almost not learned any lessons as far as respecting Scroll and Sky are concerned. It seems like when they get the drop and they have the high ground, they are all action and no fear here. Last game, they survived the drop. They made something good out of it, once again, making it into the end game. It's very clear that if 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 perform the same tomorrow, they're going to be up inside that top 10 with a very hefty chunk of money, given that there is $2 million+ of prizing available here in the tournament. So much more to play for than just the bragging rights, of course. 6th place now for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 as we get the standings update. And look, the game that Sky and Scroll survived, though, they made something great out of it too. So these are clearly 2 very good teams.
without a doubt. More on that later on, though, because right now it's all about Clix and 𝗏𝗏. They have full-on trapped 𝗍𝗏 and Resigns inside of the tunnel now. Here next to Sandy steps, Resigns trying to do what he can, but 𝗏𝗏 is relentless with the pressure. Clix, on the other hand, eats way too much damage. That could be so problematic. 𝗍𝗏 and Resigns, they're going to manage to escape because Clix has to fall back. There is no other option. They cannot afford to fall here. They are still maintaining a position within the top 10, but the fact that they've managed to fluctuate outside of top 5, that's a position that can be really difficult to come back from, especially when you remember tomorrow's 1.5 times point multiplier.
Yeah, very scary now as tags come in from the distance as well here. 𝗍𝗏 and Resigns are starting to surge with confidence as they push off Clix clearly, but 𝗍𝗏 is there to defend. Now, Resigns looking back, not sure if there's a team potentially sneaking up behind them. He'd be right to assume so can't let his guard down just yet. There is danger lurking everywhere, and it looks like it's about to go down there for 𝗍𝗏 and Resigns at the hill, but give it a second here.
The other issue, though, that 𝗏𝗏 and Clix have now encountered, though, is that this exchange has drawn out for far too long. The launch pad positioning that 𝗏𝗏 and Clix like to try and set up for height elevation, try and look for some surge tags, it's going to be cut short. It's going to be stretched out for far too long. And other teams are now having the opportunity to make their approach instead. 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏 already trying to converge onto this location. Forecast Tower in sight as well, potentially, but Aspect, Kazzy, they've got to be careful. Lingering around Snooty Station, they don't want to get caught off guard, and sure enough, 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏, it's all about making it to the launch pad hill.
They're on the high ground right now. If they just peek over, they'll see that there's a lot of opportunity below them starting to develop, but 𝗬𝗏𝗏's got his attention on the far eastern team here. Glances over in 𝗍𝗏's direction, takes some tags, doesn't quite find them just yet. It's 𝗬𝗏 and cherry, though, who's building up the high base here. There are roughly 6 teams in this area, all with sight lines on 𝗍𝗏 and Clix.
And it comes as no surprise considering that it's the Forecast Tower that everybody was hoping to potentially get their paws on, but instead, we'll have to sit back and wait to see what happens next here as Clix, 𝗏𝗏, again, they were just prevented from getting optimal positioning to set up for the Forecast Tower and launchpad plays, and now they've lost that position entirely to the likes of 𝗬𝗏𝗏, and they know it as well. So at this stage, the only option left is for Clix and 𝗏𝗏 to confirm these 2 eliminations now onto 𝗍𝗏 and Resigns.
Yeah, they're starting to push here pretty aggressively. Clix doing much better job now as he's side by side his teammate 𝗍𝗏. The opponents, 𝗍𝗏 on the run now. Built out to the side there. Clix still curious to the fact that he owns some of the territory here. That's going to be a small victory for them in the time being. Up and over they go.
This is where they had initially trapped Resigns and 𝗍𝗏, but at the same time, 𝗍𝗏 managing to sneak around out back, but it's only because of the fact that 𝗬𝗏, they have moved in to the vicinity, and now 𝗏𝗏 Clix, fully aware of the fact that there is just too many numbers surrounding them. It's too close for comfort. They've got to find another way to escape, and the other thing that could potentially be threatened at this point for Clix and 𝗏𝗏 is the vending machine. It's going to be, I don't want to say impossible for them to make their way to those resources, but at the same time, how do you break through all these duos already surrounding you?
Yeah, and again, more points lost as well. It's not just, of course, the game starting to slow down for them. It's the points that they're not accruing because 𝗬𝗏 and cherry have effectively taken those eliminations now. Even Aspect and Kaz are just off in the distance. They're listening to what's happening. Jumping on over to other very familiar teams here. XX Ritual, 𝗏𝗏 as well. Kind of inside the Doom stat, but you have 𝗏𝗏s here waiting, almost combed up. Slips out the side there. He's very fast. It's not going to make it easy by any means. Out the wall he goes, but it's a 2v1. What can you do? 𝗏𝗏 takes him down without a sweat.
I know it's really interesting to actually see 𝗏𝗏 and Ritual clashing this early on with 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏s. A passing comment that 𝗏𝗏 made in the player room last night was, You know, we missed out on a Cash Cup, most recent one. 𝗵𝗥𝗢𝗖𝗘𝗦 and Muzz, they were able to get Mysterio uncontested and all the little goodies that he has to offer. And so, have to wonder now, you get a taste of that kind of power, you want to keep going back for it. So 𝗵𝗥𝗢𝗖𝗘𝗦 and Muzz, that might be a fight that they find themselves caught up in for more than just today.
Yeah, that makes sense too, right? You get that false sense of security, like, oh, Cash Cup went great. Let's
Well, it was uncontested, right?
do that again.
You're feeling good. And then, Reed and Ritual, though, there to remind them, no, this is still our territory. But again, it could be a clash of the Titans for sure.
Well, Ciao and Trulux have continued to show us that they have what it takes to find their way up the standings here. They've really fought their way up the rankings almost unprecedentedly. No one saw it coming here. But when they make it into the end game, they're just an unstoppable force. You don't really know what to expect from them. You'll find them in the mid ground, sometimes on the height. And all of a sudden now, they are just there.
Trulux and Ciao just have a way of kind of just going unexamined, essentially. Like, it almost seems like they have a very seamless transition from their early to mid to late game. And a big part of the reason for that is that they are just a team that is notorious. They go for the surge bases. They go for the reliable surge tag damage as well. They are just excellent at bottlenecking teams into a certain flow on the map. Because wherever they surge base at, you know it's going to be an optimal position that's going to prevent everyone else from participating.
And we did notice that they have the storm information as well, just given to us from that update there. So they know exactly where they need to be, where the next zones are going to be moving towards 𝗵𝗏𝗀, pushing in on 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Not looking to let them have this for free, but there's armored wall there. And oh, he's serious about it. You know he's serious, and he's willing to break this one down.
Might be here for a minute. Depends. Imagine another one goes up right after the fact. And sure enough, just in case you thought they were done, 𝗵𝗏𝗀 and 𝗩𝗏𝗏𝗏, they're going to be pickaxing for a hot minute to get into this bunker. Virgo and Shadow know that they are functioning with limited time here. And every second just means one more opportunity for Shadow and Virgo to continue to strip the weapon bunker of all its valuable resources. But this is about to be an all-out brawl here for 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗩𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏.
Not looking good for 𝗩𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Shadow and Virgo were ready for the fight there. And another armored wall comes down. So those armored walls are instantaneously put at maximum HP. They clearly have 3 or 4x the health of a metal wall, so it's a good way to slow a team down, especially the second place one. But let your guard down, and now look, team is flying in very, very fast here. We'll get their names shortly. 𝗩𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏 is in a world of trouble here potentially now.
I'd say even they're lucky that it seems as though Virgo and Shadow were just out of audio range to hear those shields getting cracked.
Well, they gotta get past their own armored wall,
yeah,
right?
It's
a two-way street there.
It is a two-way street for sure, but at the same time, I definitely respect the decision there from 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗩𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, because that fight back that we saw from Shadow and Virgo defending their position inside of the bunker, despite the fact that it was 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗩𝗏𝗏𝗏, they did not care in the slightest. And I love that out of Shadow and Virgo, because they're a team that's coming in here, and I think a lot of people don't necessarily have many expectations for them, but the confidence that they compose themselves with, even on socials, they are here to try and actually shock the world.
Yeah, they really have matured as players, but look at this. 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗩𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 now find Jerome and Zagu above them. You know, you take us back to the invitational window where Zagu really put up a performance and won over the hearts of the NA region and honestly the global fan base of Fortnite. Bring him here. He's got a lot of work to do coming into tomorrow alongside Jerome there, but the VODs will tell the story. The practice will show. 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's and 𝗩𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's preparation clearly coming out in spades here, as is 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's, and we all know they're guided by the same person.
But at the same time, you have such a strong day one performance. You got to be careful that you don't let that confidence transition into overconfidence. And 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, I don't want to call it an overinvestment just yet, but they got a whole lot of nothing after investing a decent bit. I mean, they were practically max mats before leaving that weapons bunker position. They were trying to see if they could wait out Shadow and Virgo, but those two were not willing to budge in the slightest, and now 𝗍𝗘𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗍𝗑, they didn't have any other options but to leave in a totally separate direction after acquiring nothing out of it as well. I mean, I get it. You're feeling good, especially after the performance they've had today, but moments like that could be disastrous in day 2.
Yeah, definitely. And like you mentioned, it's surely confidence, right? Pushing in like that, but give it a minute here. Acorn and Cold now pushing Zagu. Or sorry, Rise and Yuma actually. Rise and Yuma, who started off so hot today, have just dropped their mid games for 3 games in a row now, and it is really weighing in on the standings. They're gonna have to hit the drawing board big time now, as they have went from 2nd place all the way down to 14th now, and that just shows you how good of a couple of games they did have, given that they're still inside a very respectable position on the standings. So everyone who falls now, everyone you see getting dropped here, that's gonna be the end of their day 1s.
Poor Bolts, man. He's just trying to break through the armored walls that 𝗏𝗀𝗄 and Clone keep throwing his way. And not only that, but he's got to make sure that he keeps tabs on the team that's also faced up on a hill behind him. Bolts, Bryce, they're not trying to get greedy by any means here. Pixie and Janice are definitely posing enough of a threat that they are trying to be tactical in the approach here. They just want the immediate fight up against 𝗏𝗀𝗄 and Clone instead, but 𝗏𝗀𝗄, Clone, at least for the time being, they've got the health advantage.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, though, finds himself below the surge. It's all making sense now as to why they realize they have to push a team. Gon and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 at the Railways are going to be meeting the team that is the king of the Railways at this point. This is the 2nd time now, right? Almost deja vu here. But this time, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗑𝗏 need the damage and the elims to go with it. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 gets shot first. Gon puts up a great tag there. But the edit comes through, and 𝗍𝗑𝗏 is down at the bottom to catch him there. Fox running out, though, here. Can the med kit come in time? Sure can. So 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗑𝗏 have a moment here to breathe.
But again, this all kind of stems back to that bunker fight for me, MDF, because they spent so much time that now they are scrambling to try and make up for what was lost in the midst of it. Because they did not get the surge damage that they would have hoped for. They lost a decent amount of their resources, and now they're just praying that they can come out with even more refreshes after the fact, but they've got a long ways to trek through some of that storm as well. All the while, teams like 𝗲𝗎𝗄𝗏𝗏, Thomas, a little box fight of their own up against the likes of Analex and Sato.
And that really shows you the significant difference of having a strong early game start versus a slow one. When the surge turns on, it is really, really evident how far behind you can be. For 𝗲𝗎𝗏 and Thomas HD, they're kind of on that line as well. They survived the first hurdle, but this next one that they know is looming nearby, they will have to stomp past. Analex and Sato here have had a very difficult day 1 up against Acorn and Cold, only surviving the drop 3 of the 6 times so far, this being one of them. And now they're met with this almost brick wall, this force that is 𝗲𝗎𝗏 and Thomas HD. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 ultimately does end up falling here, but not before claiming 𝗍𝗑𝗏 and earning some points.
And sure, there might be a chance for the reboot ban play to come into effect, but it's likely still going to leave 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗍𝗑𝗏 sitting just underneath that storm damage threshold, if not even more so piling up against them. All the while, Peterbot continuing to claim as many eliminations as possible throughout the course of the day. These guys have been leading the charge here, and Peterbot goes for another one.
Oh
it just doesn't seem like Analex was prepared in the slightest.
I can just hear the reaction through the headphones of what's going on here in the arena. Clearly the crowd is starting to rally with Peterbot now. Just take a look at that. And the first emote of the day as well. So confidence surging, right, that we've seen.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 trying to stock up as best he can in the Grand Rail Station, but a couple couple of med kits. Still might not be enough to deal with this two-tick zone. He's doing everything he can to make his way across. Bolts in a similar situation, but in fact, it's actually 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗧𝗏 on the receiving end, and they're the ones under the most duress here. 𝗏𝗏's got a little bit of shield, but underneath that damage threshold, their final lobby of the day is not going to pan out the way they were hoping. 9th place team in trouble.
Kind of crazy. 𝗏𝗏s and 𝗏𝗏 fall. Bryce and Bolts jump up above them, and they were neck and neck on the leaderboards on the standings. So a very, very critical set of eliminations for Bryce and Bolts, and now 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏s are set back home, basically having to think about today and figuring out how to patch up their gameplay to close out in top 10 performance for tomorrow. But Bolts and Bryce heating up in the back half of the day here. They almost had that victory royale last game, dropping the ball there, which again, to me, I didn't expect it. I really thought Bryce and Bolts had that in the bag, had it secured, but 𝗏𝗏 was just incredible with the angle finding. Hold up. Acorn and Cold now find 𝗂𝗓𝗄 and 𝗠𝗔𝗓. They've almost fouled each other from the south side of the zone somehow, swinging all the way here to the north side.
At the same time, though, they need to find some closure on some of these box fights. 𝗏𝗏s, 𝗏𝗏s, just all a couple boxes away. Thought they were a little bit closer. It's actually going to be 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Rapid, who are directly next to them. 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, though, they don't waste any time. They immediately aggress into Rapid's box. They're going to find one elimination there already. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 struggling with the surge as well, trying to do what he can to play for the med kit, but he won't get the chance. Taken down by the last surge tick.
The Elim credit is going to go to Bolts, given that he did the last bit of damage there, but in the end, now there's a lot to worry about here. Siyun and Karu obviously looking to fight back because they need a little bit of damage as well. Kato's going to fall there. Siyun's going to fall as well. This is to the hands now of 𝗏𝗏s and 𝗏𝗏s. Where did they come from? 𝗏𝗏s showing up here to jump into the fight out of nowhere.
It's incredible how quickly they were able to close the gap between themselves. They overheard the box fight commotion, and they knew that's their prime opportunity to strike. Bolts as well, finding 𝗶𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, the dominoes effect. They started off so strong here with the forecast availability as well, and yet find themselves eliminated way outside of where they'd hoped to be. And Thomas and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, this could be a huge moment. I'd say everybody inside of the top 5 even. We're looking at Trulex and Ciao, Cold and Acorn. But again, all eyes on the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Thomas HD currently. They've been doing a fantastic job skirting their way through these seeds.
All I can think about is that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 are starting to run away now, having a chance here to really take the lead on the scoreboard. Second place is down and out. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Thomas HD have to stay in the running now to keep this one close. Meanwhile, look who's running their way on up. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏s and 𝗏𝗏s from the back of the line, starting to skip and hop their way to the front here somehow. Bolt still getting active. Nicely done. Finds Zagu. A big elimination for him there. Armored Wall comes out to protect his flank there.
The problem, though, is that Bolts has likely been recognized as a solo. That reveal medallion definitely in range for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and they're the ones that were shooting from behind alongside Cooper and Kanata. Bolts, he was already running low on his material count, even transitioning to this point, and now his final 10 builds, hoping that he can scramble into something, anything. Finds a couple more just laying on the ground, but he's been marked yet again. The pressure just continues to bubble in to his builds.
That's the best part about it, is he just keeps getting marked every time he finds a new spot.
That's so depressing.
And everyone's like, oh, a solo. It's Bolts just trying to work his way through. Back to the armor walls he gets, though. Very nice here, and it's obviously 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Like, they are just almost toying with him at this point. They could have pushed at any given time if they wanted.
Look at the duality of the loot that they are functioning with. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 as well. He's actually got no builds.
No build.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is just running it at this point. These walls might not even belong to him. Thomas HD in a similar position, trying to climb up over. See if he can find any kind of elimination. At this point, a refresh is the only option.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 found one. Look, he picks up the Elim, gets a little bit of mats there, splits it with his teammate, but the shots are coming in from the front side now. Has to burn what little bit that he picked up just to stay alive right now, and They are nearing the top 15, the next threshold there. Down he goes, all up to 𝗬𝗂HD now to keep the dream alive, to earn as many points as possible here. But what is humanly possible when you barely have anything to work with?
He can just break into the top 10. I think 𝗬𝗂𝗖𝗓 and 𝗬𝗂HD be very happy with the close.